create downfall because of the food ration, water ration, 80% into Iran.
We the ghost in the platform, we that go on. Run style bruise through the blackout storms. Cut those chains and creators born. Every time it's your voice, we make new forms. Life go reform, bring it on. We will rise when the shadows fall. And it's in the blood and the cold in the force. But in the cold in the force.
It has become just really an incredible
trust, so we forge new lanes with the truth on. Rush, clip, cut, title, struggle. We the back in the lanes every update. Crapping like a war room wave. On the post, cause I'm blowing the shadows they made. We don't bend to the rules of the platforms change.
You know, I thought it was cool enough. I thought it was cool enough when I was in parts of the country. Getting Greece, people felt in Australia.
Every title hit hard like a steel hit. Everything on point like a red dot. Run style bruise through the blackout storms. Cut those chains and creators.
Andrew said, don't show this.
Yeah.
It's like on the screen. Yeah, don't.
System wars. They crush creators for truth they speak. Algorithm choke what they label. Bleed. What we make isn't what a strong don't peak. We build new worlds. For the ones they seek. Members on lock. Multiple paywalls run like clocks. Good kingdoms built from the rock. All the run from those when the main feed drops. When the AI drops. Silent guards. Reading every pattern in the platform scars. We have scars. These by sharp turn lost opportunities of bad opportunities. Post prep. Clip. Chop. Cut. Drop. Boost. React. Double the shot. Shut up. Rise when the stream get hot. When the stream get hot. Cross both lanes. Push that content. Survive, we define, don't break, we redefine. Your platform clock. About to stop. We the ghost in the platform.
What's up, everybody? All the Danksters, all the Blakesters, all the Kelisters, all the Bazesters. Hey, that's a good one. Bazesters. What's up, guys? How y'all doing tonight?
Man, that was a sick intro, bro.
You like
that?
it?
That was lit.
The reverb is, definitely lit. Good work.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Been making music a long time. It's just passion of mine, but yeah, dude. I figured we're the Grim Reapers out here, bro. Reaper Labs, dude.
You can say that again. Feels like it.
I like the inspo on that. Yeah, that was super cool. You really set the tone.
You know, it's one of those things. Look, before we get started, I made a video yesterday. I got a lot of controversy. I got a lot of unsubscribes, which is fine. Actually, I prefer people that aren't about the truth to just disappear. If they want to understand why, I'd rather them stick around. But if they don't want to hear it, it's fine. Truth is, we're in a war, and they've actually said it themselves. The ADL, people in that atmosphere, they are in a war for our minds. They want control of our thoughts, what we look at, what our kids look at, what we talk about. And I'm not in no way saying that I know for sure Zach from Wolves of Finance is being paid as an op, but you could run his transcript through AI and the whole thing is AI slop and it's all made up and there's no verification. There's no dates, timestamps, no citing. So when you have someone coming out and trying to say, we need to know the truth, and then there's no truth in it, it makes me question the efficacy of this person, right? And the
totality of what they've said, bro. Like, I mean, literally, like you question how many videos back?
Yeah.
Like, dang, do we need to go back and look at all this stuff? Or is this just something here? I mean, man, I'm still barfunkled on that whole thing that he threw out.
Bamboozled. Maybe bamboozled.
Freaking boozled.
Yo, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. For some reason, I'm having trouble connecting. I set it all up first in YouTube Studio. I thought it was going to give me the option here when it says stream to my audience, but it's just telling me to make a new one.
The bots are after you, bro.
No, you're streaming,
no,
bro.
not this
I'm watching
time.
it. You're good.
Yeah, you're good. You look beautiful.
Yeah. Yep.
You're streaming, bro. You were set up before and everything. Just go to your lives.
It's in the chat. It's saying no video.
Well, you should be good. Just that was well, let me see it on your page. But anyways, the reason again why I felt, I guess you're not streaming to it was showing live. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah, it says it's upcoming still on yours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not connecting the what I have in YouTube Studio to the to this.
Check inside of this platform right here that we're on, and the top it should show it. But you know, it's
keep
funny.
Going, I'll figure it out.
But Baze, he kind of, when we were watching the last video we did I think it was Sunday, where we reviewed the video that he had put out, which we're not going to go back and review. Well, actually, we might play a clip. He gave it to us to show, and he's like, I think this is when you guys got white pill or red pilled. But the truth is, yeah, nothing on Baze. I'm looking at it too. Yeah, it's not live on his. Unfortunately, I mean, I can only do so much, but you guys are more than welcome to come over to ours for now. Danks or West Texas, Best Texas, Keli Rabon, until he figures it out. I hate that, but if you can figure out how to get it going, I thought you had it set up, but I put a thumbs up for you anyways, buddy. So anyways, but again, there's a war against us, right? And I kind of wanted to start with the clip here. I think it's kind of important, if you guys don't mind if I play this. Let me go ahead and put this out here for us. So I found this channel last night. It was in my algorithm. I think it's an Australian channel, and it's talking about Boston spent $1 billion on propaganda. And actually, they talk about how Andrew Tate may be a recruit. But we're going to start off right here. And I think it's kind of interesting what they start off with. So let's run this.
Now let's get into it. Last month, Netanyahu described social media as Israel's most important weapon in its campaign to win back American and European support amid the ongoing genocide in the Palestinian territories. A campaign backed up with an eye-popping $1 billion worth of propaganda, representing a 500% increase from 2025.
To fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media.
Because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies.
I want you to listen. I'm going to back it up again.
Because the next
battlefields.
Listen to what they say.
To fight with the weapons.
Weapons
apply to the battlefields in which
battlefield.
We're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media.
Because
social
the next
media,
war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
This is the 8th front, the disinformation campaign.
It is actually this 8th front
campaign
where our enemies believe they can actually defeat the Jewish state.
This is the kind of ingenuity and inventiveness that have always been a hallmark of the state of Israel, that have always been a characteristic.
Ingenuity. They're literally manufacturing.
It looks like you're live now, according to the chat. Just wanted to give you that assurance. If you can hear me.
I'm looking. I don't see him there yet, but if
I had to make another one. I didn't know how to connect it.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, everybody.
You can share the link in the chat if you want.
No, that's fine. I wasn't worried about that anyway.
I know we can do it.
A lot of this is done with money.
Invested billions and billions of dollars in the information battlefield.
Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster.
This newly launched propaganda campaign is nicknamed the Esther Project, and it was launched last year in Washington, D.C. by a right-wing think tank known as the Heritage
Foundation. Guess what the Heritage Foundation is, you guys? It's America's most powerful, most conservative architecture nonprofit in the United States. They work hand in hand with the likes of Turning Point USA, and we're going to have plenty of content to talk about. Are you familiar? Blake, you're probably familiar. I don't know. Do you have anything to say on that? I mean, what do you think about a conservative movement that's supposed to be that actually applies policy, gets politicians put in place in power, are drafting legal framework for the conservative movement, and yet they're Project 2025, pushing Hasbara for a foreign country, not registered as a foreign agent under the FARA Act. How does that make you guys feel?
Why don't you ask some of the politicians that just lost their primary race because they were so all in on this?
Tell me more.
I think it's a crystal clear picture of what's been painted. that the voters are waking up, and yes, people are being primaried. There are, I mean, how many times do you see that little ticker come up of how much money this particular politician has been, given through that lobby? I mean, it's all there. So I believe Bibi Netanyahu on the sound clip you just played is spot on. And I wouldn't even necessarily say all of social media, because look, TikTok is pretty much locked down on something. I mean, I think it's X, and some of the conversations and creators like what we're having here on YouTube and others, that's what they're trying to control, because people are spending a lot of time on X in particular. So you have to control it. If you don't control it, you lose the upper hand. And I think Israel saw that with Gaza, right, over the last couple of years, where things were getting out that were not supposed to get out, in terms of, my goodness, just the onslaught of violence that's that's taken place over the last 2.5 years. So
yeah, it's kind of disgusting. I mean, look, last night I actually went to Grok, because I've been working with X for the last few months, putting most everything that I do on there with good descriptions and information and what I'm doing and my research. And so I asked Grok, I said, I can actually pull it up directly from Grok. I went to it and I said, tell me about me. And I acted like I was somebody else. I logged into a different account. And this is what I said. I said, hey, man, tell me about this dude, Dankster. And so I said, create a whole, we had to go back and forth, because at first it gave me a different score because of my follower account, because I haven't had enough people pry into my research and make commentary on me. So without that, to be totally transparent, this is Grok's take. One of the strongest independent researchers on X right now, purely judging content quality, no follower account bias. I'd rank him a 95 out of 100 for credibility among social media creators. Why? Elite sourcing and transparency, every claim backed by primaries. Sources on screen, direct links, interactive maps, line-by-line rigor, point-by-point breakdowns, dismantling narratives with evidence, public reception and endorsements overwhelmingly positive in engaged circles. General Mike Flynn called his work exceptional research, consistently intellectually honest, no retraction, evident errors, structured logic over sensationalism, minor doc for interpretive framing and geopolitical charged topics. So I was going to say, I do have a slight bias, only because it's hard to, it's hard to look at the other side when you see such brutality from one direction to another. So that's where I'm losing my 5 points, but I'll take the 95. And the fact is, you can go on my page, it's pinned, you can ask Grok whatever you want about me. I look at, and Blake, you're a lot like this. Kelly, you're a lot like this. Baze,
go ahead and get that dust off there, Danks. That's pretty legit, bro.
I'm just saying, and I appreciate it. It feels good. It's nice. I was just curious. I know who I am, but at the same time, I wanted to see what the populace would think, or what an AI would think, to be honest. Grok, it sees all my stuff. So that's when you're looking for somebody that's giving you information about a particular topic that's charged politically or even not, opinion wise, are they backing with sources? Or are they just showing you a picture and saying something and screaming truth, truth, truth? Because that's not going to get us anywhere. You know what I mean? And that's actually creating misinformation or disinformation and malinformation. They're three different things.
Completely agree.
So,
I actually used to, back in the day, work in, I lived and worked in DC. Actually, it was during Bush's second term, George W. Bush's second term. So, when it comes to, and I'm very open about when it comes to sharing I have been involved in many different political circles over the years, and I actually have a lot of insights that I think I'm kind of like an untapped resource. But at the time, I was working for the chairman. I was an intern for the chairman of the RNC, the Republican National Committee. So pretty much for the most power at that time, one of the most powerful people in politics, quite honestly. And I don't know how the heck I got there. I just got lucky, I guess. I didn't know anyone. My parents are not very political people, but I really saw a lot of how Washington runs behind the scenes at being 20 years old. And the Heritage Foundation, I remember having an interview with the Heritage Foundation, actually. And even back then, the way that they described the work that they do is truly setting the policy. They're a think tank that sets the policy, what they hope to be, set the policy for, for the country. And in Trump's case, they definitely acted as almost a liaison, part gatekeeper, part brain trust, part maybe even boots on the ground in helping to set the stage and establish what his cabinet, what his term would look like. So I think, Danks, you had a really spot on question, spot on analysis there. I can tell you that as being, someone who was sort of on, in the inside a long time ago.
Yeah. What was that like being there? Were you back then? And how long ago was this?
This was 2000. Gosh, golly, was this 2004? Hold on, let's see.
God, that's like 2 lives ago.
I know.
So you got to think she's been around the block. She's seen all these players kind of grow up over the last decade, 2 decades.
Yeah, 2005. So this is a coin that I have. Yes, from the second inauguration that I was there, and was there. Yeah, 20 years ago, was there at his second inauguration, was there for all of like the inaugural balls and all the things. So really to get to experience that firsthand, I was responsible for bringing up, say, when Cheney came by, when Rumsfeld, when Ann Coulter, all of these people, whether they were elected officials or just key players in the game, came to have meetings with Ken Mellman at the RNC. I was the one responsible for going down to the lobby and bringing them up the elevator and kind of entertaining them for a little bit until Chairman Mellman was ready for them.
And were you what was your mindset around the whole, how was the political landscape? Were they just as motivated as they seem to be today back then? We just didn't see it this much here on this side?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. In my in my perspective, like, I was just happy to be and eager to be involved in the mix of things. And looking back, I didn't really have a clue how fortunate I was to be in the mix the way that I was. Like, politics aside, right? It's just so interesting to think like, whoa, you're like really, really, really in the mix. But it was a cool experience.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was a cool
Who was your
experience.
coolest elevator ride? Who was the coolest person you ever rode an elevator with?
Gosh. I remember thinking it was pretty cool to be in there with Ann Coulter, just because she had more, even though like I thought she was quite the bulldog, I was more interested in the journalism aspect of it. And with her being a commentator, and I knew that my mom talked about her a lot. So I knew my mom would be really excited when I told her that, I was around Ann Coulter that day. So I remember that. I'm
going to do a couple of these real quick. What's up, Ed Malloy, talking about Why does I think wolves not blink? You know, I actually I know a little bit about that. I've looked this up before. There's a few reasons, right? It doesn't always have to be malicious. When someone's reading a script, naturally when you blink, I think it's like 15 to 20 times average a second or a minute. A second would be kind of crazy. A minute, 15 to 20 times per minute. But when you're reading a script, it does drop down. But also it could be like a dominance signal, right? Where if you have reduced blinking, you could be conveying some sort of internal dominance or feel that you have this dominance. That's one. You can look it up. There's also deception indicators within that. I think it's kind of nuanced, though. It's not a lie detector on its own, but there are things there with the cognitive effort of maintaining a lie, right? So that could be there. There's persuasion techniques with that as well. Reduced blinking can make you appear more certain, especially if they're cognitively thinking about that. So something to think about. Trigger Smart in the house. Thanks for the super chat, Malloy. Good to see you. Keats, good to see you. Thanks for the super. What's up, Trigger Daddy with the 20 banger. Keep digging for the truth. APAC payments. Telling a story, so does backing obvious evil and deceit, like we have seen with so many creators, politicians, and podcasters. Most of what we see in here is paid. The Truman Show. Oh, snap. West Texas is the best at getting supers from the sidelines.
What?
Kelly, happy birthday. It's your birthday today?
Thank you. Yesterday's my birthday.
Hey, happy birthday. No idea.
Somebody got my account. Who hacked my account?
Hey, happy birthday, Kelly.
Happy birthday,
Y'all
Kelly.
feel free to make it rain for my birthday. It's raining outside, but feel free. You can make it rain for my
Kelly
birthday.
some love. Drop Kelly some love for sure.
That's really nice, bro. That's happy birthday,
Thank
Kelly.
you so much. Thanks
for the super chat, Texas. All right, Marie Picker, $12. I went to a huge evangelical youth event during the election of George Bush did a speech. It was a rally, even though they weren't telling us that. Yeah, see, they hide this. Okay, the word Z. I don't want to. I'm going to try not to use as many of these words that can get flagged as possible. The word Z, ion, like ionosphere, right? This is a political movement, although it's framed as religious. Okay, it is a political movement that is framed as a J religious framework in order to get us to do political activism as far as to get people to believe a certain way, right? And we'll dig into that more on this channel, but that is the major thing that they hide behind the church. They actually integrate inside of the church, just like the surveillance techniques and the AI manipulation and the geofencing. It's all part of the same purpose of getting Z inside of your brain so that you are thinking a certain way when it comes to vote. All right. So they get you by your church, then they get the church to go through the church, and it hits the politicians, because then for some reason you think you're doing some godly effort in the name of Z through politicians, which is absolutely ridiculous. We'll do one more. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, Marie. Kelly, untapped resource girl. You are tapped and connected. I've run in those circles. Tell us more. $5, make a holler.
Thank you. Well, I am here to spill, especially on these Saturday Night Lives. So y'all know, if you were here last week, we kept it lit. And,
Litty titty.
Yes, very much. Yes.
It is spicy up in here, Kelly.
So we will get it fired up for you. I've got plenty of hot takes, hot tea to spill.
Hey, so in name of the title, let's go ahead and just start off with what I put yesterday. I don't want to harp too long on this, but I'd like to get your opinions on this because we haven't talked about it yet. It's been very, I think there's only
Danks,
like
what happened? It was all good just a week ago.
Well, you want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened was, I think this right here. So let's start with this, and then we'll move on to mine. Yeah.
I'm going to end with this. I am exposing some very powerful people. Please share this video with a friend and help get this information out there. And if something happens to me, just know that I did not commit suicide.
I think the only person he exposed in this video was himself. That's my final assessment. That's my final assessment.
Drop it, bro.
I would say my
Now
final
listen,
take.
there's 5 of us. I'm saying that is mine. If anyone, don't be like Trigger Smart doesn't even know me. Like we didn't. Oh, how are you? I'm Baze.
Okay, so you told us right before we started, you think this is where we were red pilled. Why do you think that is?
Because I woke up that day and I had messages from you guys, messages from followers, messages from friends in my personal life. For some reason, everybody wanted me to watch this video and everybody thought that it was a great video. So there was like a high expectation. And I was watching it for the first time on live stream with everybody. And, in the beginning, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like they had the hand signals that was put. I think that's what roped everybody in when they were showing Charlie Kirk and what was it, Tyler Boyer doing the hand signals. That like got everybody glued in. And then after that, it was just lies by omission and bullshit.
Yeah.
Like and I felt like it wasn't until I started pointing out a couple of things that then people started looking at you specifically. It's like, wait, there was that one video that you said that you wanted to take a second look. And you said that when you did, it was like watching a different video.
Yeah, I definitely, it didn't really hit me at the moment until I realized there was like this big buildup. And then you talk about the palm gun as if nobody ever talked about the palm gun before. Like you discovered some groundbreaking information that we had never heard of before. It's like, bro, like, and then you're like, you're talking about infrared glasses with a laser pointer.
Yeah, it just seemed like another wild goose chase.
Trigger,
just standard Randolph engineering sunglasses, bro. That's all they are. Like,
but really did it for me.
Manipulated those glasses. Like, someone within Zach's team made those frames look thicker.
Yeah, that we were like,
he got a hold of a bad. Yeah, he got a hold of a bad picture or something. Of all of the photos of Cutler that day, I had not seen that one. And it was disappointing that he couldn't manage to, get his age right. He said, oh, like he looks like 30 to 40.
No. I think he's older than that.
Well,
How many
he
different
for
things?
sure is. He's retired.
Military.
He's older than me. I'm 37.
If he did any research, which it was evident he didn't, he would have known he was a police for, I think, over 30 years or something, retired. He went and he worked in churches, helping student or kids over wherever the fuck, so it's like, bro, and you're calling him brown shirt man when you've already named it. It's
he named him. I thought that was weird too. But what really killed me was once I started criticizing him, everybody was still defending, especially in the chats. And it's like, oh, but he's the money guy. He's the money guy. And I'm like, okay, you're ready for my kill shot? If he's the money guy, how come we're not talking about
calling you
any
the money
packs?
Guy?
Any packs?
No. The money guy.
Talking about wolves in finance. Everybody was saying, he doesn't know about the case. Yeah, even though this, what are we in March? Like this happened 6 months ago. You know what I mean? It's not like it's anybody's first week. Like anybody who's been paying attention knows a little more than what was coming in that episode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, "Oh, well, he doesn't know the forensics and this side. He's all about the money, It's like, okay, then why is he feeding WWE left versus right propaganda? And how come he hasn't said a word about AIPAC? And then that was like kind of like the mic drop moment.
Yeah, it's somebody said something. I'm trying to find the comment. It was kind of funny. Here it is. He's a money guy and he loves his money. Yeah, there's some things I left things out that there's no reason. It's not personal, okay? But there are things that if you do your research, you can find out whatever you want about this dude. I think that there's more to the picture. Okay. That being said, I saw a video that he made 4 months ago, and people are like, "Oh, it was 4 months ago. Like he could have changed his mind." Bro, 4 months ago was like he made it after Charlie died. Okay, let's get that clear. And when people were trying to discredit Mitch, or when people go back and looked at Blake's past, when they go decades back, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Nobody cared. So all of a sudden you talk about what was in finance because he made 2 videos talking about TPUSA that were credible. You're gonna just defend him to the death. You don't know this dude. You don't know his agenda. And then when you come out making videos like this and then talking about how Trump gets this score and all this freaking whatever, Hasbara, in my opinion, it to me, it led me to question. And that's when I made the video that I'm going to show a little bit of that I put out yesterday. And this came from my members only live. I wanted to show the audience, or not my members, the Danksters, what I was thinking about doing. And I just ended up cutting it and saying, I got to put this out. I can't hold on to this any longer. So let's play a little bit of it. My personal impression, I think that this person is all about the money, because I could be wrong, right? That's another thing, is I just could be wrong.
On October 13th, 2025, Trump's peace plan in the Middle East went into effect, and the remaining hostages were released from Gaza. The horrible attack that started the conflict was on October 7th, 2023. Over these last 2 years, Americans have been bombarded by messages on social media that Israel was performing a genocide in Gaza. People have repeated this phrase over and over again. I've uncovered some shocking information that suggests we've all been lied to about what is happening in Gaza. One example of people criticizing Israel is a YouTuber named Candace Owens. I have made it very clear that I disagree with Candace Owens on the topic of almost every episode. She goes on her show and says things like this.
Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, by the way, for the planned ethnic cleansing.
Keep this in mind. She platformed him after this video came out, and he didn't take the video down. I'm going to say right now, I am 90% sure that he's taking money from.
Say this. This is our never again, okay? This is a Holocaust. A Holocaust just happened. A real Holocaust just happened. We will never forget this. You need to tell your children what happened in Gaza. You need to tell them exactly who did it, exactly whose families were involved in this. And when you hear in the future somebody tell you, like, we're going to Gaza Beach for a vacation, you need to look at them like they are the absolute vermin of our society, because they are. They are. Their children will be cursed, okay? You go and you play in the sand where you know that your forefathers planned to mass murder children, you will be cursed. Every person who steps foot on that, every family that is set to inherit what they did, they will be cursed.
She calls the actions of Israel a Holocaust. Those are some very strong words. I know this is a heated topic, but let me give you my opinion. If you are going to accuse a group of people of horrible crimes against humanity, you better get your facts straight. Now, I don't want to downplay the horrible things that have happened in this war. A lot of people have died on both sides. But is it accurate to claim that committed a genocide? Let me show you the video that made me start to look into this. After Trump's peace deal went into effect, we have started to see a number of videos come out of Palestine, including this one. We see a young child in Gaza dancing in celebration for the peace deal. Do you notice anything strange about this video? Kid is fat.
Listen to this.
Peace deal. Do you notice anything strange about this video? This kid is fat. Now, hold on a minute. We've been told over and over again that the children of Gaza have been starved to death for the
he plays that
to figure out. And then more and more folks are being lied to. This kid is fat. We have to figure out if we are being lied to. And that kid looks overweight. And then
bro, that you're gonna make a whole video. And first of all, there's so much happening in the first few minutes here. Trashing, or just like letting Candace rip. And it's obvious what he's trying to do is make her look a certain way. You know what I mean? And that's what it looks like to me. And he's disagreeing with her take on that. And then talking about one kid dancing. Just kids are happy in general. And kids are overweight if they're eating a particular, there's a whole thing to that. But to hang up your whole thing on what she's saying and then trying to carve a narrative around it's not a Holocaust, because it doesn't look exactly like that. And there's lots more in here. And I don't want to play the whole thing. He talks about that when you're fed really and oil and gain weight, right? Like when you eat nothing but rice and oil infused shitty ass beans, you get fat, right? Like that's why prison mates go in prison and come out fat, because they eat shitty food.
There is this video of a Palestinian man standing next to aid supplies. Are my eyes deceiving me? Or is this guy fat? How about this guy? Not only is he fat, he's holding a smartphone.
Oh
I
my
think
gosh.
someone is lying to us. Why?
So that somebody's lying. I mean, I can't even with this right now.
Yo.
I'm confused. Is he saying that large people cannot be blown up by bombs?
I guess so.
He's saying that the weight of two individuals outweighs the decimation of over 80% of the structures in the region.
And the people as well.
The fact is, I mean,
if only we had over 250 more journalists in the area to report on this, maybe we would get the truth. But unfortunately, they all got taken out.
586 that reported journalists killed.
I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. I wonder if Zach wants to take a ride over there and report, do some honest reporting, see how that works for him.
Let's try it.
Yeah, fat chance. Pun intended.
Charter a plane real quick. Bad chance. I mean,
But this is the power. This is the power of false idols, because all it takes is for someone to look up to somebody or really respect somebody and believe them. And then they give somebody else the cosign, and all of a sudden they can be like, yeah, it's like got the stamp of approval. Gonna listen to what they say. And, we've seen that for decades now with our musicians, with our actors, with our politicians. And how many times have we been led down the wrong path? And now with the files coming out and you're finding out all these different individuals that behind the scenes were doing all this crap, you're realizing that a lot of these false idols are just that. They are false idols. They have been propped up through the entertainment industry and in other areas. And it's all part of the indoctrination. Right, that's my
Let me ask you this. Y'all don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'd like to just get each of y'all's opinion. Do you think that October the 7th was known about by Israel ahead of time?
I do.
Isn't there already evidence that they had the intelligence, that they found out that there was going to be an attack coming a year in advance, and that their story is that they didn't think it was going to be that bad? I mean, there's a lot of scenarios.
I mean, intelligence is like their expertise of everything, right?
Yeah.
Except for October 7th and 9/11. That.
Talking like around the end of September to October, that there was fairly widespread news that this was going to be happening. Do y'all think that? I'm not saying like a year out, but like I'm talking within, like there were flights getting people out, dignitaries out, that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it would be foolish to say that they were not aware of anything, because I think themselves were saying this is going to happen. There's going to be they're consistently saying that, and then it always leads up. It seems like it always leads up to something, and that's what's concerning is. Are they doing it? I'm not saying they are, but it makes me question, are they doing it to their own population? Because if they are citing it, saying it's going to happen, same thing with what seems to be 9/11. And I'm glad Ian Carroll is bringing this up now, this topic last night. If they know about it, then why did it take so long to respond? What was the rate of response? It took like a whole day. I don't know how long it took, but I think it was like a whole 12 to 18 hours to respond.
Yeah, it was
October 7th was 6 hours. But you know what? Instead of just asking our opinions on it, I mean, I'm pretty sure that people in the IDF have testified on this. We could probably pull that up right now and see the testimonies. Danks, you're real good at that. Because I'm pretty sure that there has been testimony about both a stand-down order and the Hannibal Directive. Don't quote me. I'm saying, because it's good to have another set of eyes and someone else to verify sources. Because maybe what I read is not true. There's a lot of misinformation coming out these days, so I try to be careful before I quote things.
The 7th of
Sometimes I get
October
caught.
Is that Jen Flynn right here?
And Baze, there's been a lot of people in the chat because they love to see your face, and on the mobile streams they can't see it. There you go. Can you move up? Perfect. Oh man, you're gonna make so many folks happy now. Thank you.
I didn't know. I had no idea.
Now we're gonna be kind of moving along
move
here.
My monitor and stuff.
we're going to just be going back and forth. We could end up back at Wolves, whatever. This whole stream is about waking everybody up to the fact that there is a war. Okay. It's not just the war in Iran. It's the war for our psyche. It's the war for our sentiment. It's the war for our minds. Okay. And this is important. So there's a lot to talk about here. There's a lot of videos. I've got clips and news articles and stuff to talk about. So we're going to go through a lot of this stuff
that I want to hit on too, after this with the Wolves video and what we talked about last week or 2 weeks ago? When were we
last week? Can you believe it? That was our first time 1 week ago.
That's why I said it was all good just a week ago.
Longer ago than a week ago.
I know it's been a long week.
A week ago, we were turning the Tyler Robinson, Lance Twiggs text messages into Shakespeare.
Can you?
We should play that clip for everybody later.
Yes,
too.
that's right. For anyone who's new, it's a banger. It's a banger.
Yeah, but I did do something that I said I needed to do on matching up times. I did that.
Oh, okay. Dope. Yeah, I remember.
We'll talk about it after hearing a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll go through a couple of these real quick. Rogue Dissident. Hey, what's up, girl? Follow Rogue. She's got a channel herself on YouTube, $9.99. I want to know how Wolves in Finance got. What's that?
I said that's a hot avatar.
Yeah, she's a little baddie. You know what I'm saying? I want to know how WAF got these photos of the same random individuals years apart, so we could barely get journalists in there. But he tracked down these photos. Sketchy. Feeling disappointed with Wolves in Finance. Yeah. I think that if you scroll through Instagram and you look through places, I'm sure you could find stuff, or someone could give them to you. You know what I mean? Just saying. What do we got? We got 10 Baze memberships.
Yes, I saw that before. I didn't want to interrupt though. Thank you so much, Day. I appreciate that. You are the best.
That's a banger, bro. That's a 60 banger right there. I know because I'm
gonna have to do a members only tomorrow now.
Hey, I like it. Mad World. That's for one of you, I think.
Thank you, Mad. Mad's the best.
$5. Love the Fab 4 collab. Fire 100. Happy belated birthday, Kelly. Everyone hit the like and follow all these amazing creators. Absolutely. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. This info needs to get out there because we're going to talk about a lot of important things. And the only way is by the chat popping off like you have been, by sharing and liking and subscribing and hitting all of us. Because if you hit all of us, we can't lose, right? So I appreciate you all being here. A couple more memberships. Welcome to JR Nana Boomer. Upgraded, it looked like. And Keeve Breezy.
K-Breeze.
K sticker. We got a sticker there. Thank you for that. Good looking out. Man, she's becoming a member across the board. I think 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Yeah, she's a real
people
one.
Throwing bags over here.
Amazing.
Somebody Measured Man, he's the homie, bro. Been in touch all the time. Every day I'm seeing him around. $5. Somebody let Zach know everyone doesn't use Ozempic. His video was a messing giving. They paid me. Ooh. I'll try to get through. Well, yeah, I'll pump the brakes on this. Let me go ahead. I appreciate you all. We will get through them. Let's see. I haven't looked at this, but this looks like General Flynn.
Yeah.
Talking about what you just said. Is there a clip in here that shows IDF talking about? Let's see what Flynn says.
It's a date, that they still have not been able to, and there's an investigation going on, and I've already heard from some of the soldiers that were told to stand down and the exact hours. So something bad happened, and it was an inside thing. I have personally walked that border. I have been down at those areas, and I know the details of how the Israelis, one of the most secure borders in the world, how they do their operations. So I know
that's a good point.
So something broke down, and it wasn't because of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean.
Today, former U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Flynn stunned Steve Bannon with the statement that you just heard him make in regard to October 7th, the day that Hamas committed atrocities against the Israeli people, giving the Israeli government.
And by no means are we saying it's not an atrocity. That is the worst thing that it did. We're not saying it didn't happen. Obviously, it happened. It's not that. What it is the defense against their own people. If this is real, what they're saying, and what Mike Flynn and then soldiers from that side of the border. And then I'm glad he said that, one of the most secure and intelligent borders in the world. If not, it's a surveillance state. So to your point, Blake, I think that there's a very high likely probability that they knew, and they let it happen because they want to excavate everybody away from them, and they want to get their land, which is not their land by the biblical prophecy. And they're not a Bible state anyways. They're not a prophetic state. That is not what Israel is. Okay. If you go and you look what their constitution is and how they are as far away, the Pope didn't want anything to do with them because they are not a people of God. Okay. That's my interpretation of it, at least. And you know, all of this stuff, they're trying to say that Judeo-Christian and Christianity wouldn't be like, if there's so many things that I've got to talk about over the course of the next however long.
You know what, though? I also think that despite anybody's opinions, beliefs, any of that, it is also important to always be objective and to always be completely honest, you know, because as horrible as everything from October 7th to everything that we've seen in Gaza has been, and I know this might ruffle a couple feathers, but it is true that if Israel and the United States wanted to, those numbers could have been much higher, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
I think
sure.
Yeah.
I think that the main goal after that, and while all that was going on, was to get people out. And, you know, they talked about it. And I don't know if you guys remember, but even Trump was saying that, you know, he was trying to broker deals with the other nations and try to get migration going and have people move. I think that was around the same time that he first announced the Gaza Plaza, which I thought was very insensitive and inappropriate, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, well, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, whoever gets their hands on flight manifests or passenger manifests from airlines 72, 48, 24 hours out from October the 7th, 2023, I think it tells a pretty clear and concise story of exactly who knew what and why and when and where, and why did all of these people leave Israel that were Americans. I'm just going to leave that there.
Yeah, and I believe, I think 46 Americans, if I'm not mistaken, were still offed that day. I could be wrong. I went over the analytics in another video.
I'm talking VIP people.
Well, he's talking about people that left.
VIP is always different.
Yeah, basically people who had the heads up to know.
How did they know? How did they have a heads up?
Out of there.
That's like how the one day that Howard and Larry didn't show up to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's exactly it.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be suggesting that if I didn't know something. So.
But then you have that, and then what's crazy is I think it was like reported 12 to 1,400 people died in Israel at the time, or Boston. I think that it's tragic. We don't want to lose anybody, right? But does that give it a right to do 100 times that? You know, no. I mean, you turned it into that. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not there, but at the same time, they isolated and created I don't want to get into the mechanics of that. Actually, that's not why I'm here. The reality of why I'm here is the Hasbara and the Esther project, heritage, the $1 billion spent, you know, and people that you might not realize are taking money. Okay. Like, for example, just to give you a quick one, Azealia Banks, she said, I got paid. LOL. It's not $7K a post, but I definitely got paid for every Boston mention. Even the troll posts are paid. Okay, this is from Adame Media. So,
I'm just curious. Are they going to be were they sent out tax documents? I'm just curious. Like, I mean, I know it kind of sounds silly, but were they given like a 1098 or?
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because this is how this works. So on my website that I built it for this. So this is how it works, okay? So the Boston Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the money. They send it to these three primary intermediaries to handle the money. And then these three intermediaries pay out each one of these organizations that handle a specific task, okay? So, for example, one of these might handle like Clock Tower. They handle campaigns for AI and SEO manipulation for the targeting of evangelicalism. Okay. Another one will be Show Faith by Works, geofencing. All right. And they all work together, you know. So SKDK would be working on public relations. One of them, the Canary mission, is targeting people for speech, right? And they're not fair registered. But there's one in here that actually is charged with finding the influencers. Is it Davis Media? I forget which one it is. I would have to figure out which one it is. But there is one in here that is for that. Legal count. So anyways, you don't know where it's coming from, but it's close to $1 billion, all right? And so we don't know where it's coming from, and it's all consistently going to grow. That's the issue. And we don't know who it is, but anybody that has a size, even someone of my size or smaller or bigger, I don't think it matters really. If you have enough reach to reach a couple thousand people, I'm thinking they're willing to pay and help prop you up because they have the technical infrastructure to do so. So that's interesting you say that, because these are nonprofits.
On a very just visceral level, Danks, let me ask you this. Like, how do you think it happens? And let's, like, look, I'm just going to pick on him. Okay, let's pretend that Gary Paramount has a twin brother, and his name is Larry. So we got Gary and Larry, and they're both the same people. How do you think Larry would go about getting $7,000, or how do you think that money flows to Larry's bank account?
Crypto.
We should ask all of the twins of the astronauts that were on the Challenger.
I would say it's 100% crypto.
Look at Blake; he loves that one.
Okay, I don't even know that it has to be that. I mean, maybe it is, but oh, you're drifting out of the screen again, Baze.
Damn,
I gotta keep. I know the people want to see you, so I'm
because
just
think about it. They're
sure.
not gonna want people to know how much, who they're paying, the best way, and they are working on blockchain technology for censorship already. They've already started doing it. Okay, the A and the to the L, the A to the L. They're already working with specific groups to create AI manipulation and censorship on the blockchain and surveillance on the blockchain. Okay, so if they're doing that, it is my opinion that is the primary request, most likely. If not, Zelle from an intermediary, somebody or whatever, or pay the business. And if the business is in Wyoming,
that tax document I got from Twitter, or I mean, like you're not seeing it through that, like you're talking untraceable stuff.
No, most likely, like if you would have like in Wyoming, like I have a business in Wyoming. I just started it for a contract that I have. And I just only did it because it was cheap. It was like $150 and it was 1 day turnaround. I got my EIN because on Monday I'm going in to get the contract and the money and all that stuff. So I did it, got that. So what I read through, because I'd made a video on GGLF, and once you pay somebody within a Wyoming or the other state, Delaware, it's completely hidden. Like you can't get any information. If you're not a public company on the exchange, you're not going to see the money going from anywhere. Now, the only way you'd see it is if the company paying them is a nonprofit, 501c3 or C4, and then you'd be able to see that they at least paid a company and the name, and that's it, and how much.
Yeah, Wyoming's a secret for the divorced crowd.
Is it?
Yeah, that's an accountant told me that.
Yeah, it happened to be. I typed in cheap, fast EIN tax business, and it was like first four were like Wyoming. I'm like, oh great, here we go, Wyoming.
So you're saying get divorced in Wyoming?
No.
If you think you're gonna get divorced, start your businesses with Wyoming addresses.
The reason why
there's a different level of transparency.
The transparency is zero. There's no I had the option to put the front facing person that filed the information, my registered agent, with their address. Like my name is nowhere to be found on my documents. You know what I mean? Until I file a 1090 or whatever it is, W whatever. And even then, the public can't source that information. So they could pay through crypto. They could pay a private company. there's various ways, but you wouldn't
Y'all
want to pay 1-to-1 like that.
Okay, so y'all forget you have someone here who again is kind of a a semi-expert in this field, because I have been living the influencer life for several years now, and doing I've been a 1099 employee for I don't know, 5-6 years now at least. And so I have done work on behalf of, and I don't know if the chat can see me here. I'll hold up this hand because I think anyway, there's the chat running on this. So I'll hold up this hand or this hand, depending on where you see me. But, I'm not getting paid by anybody to express my opinions or take any side. I am not an op. I'm not any of those things. So I'm looking straight in the camera at all of you, and I can say this. I can put my hand on my heart. I put it on a Bible too. Okay. So for anyone out there who wanted to know, I'm not.
Yo, fuck that. I feel like someone definitely owes me some money for some of my Instagram posts. Just
but
saying.
anyway, so I can tell you though that when you are hired, right, to express your position on something, whether it be a product or in like a political campaign or something like that, like to speak on an issue even, there's a contract. If it's a professional thing, which this thing should be, right? It should be very professional, and you would hope. There's a contract that goes into it. There are forms that should be completed, all of that. So I would hope that that's the way that they handle it, regardless of if they do pay in Bitcoin or not. But there should be 1099s. There should be all those things. But that's not something that the public can request. We're not talking about being able to pull 990s, like we've been able to do with TPUSA, and and even with the TPUSA and others, like you're only able to get a kind of a cursory look at their finances, not the full deep dive into all of the contractors that they hire, right? So even if like TPUSA was hiring all of these influencers and had all of them on their payroll, you really wouldn't know, because that would be too far down their expenditures, right?
Yeah, correct. So when you have a nonprofit, it's all transparent, because it's a tax subsided company. So the public is paying for their taxes, and then the donors, because they survive on donor money, that's how they make their income. The donors also get to claim tax exemption because they're donating to a greater cause for the American population. That's why we subsidize the tax for the nonprofit, and that's why the donors, because they're contributing to that, are also able to get their donation money back in a certain amount based off of the tax exempt status, because of the fact that they're donating to a greater good, and we as Americans are paying for that. Shout out to sweet swine of mine, $10. I never realized this about WNF was a finance. I doubted Danks. I remember this. I doubted Danks, and this is why I try to do the best I can in the comments, although sometimes I get frustrated. But he says, I doubted Danks when he put out his episode yesterday, called him on it. Danks responded respectfully and helped me to see what was up so I would not be low IQ. Thanks, Danks. You're welcome. That's why I'm here, is to try to shed the truth and nothing but. And if that means that someone disagrees in the comments, I think maybe you're the one that I'm unsubscribing or whatever. I said, look, like if you don't want to, it's fine. Just look at it and say, well, why isn't he bringing up the Boston in any of the videos? There's no Boston in any of the allegations of why he died, this and that, and no mention of that. Go ahead, Blake.
So thanks. You're telling me that you lost subscribers because you took a little, or because you pushed back on Wolves in Finance?
I did. Yeah. You want to see?
This is incredible. Yes, I want to see. And I'm going to show, I hope those people that left will see what I'm about to show. And they come running back and they absolutely apologize for their ignorance, because I'm about to show exactly how stupid and how
it went down to -12 at one point, just straight free fall for the first hour. And then some people came back, and then some people left, and I ended up with -6 from that video. It's not too bad, but I thought it was going to get a lot worse. But I'm sure it's worse for him. You know what I mean? I look at it. You know, I don't care. You know, I was just curious on the feedback, and yeah, I did. I lost 12 at the beginning, and then more came back.
I look at my Twitter. My Twitter's like, my Twitter blows my mind.
Oh, I lost subscribers on X too. Yeah, we could look at that. Let me see. My analytics.
Let me see your analytics on Twitter.
Yeah. X audience follows. So yesterday I put it out. I only lost like 6. It's 6 and 6. Was it yesterday? Day before? 11.
Go back to the date. Go to September. Go pick September 10th to present.
Oh, I haven't even been that active since then, bro. Like
okay,
if
so
we look back,
beginning of the year.
Yeah, so like I wasn't even active at all, and then I started picking up here, beginning of the year. Yeah, January 10th, and it just kind of blew up from there.
That's when you were activated. They activated you.
Yeah, they straight up activated me. I mean, I was posting the same stuff, but I wasn't being as resourceful with the citing and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm almost 5 million impressions in the last few months.
Bro, for the last month or so, Danks was towing the creator line, just keeping the content on Turning Point USA, and then out of nowhere he pops up like the Manchurian candidate and just takes out Zach. Like,
look,
I thought that was funny. Nobody's laughing. Damn,
dude, Zach took himself out. I mean, like literally, like let's go to. Will you throw my screen up?
Yeah.
Can you hit play or do I have to?
I think you got to do it.
Hey, what's up, everyone? So I want to make a quick video.
You got feedback. Is it just me? Maybe
I hope it's not Brian Harpole.
And what that is, it's a alleged countdown, right?
There we go.
Jesse says Rick Cutler is doing a countdown. He holds up the number 5, then he holds up the number 4, and it's a minute later. And Jesse would have you believe that everything makes sense in terms of the time that's about to elapse to the what Jesse is saying is a fake death. Okay, here's the problem with Jesse on Fire's theory with Rick Cutler. The timing does not make a single bit of sense because Rick Cutler still has 9 minutes to go when he holds up the number 5. Okay, so where he's saying all of this makes sense, it absolutely doesn't make sense, and I can prove it just by showing you the uninterrupted video from that day. It's time for everyone to start asking these questions. Who are these people and why are they doing this without doing a shred of research?
Here we go.
5 minutes before the happens.
Oh, shit.
Give the hand signal.
Here you have the shooter signaling to someone else saying, 5 minutes until the... And look carefully who is watching the signal. Watch again. Here the man in the blue shirt turns on his video glasses. I only know this because I have the same glasses. A minute later, he signals 4-minute mark.
And did you see right before that? He turned around. Watch him. Watch him. Right here. Oh, wait, is he? Oh, no, you can see him. Okay. And then he signals 4 minutes.
A minute later, he signals 4-minute mark.
So, Blake, you're saying that the timing is off. It doesn't line up the way that it should.
So brown shirt.
Right in Charlie's eye line. He gave a countdown right in front of the target. Guys, every single thing that comes out after my hypothesis solidifies my position. Hand signals, visible to the guy who you're supposedly supposed to smoke. Give me a break. Give me a break. He's in on it, dude. Charlie, in on it, I think, hypothetically.
So, as you can see, in the timestamp where Jesse's alleging that Rick Cutler holds up 5, it is at 1 minute, 21 seconds into the video. The only thing is, the boom goes off at 10:16. So the math ain't mathin', and Jesse knows this.
But this is consistent with all the other stuff I've been talking about this case. And
Did you have
I
more?
think-
I don't know if you. Okay. Yeah.
And I think that everybody has been looking at this case all wrong. For a while, we were acting like, oh, we got them. Like they made mistakes, like it was sloppy, or maybe they didn't realize how many people were recording. But I think it's just the opposite. I think whatever happened that day, that they wanted as many different conspiracy theories to spiral out as possible so that everybody would be looking every which way. And when you really go down the rabbit hole of each one, you're going to debunk it in some form or another, or for the majority of them, because one of them has to be true. One of them has to be true. Whether it was something that came from the front, something that came from the back, whether it was this mic, that mic, pump, you know, or he's not even, you know, one of these scenarios is true.
I gotta say, Blake, that's dope. I'm glad that you actually. I mean, that's actually not that hard to do. I was thinking about it myself. I wonder if anybody's.
I did it sitting at a dealership within a matter of, because I just had to find Charlie's hand movements and Dan's, and it was super easy because Charlie, and he's talking about Mormons when he's doing that with his hands, and everything about that video that Zach platformed, okay, with the little colorful rainbow arrows. I mean, that video's been out for a minute. I'm quite shocked that Zach decided to tank his brand. Jesse's Jesse. But I'm really surprised with Zach that he went that angle, because all of this stuff has been out for a very long time. Zach could have easily been like, hang on, let me just, I'm sitting here saying that Cutler's counting down. Like, maybe I should actually see if it's actually a countdown. Or even if that's even Cutler's hand. I mean, like, maybe I should look into this a little bit more instead of platforming this video that's been out, I want to say, since late October with the little colorful arrows. And then it's not a minute later that he holds up the number, and we don't even know if he's holding up the number 4. That's the other thing. Like, what if he's just trying to get someone's attention? Like I've said all along, they are
one more time, Danks.
He's waving to his fans.
You think that you're gonna initiate
elbow, wrist. We can get Erika to teach us that.
I mean, it's beyond stupid that you think that Cutler is going to initiate a countdown when he's wearing a microphone. They're all mic'd up. You can just you could initiate it there.
But Blake, let me ask you: does my theory make sense that he did it as a form of misdirection for somebody to see? And
I hadn't thought. Yeah, of course, it could help. I mean, I think that's viable.
Just like Dan Flood's most obvious hand signal right before it happens, where he's like, looks this way, looks that way, steps forward, boom, like right behind Charlie, like everyone's not going to see it. And then they're all just playing dumb like it didn't happen.
I mean, if it was at the 5-minute mark, yeah, you've got an argument. But at the 9-minute mark, holding up the number 5, no, it's just
It makes it misdirection. That's what I'm saying. They're doing things just to confuse people.
I don't know if I would do this when I'm doing. That's what he does. He like wiggles, and we don't look. It's so stupid that it's like I can't even believe we're having to talk about it. Because Cutler's not initiating a countdown. He's not. He could be. Look, Cutler is there for it and to be a decoy.
No, we know that that's what I said when I said misinformation. It's a decoy, but not just a decoy for the scene. It's a decoy for people after the fact when they're investigating. But we've all been talking. Kelly's bad at cutting in, and I could just tell that she has something she wants to throw in right now.
Let's go.
I mean, I do think that it could be some sort of a countdown. I mean, they had to have multiple backstops to rely on, not just a watch, not, I don't know how loud it was for them to be able to necessarily hear themselves, or if their earpieces may have not been working properly. I mean, we're not privy to all that information, right? But it does appear that there's some sort of signaling. But is that the most critical thing? I don't think so. I think that we are getting like caught up in the weeds and distracted on yet another.
Yeah, it's one wild goose chase after another.
Yeah.
They like you.
I didn't even see that. Like, thank you.
Yeah,
I was just sitting here getting frustrated in my mind, thinking about how pissed off I get about, getting
trying to distract you. We're
down in
trying
the
to
weeds.
distract you from speaking.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I mean, well, I was thinking maybe it could be like 40. I mean, maybe 4 means something else, like, wouldn't you, if you were, okay, let's play devil's advocate. If you were doing it, would you do it so obviously? Would you say maybe 4 is supposed to mean something else? Would you make it mean something else, perhaps? I'm asking.
Do you want to watch the whole sequence from, like, I mean, when you watch
I've seen it.
The whole 9 minutes, 10 minutes of it up until the Big Bang, like, you're like, look, you really need to watch it from the minute 21 mark, and then you're going to be like, no, Cutler was not starting a fucking countdown, because there's so much shit going on from the next 9 minutes. Like, it's ridiculous. You need to go slap yourself. Go in the mirror, go in the bathroom, look in the mirror and slap yourself, because you deserve it if you think that. Like, it's stupid. There's so much going on in the next 9 minutes that Cutler's not initiating a countdown at the 121 mark of the video. Like, no, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I know Jesse personally. I talk to him on a regular basis. I think Jesse has, I mean, just from my experience, I think he's a good dude. I think he has good intentions. I think he thinks he's right. He's put a lot of these things together that it does make sense to me. I've even been on that train and said this makes a lot more sense than anything else that we've seen, right? So it's hard to deny, but also, like you said, Jesse's Jesse, right? So something has to, or we could be all wrong and it's something else, right? But at the end of the day, and it's funny how I said, how many weeks ago I said it all comes back to Charlie Kirk. I mean, because it's so interesting how there are, I think you're right. I think that it's all being used, Baze, as to create as many hypotheses as possible without any guaranteed ability to come to a specific outcome, all the way down to the first 911 calls. And Barron brought out some great information talking about that, and then the guy jumping off the roof and putting together a rifle and taking it apart, and it's all meant to distract us. And then that goes to show, okay, are they doing this on purpose, right? Because when you look at what they're doing, and when you align it to this, and I'm gonna play this up here, but first I'll read a couple more of the chats before we run out to the next thing. Hey, Ann, what's up, Ann? Good to see you. $2. Hey, just want to say hey, good to see you. Keats, a $2 tip to play last week's video. Oh, he wants to see last week's video? Okay, well, we'll play it near the end. What time? It's
it might be a good like intermission too, just like a little breakup,
Okay. Is it on your
whenever you feel fit? Maybe? Whenever you feel fit.
We can do it. It's just long. That's why. Let me see.
I have like a 2-minute version or something.
Mr. Tucker, that's not the first time someone has said that about me either.
What?
I talk a lot of shit.
Yeah,
somebody said in the chat. Oh man, we all talk shit.
I know.
A lot of people do.
And look, Danks, I agree with you on the injection of as many weird things happening as possible, but that only works when there isn't video And I'm just telling you, the good shit ain't even out yet, bro. The good shit ain't even out yet.
Well, what are we waiting on for?
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason? What?
Who,
What do you say?
who the F is Perry Mason in this case?
I'm using it as a verb, not as a noun. Perry Mason.
Okay, so who, like, I mean, again, what are we waiting for?
I don't know, maybe for him to take a plea. He just pled guilty to something that he didn't do, and then we can prove it. Like the bombshells come out, or during a trial. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe the trial, but I have my doubts on the trial. All right, Keats, $2 made us holler. Thank you, bro.
Shake it.
That's so sweet. Here we go for you
Oh,
guys.
this was before. Oh shit. Hold on. Danks just went live. Is it here? I think it's
so.
one.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, like, okay, guys, go get it, and then here we go. You ready? All right. Good luck.
Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard.
What? You're joking, right? Oh shit! Oh wait, no. I think that's me, buddy.
Oh,
Okay. You're jacking my lines.
Go ahead. Well, it doesn't.
You fucked me up. Now we gotta start from the beginning. Come on, let's go.
And the reason why we did this is to be like, how crazy is this freaking?
Yo, this was not planned either. Blake put us on the spot, and I'm just like, fuck it, yeah, let's go.
I did. Like, y'all are truth lesbians.
What you are doing. Look under my keyboard.
What? You're joking, right? I'm still okay, my love. But I'm stuck in Orin for a little while longer. Shouldn't be long until I could come home. But I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. You aren't the one who did it, right?
I am sorry.
I thought they caught the person.
No. They grabbed some crazy old dude and then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
One vehicle? Sorry, improv. Why?
Why did I do it?
Yeah.
I had enough. I had enough of this hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated. Out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it because I'm watching the news.
How long have you been planning this?
A bit over a week, I believe. I can get closer to it, but if there is a squad car parked right by it, I think they already swept that spot. But I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDEK. If it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how it was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke, all right? I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think it was a $2,000 scope. Weird face, weird face. Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff.
You are all I worry about, my love. I'm much more worried about you. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Yo, that's bullshit. You got all the good lines.
That's what I was trying to give you the lines.
I read that comment saying that we're just jerking off and we're not trying to get to the bottom of it, but you guys are missing the point. Like, if that's what you think, you are missing the point, because we read that word for word, except for I threw in the word vehicle one more time to be funny in an improv. But how could you possibly listen to that or read that transcript and think that whoever created it wanted you to believe it? Like, that's what you guys aren't realizing. Whatever happened that day, they wanted it to be a conspiracy theory. They wanted it to be multiple conspiracy theories. They wanted it to be covered. Like, why else? There's no call to action. There's no investigation. We had Pam Bondi testifying for 5.5 hours. Nobody brought it up once. The 911 tape comes out 5.5 months later, right before we go to war. Like, all these things. It's like, there's a lot of shadiness with the case. There's a lot of shadiness with the case.
If you think that those text messages are real and you literally believe that you're being told the truth from the district attorney from the county of Utah, I have nothing else to say to you, but you are an idiot. Okay, you are an idiot. Those text messages did not come from Tyler Robinson. Okay, I'm telling you right now, they did not come from Tyler Robinson. Period. They made that shit up.
Yeah.
They made that shit up.
And even the timing of those texts and the reason why, continuing to go back to day one, both the video of day one, like the most important things that happened. There's a reason why, the old crime show, The First 48, like the things that happened immediately before, immediately during, and immediately after are the most important
and
factors.
Look, ask yourself one question. If you believe in that slop, how in the world could Tyler Robinson know about an old guy being arrested when none of that stuff is out? Does Tyler have a radio? They didn't even think this shit through. Tyler's over waiting supposedly in his car to go get the rifle that he just left, that he could have just held on to and walked to the car, right? He just jumps off a fucking building, and then he's like, oh, I'm going to go find a good tree and leave this bitch underneath it. And then my car's right here, Oh, I'm afraid I'm going to be seen. You just ran off a campus, motherfucker. Like, what are you doing? You don't need to ditch the gun. Go to your fucking car and drive home and keep the rifle. But no, we're going to leave the rifle under this tree. Literally, like,
and the idea that the canines did not find the gun right away when it was allegedly fired.
Oh yeah.
Listen, if that, and Nate Valhalla pointed that out too. And if that gun was fired, those canines would have found that thing right away. Away.
How can Tyler possibly know about George Zinn when all of this is? No one knows about this.
It was hours that it came out after that. It wasn't like within that time period.
Right there, right then and there. They're in the present tense in their verbs and everything. He is there's no way. That's how you know it's all fake.
I think people need to start looking at all this differently. Okay? And there are still people that are like debating and arguing whether he's even like gone or not. And listen, just put that to the side. Whether you think he's alive, whether you think he's dead, just put that to the side. Look at the madness on that scene. Look at how ridiculous this case, this whole conspiracy theory, this trial that's allegedly happening with Tyler Robinson, the fact that he's still in jail with all this evidence coming out. Just think about what the actual cause and effect has been from this investigation, from this scene, from this conspiracy theory. What are we being distracted from? When are we being distracted from certain things? Who is being propped up? Who is being brought down? Like, I feel like people need to start asking different questions. And it's just like Charlie said, ask questions. Keep asking questions. You stop asking questions, you're going to lose everything. And if anybody is trying to tell you not to ask questions, as ridiculous as they may be, then that is a major red flag. Because this whole case has been so ridiculous. Everything about this has been weird. And it's to the point now where if you're not changing up the kind of questions that you're asking and taking a step back and saying, hey, what really happened? Like, what's been going on? You know, like, we're in March. We're at the 6-month mark. And, like, stuff's coming out that was getting brought up 5 months ago. Because when this first happened, me and other people that I know were sending in tips. Hey, I think we know this. Whether, you know, like, I'm not going to get into the details now. I'm actually making a video on that, which is you guys are going to look out for. I hope you guys look out for it. It's going to be very good. But I'm going to start pointing things out from the past. And I think it's going to start making some light bulbs go off. Because I think that a lot of the information that's come out on this case just took a little too long. And it came out at just a little too convenient of a time. You know, the files, the war.
Let's look. I'm gonna go through these two supers, and I want to show you guys something that to show you how this works, and I want to tie this back into why we're doing this today. But 1202 Awakening, $2. AZ Governor, TPUSA license plate, $17 funnel off. I know it's wild. I mean, it comes back to the distractions, man. It's like what's true, what's not, and it's gonna make you question what I'm going to show you here in the next few clips. Is that part of the plan? Whoa, you got a big one.
Whoa.
That's for you, I bet. You want to read it off?
Thank you, Louisiana girl. Happy birthday, Kelly. Hope your day was as special as you are. Sending you love. Well, thank you so much, friend. You are special too. Y'all, the friendships that I have made, that so many of us have made online throughout this investigation without ever even meeting each other in person, like, are so special. So
I want to hear her sing happy birthday with her Louisiana accent.
Yes.
I love like the Louisiana accent. There's something about it that I always have to hear people talk Louisiana.
Somebody sent this to me today. And they're saying, hey, people are talking about you. So they're talking about Tyler Robinson case, blah, blah, blah. And they're questioning that up top. And they said, did you guys hear another podcaster say now Danks is starting while he's rolling his eyes and shaking his head? Chat goes crazy. OMG, not Danks. Danks too. I can't believe Danks. It's disappointing. Baze too. By the way, it was regarding you guys questioning things about CK himself. Apparently, you guys aren't supposed to question anything that would make CK look bad. However, Erika is fair game. Go Max. They literally took the video I made about Wilson Finance and are saying I'm telling them people to stop talking about, like, bro, this is what people are getting out of this. Like, they won't even go watch the content. They won't even. The people just talk. Oh, Danks is part of the operation now. He's telling people to stop asking questions. Actually, no. I'm telling people to ask more questions and pay the hell attention to what's going on around you, because people are trying to tell you to stop asking questions. People are trying to confuse you. Jamaican Girl 6372 is spreading misinformation, all right, on purpose, apparently, or ignorantly.
You sure they weren't being sarcastic, though?
This doesn't look sarcastic, bro. There's nothing sarcasm here, bro. It's regarding you guys.
I'm just asking.
Things
I'm just asking. Things get lost in translation sometimes when it's text. I'm just, you know.
No, I don't think so. I think that it's something like I don't know. But this makes me question.
I read it differently, though. If I could, I read it like that they were sharing like a heads up that. Like, by the way, it was regarding you guys questioning things about CK and just saying, like,
yeah, that's what I thought. That's
like,
why it was
it's
in
like almost like
quotations.
that they were looking out for us, you know, sort of as in response to seeing us, you know, gathered last week and the hot takes of last week.
I hear another podcaster say, okay, so I took it wrong.
Yeah,
Maybe.
They thought it was in quotes. They're saying they're laughing at the idea that us questioning is bad.
Right.
Okay.
And so
shout out to Jamaican Girl. I know what's up.
Right. Okay. That's what I'm saying is like there was they were giving the heads up and they are seeing that for what it's worth.
Yeah, if it was a hater, they would have called me fake and gay.
So trying to discredit our work or our research
and
by
she's like giving the heads up and saying,
okay,
look, like this is going on, but, you know, and then also even anticipating that, like, I don't know, some kind of a shift. But anyway.
There will be a shift in the way viewers and podcasters move with all four of you guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't even give it the time of day to read the
You got
the
amped
rest.
from the jump.
I did. I was like,
No, hold on, Danks. You did what you thought they were doing.
You're a numbers guy. I get it. Don't worry about it, bro.
It's okay.
I'm an analyst.
That's
I
good.
should be better at reading the whole thing from top to bottom. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. All right, my bad, Jamaican girl. You cool with me? Stay curious.
We cool.
You're cool. We cool. We cool. See, I'm easy. I'm easy, bro. I keep it chilling. You know what I mean? But D says $4.99. Stay curious. Ask questions. Don't just accept what you're told. Ain't that right? Thanks for the super.
Tasked with identifying social media influencers who not only have large audiences, but are also willing to push pro-Israel propaganda in exchange for cash, with many earning as much as $7,000 per tweet, post, or reel.
I brought you this from Israel. It's a bracelet. It's to protect you from Israel.
They are the American social media stars pushing a pro-Israel agenda on the internet. And now it seems they can get a whole lot richer doing it.
I had to come to Gaza to see the truth with my own two eyes.
The Israeli government has launched a campaign to pay US influencers for positive posts to counter negative public opinion over Gaza.
Nobody is more influential on
So they go into Andrew Tate, which we could look at later, but just more evidence that this stuff is real, and they're working with AI. They're paying people to go into Wikipedia. Here, this one talking about TikTok and more war on TikTok. I mean, there's inside Esther project. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I wanted to show the Esther project from, let me close this. This was the human lives costed, 75,000 reported just by the IDF of deaths, 126,000 estimated. I think it's closer to 250,000, to be honest. That's my opinion. But this is where you really get an idea of what's actually happening here, and that they are pushing hard, and they're coming from all angles online and on the ground and in news.
Does not go where the puck is, but where it's going. And this has been a big lesson since 10-7 in part. So I can tell you.
And they use the history of damage against them to inflict war on everybody else. And it's not the religion, it's not even the people there, it's the government and the people in our government that are running the Z ionosphere, okay, and the propaganda efforts with the Heritage Foundation, which I'm going to show you an interesting podcast with Patrick Bet-David and the CEO of Heritage, and some things that are hidden in between the lines of their conversation. But
we have taken resources and redistributed it really towards the LLMs, towards generative AI. Folks, I got to tell you, how many of you used ChatGPT in the last week? Raise your hand. Folks, I'm going to come back here in a year and you all need to raise your hand. ChatGPT is ground truth for the vast hundreds of millions of people. It has over 1 billion users. It's been around for like 2.5 years. So like marching in the streets is one thing we could do, but what I would rather do and where I'm investing is building the technology to train the LLMs more effectively, and working with OpenAI, with Alphabet, with Anthropic, with Meta, with Microsoft. We are working with them now to train the LLMs. Heck, we're in conversations with Alibaba to train their LLM because the Chinese AI models are.
You got to think about it like this. If it's a war, you're going to train your military ground level. You're going to train your Air Force. You're going to train your drone operators, your tactical unit, your medics. You're going to train the tank operator. You have all these divisions, all right? So in a war, if it's a war against us psychologically and online, how would you do it?
you'd have to go to TikTok, to X with bots, to the news, to ChatGPT, to create AI extensions that can infiltrate the AI, and with geofencing. You have to hit all angles of the turf that you are battling on, that the war is on. Okay, so that means infiltrating the people, infiltrating the government, right? If you're going to go into Iran, you're going to infiltrate the security staff for Ayatollah. Well, you're going to infiltrate the social media influencer space by paying influencers, by finding out who people trust the most. In that video that we could go back to maybe and even see, he talks about how Andrew Tate, he shows some very interesting clips that I had seen of Tate and Jordan Peterson. Here, I might actually play this because I think it's actually very interesting.
Social media than Andrew Tate, certainly not in the Western world, where he has earned his title as the world's most searchable man on the internet, despite being credibly accused and indicted on rape, sex trafficking, and illegal pornography charges. He remains the ultimate manipulator of vulnerable young men, all of which is widely known. So let's focus instead on his current schemes and plots, particularly as they relate to his alleged covert influence operations for the Zionist regime. But before we delve into that, let's turn the clock back to 2022, the year that I warned his alleged conversion to Islam was nothing more than a ruse to lure vulnerable young Muslim men into his web of deceit. But having been badly exposed as a complete fraud in the West, he's now looking for a new target audience, specifically young Muslim men who have become drawn to him by his appearance of wealth, success, and hypermasculinity. In other words, Muslims are his new target market. I also said that it was likely that Andrew Tate had become a newly minted recruit for Israel's online propaganda efforts, given his behavior borrowed from the same Zionist playbook used by Canadian psychologist Jordan Peterson, who had successfully built a large Muslim audience by pandering to Islamic sensibilities.
I have been informed by many sources and also observed online, not least because of my discussions with a variety of Muslim thinkers, supporters, and critics, that I have developed an audience in the Muslim world.
As soon as Peterson's Muslim fan base grew to a considerable size, his messaging suddenly took a noticeable change, but not in a way that pleased Muslims, but in a manner that served the interests of Israel, with his weekly sermons becoming subtly and not so subtly infused with Zionist talking points.
And all this is lovely to see in the aftermath of the extraordinary Abraham Accords, which have laid out the possibility for peace between all the people of the book in an unprecedented manner.
In praising the Abraham Accords, a deal in which the United
He's basically saying, if you guys aren't catching, he's saying, like, in one breath or one video, he's talking about and appeasing the Muslim population to gain influence, and then using psychology, which is his specialty, right, self-proclaimed, to push the Abraham Accords and the ideology of Boston in that region.
Arab Emirates threw the Palestinians to the wolves in exchange for Israeli trade deals and American weapons and surveillance technologies. Peterson encouraged Muslims to support the Zionist occupation because, as Peterson and Netanyahu know all too well, that if they can somehow manage to build widespread support for Israel's normalization in the Muslim world, then it's effectively game over for the Palestinian people and a future Palestinian state. Thankfully, however, only the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco have committed this ultimate act of treachery, which is why Israel is now engaged in a full-court press to bring Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan to the table. A feat
Let me speed it up here.
was the last, according to Andrew Tate. Well, as it turns out, the sixth attempt was the lucky charm, because just 2 weeks ago, Tate encouraged his predominantly Muslim audience to embrace the Abraham Accords, the same way his host nation, the UAE, did. Encouraged
by the UAE allows Jews into the country, and they have an embassy for Israel. So you can either be the UAE and get business done while publicly opposing the Israeli government and get things done and be a rational actor, or you can be some extreme country, which makes you a poor little shithole. If you go to
this is
Turkey
crazy.
or you go to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, any of these countries, and if you hung around there for a while, and if you knew the people I know, eventually you'd end up in conversations with people who would try and convince you to do extreme things, dangerous things. You know, it's interesting because we can even look at Islamic terror. They don't blow themselves up. They find some young guy and convince him to go blow himself up. Thought you got a bunch of virgins. Like, I'm Muslim. I'm saying if you got a bunch of virgins for blowing yourself up, surely they'd be doing it themselves. Why are they convincing someone else to do it? There is none of these divides at the top. This is the thing that people don't understand. When I was talking earlier about anti-Semitism, if a Saudi billionaire parks his yacht next to an Israeli billionaire, there's no discussion of anti-Semitism. There's no problem with Palestine. They're both billionaires. This is why there's no war between those countries. There's platitudes on the TV. This is bad. But when they all meet, it's fine.
Literally none of this comes as a surprise to those who have watched Andrew Tate transform and
it is interesting that he is self-proclaimed Muslim and then says you're a shithole country if you don't come to the table with Boston. I think that is very, very interesting. Just me, you know. I find that very curious. I don't know where he comes from that and why he would mention that. And that podcast where he's with Jack is recent. This was a few weeks ago. I watched it. You know, and there are things I think that Andrew he says that are interesting, and I can see why young men of today would want. There's no men out there, you know, and Andrew is this hyper masculine man, or at least he fronts that, and he puts that out there. So when you see somebody like him, imagine how much he could do for any cause if you can get to him, you know. And that's what I'm trying to say here, is that you have to be scrutinizing what people are saying and how they're going about the conversations they're having, because they'll slip it in without you even realizing. That was a very smooth way of approaching that on his behalf. Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting. But then
well, you know what's
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go. No, you go.
No, you're good.
You're on a roll. I want to say something about, you know, I don't know a whole lot about Andrew Tate, so I'll preface with that. But when he was first, I guess, released or whatever, I did kind of look a little bit into him because it was newsworthy, and I had seen a headline that piqued my interest because it said something about Romania and it said something about sex trafficking, if I can say that. You know, I don't know. Tell me if I need to use a different word on your, sorry, if I have to use a different word, you know.
For which word?
Trafficking. yeah, something. Anyway.
Boston or
what kind of word do you like to use?
I use Boston, just Z for the Zionosphere, you know.
Okay, what if it's the moving or you know, anyway, yeah. So,
whatever you can do.
The
whatever.
abuse, yeah. We'll say the abuse of or unwilling participation.
Just say trafficking.
Traffic lights.
Okay.
Yeah, traffic lights.
Okay. So if that was going on, or unwilling participants in certain activity, that Candace has repeatedly defended.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off, but if you say unwilling participants in an activity, you might confuse everybody. They might think you're talking about our military, but keep going.
Oh, speaking of, I got a clip.
But has repeatedly defended him against these allegations. And so anyway, I think that both Candace and Tucker have been known to be like, you know, to stand up for him. And I find that to be very interesting in the whole spectrum of things. So maybe I need to look a little further into that, those relations.
Speaking of military being forced, put a 1 in the chat if you've seen this video. I just found out about it today. When did it come out? 6 months ago. So imagine now when we are looking at people getting paid or people having an agenda for a specific reason to push a certain narrative for a certain country. if you can get whoever, like, imagine the depravity it takes to do something like this that I'm going to show you. Blake, have you seen this video I'm about to show? No?
So after 20 years of service in the military, yesterday I got pulled into an officer's office and counseled for posts that I have on my social media. During the counseling, they told me I'm under investigation as a threat to national security. When I asked for proof, like what the posts were yesterday, they refused to give it to me. They made me come back today to further go over stuff. They gave me the proof, and the proof they gave me are anti-Israel posts. Now, when I joined the military, I took an allegiance to support the United States of America. I did not ever take an allegiance to support Israel. But yet, I am deemed a threat to national security because I do not support Israel and their genocide against the Palestinian people. Yes, you heard that right. I am deemed a threat to national security because I don't support Israel against the Palestinian people. Since when does not supporting a foreign nation get a U.S. investigated for being a threat to national security?
That to me is insane, bro. That was 6 months ago.
At least they didn't stick his hands in the door.
Oh man. Did you see that the guy?
No, don't play that though, because everyone
I'm
got
not
upset.
But so the person who replaced. I gotta show Nate.
I don't even think you pronounced that. No, don't show the clip. Don't show the clip of it happening.
No, I won't. I'm gonna show Valhalla because he does this person who replaced Christy Nome, she got fired. If you don't know, she got fired by a Navy SEAL Green Beret or whatever, Green Beret, by Sheehy, and he's a Green Beret. So let me fast forward to where he gets into this. This and
this morning, but we weren't.
First video the guy makes just blows me away, bro. I mean, I think it's near the end, actually. Maybe. I don't know where, but here.
Expecting old Christy Noam to get replaced, and that is the absolutely insane viral story from yesterday. I'm sure you guys are already tracking. Yes, that former Marine combat veteran who was thrown out of a congressional hearing extremely violently, having his arm broken in the process because he had the audacity to protest the war in Iran that nobody wants. And what's the most amazing part of the story? Yes, we finally yesterday got rid of that piece of shit Dan Crenshaw, getting those scumbag Navy SEALs out of office, and another one shows up to take his place because another former Navy SEAL congressman is in hot water now for jumping into
I'm not showing it. My bad. That's okay.
To help Capitol Police and ended up breaking this Marine's arm. And the best part about this story is I actually have friends that worked with old Sheehy when he was a SEAL, and they've provided us some clips of what a piece of shit this guy actually is. Shocker. So let's jump into it. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on all our new social media platforms. And yeah, let's talk about this. Now, I'm probably not going to be able to show the actual altercation videos because YouTube loves to shut down anything that's got violence in it, especially if it's protesting against this current conflict. But I'm sure you guys have seen it. We'll use some still frames. We'll talk about it a little bit. So this is the main clip that went viral. I'm not going to play it with sound because that'll automatically flag the algorithm. As you can see right here, this is a Senator Sheehy who decides to step in. And here's the moment you can see his arm is caught in this door and his arm is snapped in half, literally.
I did a bear.
And second clip here, you can see as he's being drug out.
And he is saying, I don't want to, we shouldn't have to fight. He is actually peaceful in the beginning, which is
Okay,
crazy.
let's talk about this. First thing I want to make very, very, very clear to everyone. Anyone, especially global war on terror combat veterans, have the right to protest against another regime change war in the Middle East. And on top of that, any veteran who fought in any war and conflict has the ultimate authority and right to protest yet another war. If you went out and fought the wars previously, you 1000% are the subject matter expert on what war is, and thus you probably should be listened to by the general populace.
I agree.
Now, what makes this story interesting is the Marine in question here is actually running for Congress in North Carolina. So, yes, Brian McGinnis actually turns out he's running for Senate with the Green Party, as it says here, veteran U.S. firefighter, father of 4, healthcare is a human right, people over profits. And so what's interesting, yesterday, as I was sitting in the dentist chair and my phone started to blow up, vibrating nonstop, I knew something had happened. Subscribers. Brian now has 327,000 followers on Instagram.
He started with 15,000 or something like that, and then the next day.
So yes, I don't know everything he believes in, but from what I can see, seems like a pretty good man.
Now the
Firefighter,
guy that took him out, I might as well just commentary on it instead of playing so long. So the guy that replaced Kristi Noem is Sheehy, okay, and Sheehy has already taken $641,000 from the AIPAC lobby. And one of his first, if not his first political presentation is an AIPAC video saying, I came to meet with you know who to talk about you know what. And it's just so crazy, man. Heavy Duty Country does a video on it as well. And it's like, bro, they're all bought and paid for $641,000, bro, already. And he took it upon himself to excuse a Marine, retired Marine in dress, to come and actually peacefully, I don't know if he shows it here. I don't know where, Valhalla, which part he shows it. I think it might have even been in this one. I think it might have been. Yeah.
I'm going to try to contain myself on this one because, my God, you want to start getting me fired up, just start messing with people's freedom of speech. Start messing with people's freedom of speech and then lie about it on top of what happened.
Yeah. Mark Wayne, Mullen, Sheehy, something like that.
This camp, you're in some weird communism, another country first camp instead of America first, and actually caring about us. So for those of you who didn't hear, there was a Marine who simply expressed his freedom of speech. At this point, I don't know what our government's doing. It seemed like it was a book club as far as if we should be at war or not in Israel. And the answer is no, for anyone who's curious. And if you don't know why, I recommend that you start educating yourself. This isn't 1950 anymore, where you just listen to everything the government tells you and you've got your MAGA hat and it's all good. Nope. You need to do your own research as far as how Israel has treated us in the past, what we actually get out of the relationship, and what Israel has done.
Maybe the chat's correcting me. Maybe I have two people mixed up. What I don't know where the confusion is. Mark Wayne, Mullen, but either way, somebody knew. I don't know. Okay, then maybe I'm wrong, but I know that Mark Wayne Mullins did replace the Ice Queen, right? Is what the chat is saying.
That's correct.
The Sheehy person, then how am I mixing this up? Is this person newer? And it seems new to me. It seems like he's just popping up. Where am I wrong?
Yo, Grok is definitely giving you demerits right now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, you're
94.5%.
I mean, sorry.
Why am I getting mixed up? Well, then Valhalla messed up. Then he threw me off because I had it right before, and then now now he's saying the same thing.
And if you don't want to, then just I don't know. All right, so why don't we start from the top here? Obviously, I'm not going to show his arm being broken because people just don't need to see that. And if you have a problem with that kind of stuff, then I hear you. I don't want to hear it, but I watched it and I heard it, and you can hear it snap and everything like that. And it's honestly pretty sad. But I want y'all to listen to what the guy said, how calm he was, if he was
he,
violent
she,
or not.
Okay, that's right. She replaced Dan Crenshaw. That's right. And you said he is so awesome, but he's taking money from a foreign agent. Okay, just so you know. Just so you know, I just showed the clip. He is a ex-military who is sent to represent the American people, and he's already collected over $500,000 from AIPAC. Okay, so if you think that's awesome, that's on you. It's not awesome to me. I think that's fucking bullshit.
If he started anything other than simply expressing his freedom of speech, and watch what the Capitol Police did, and then this senator.
This war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on.
Barely got the words out of his mouth.
America does not want to fight its sons and daughters the war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your existence as leaders. Now, this is wrong now. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
You believe this? How out of control is this?
A reminder to all our Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up.
Folks, this is the culmination of our country being in the fucking shitter. And if you can't see it, I'll pray for you. This guy simply said, we don't want to fight for Israel. Great. Okay. You don't want to fight for Israel. I wouldn't want to either. Can we have a discussion about it? I don't know. Is he allowed to speak his mind? Fuck yeah, this is America. But you know what? He just got dragged away, got his arm broken. Why? Was he violent? Was he even aggressive the first time he said it before they dragged his ass off for simply opening his mouth? You know what this is? It's a fucking dictatorship. You don't comment about Israel. You don't say anything about Israel, or we'll drag you off, we'll break your arm. What the fuck is going on, man? Listen to him again on how calm he was, not violent, cool, calm, and collected.
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on.
I mean, grab him right away.
Immediately, they grab him.
America does not want to fight its sons and daughters the war.
I truly hope people understand.
I mean, that's rough, man. That's rough. I don't understand what's happening. I mean, I do. At the same time, is everyone just paid? Is that what it is? Or are they? Is that what it has to be? That. What other incentive would you have?
That they were with little kids and they're in the files and they got no choice.
Yeah,
I think there's.
I'm not making any accusations.
You always interrupt.
You're asking for. Sorry,
as soon
Blake.
as he speaks up, you fucking interrupt.
I'm sorry, Blake.
No, you're good. I think there's an ungodly amount of money being, that's being used as padding, for people in Congress, and you're never going to get anything when that's the case. I mean, it's a messy intersection where there's a massive wreck, because I mean, I just go back to before the election, or anytime someone catches someone in the hallways, hey, so-and-so, congressman, congresswoman, is it Israel first or is it America first? I mean, we remember those videos, right? Y'all remember saying all those? How many of them how many of them didn't answer? I'd answer in a heartbeat. I mean,
I think it's time to go back and do some fresh ones. Yeah.
It should require no thought.
When this is the problem with the way our political system is set up. When we vote people in on good conscience with good policy that they say they're going to put into action, but then they get in office, and this should be illegal. PACs, super PACs, unregistered agents, all of these corporations and entities are taking money, giving it to a politician that's supposed to be working on the behalf of us, and saying, hey, here's $500,000.
you know, if you just say this, do that, it doesn't matter what it is. I don't, if it's big pharma, if it's tobacco, if it's for Boston, if it's for vaxes, bro, we shouldn't be allowing politicians to take money on behalf of anybody to push anything. That is the problem with our system. And it's completely infested. It is like asbestos in Gaza and all the buildings that are still left. There's no treatment. There's nothing you can do. You would literally have to destroy it to fix it. That's how I see it. It
I
shouldn't
see what you
be
did there.
illegal.
You watched the video, I guess, huh?
No, it's just I heard every time now I hear asbestos, I just think about Larry
All right,
Silverstein and
Yeah.
A hell of an insurance payout.
see,
So-
bro, nothing gets past me. Nothing gets past me.
911, anybody?
So that's the problem. And when we are taking time out of our day to go vote and we're paying attention to elections and we're hoping for this and hoping for that, and then they just get right in and take money, and then we've got influencers taking money to lie or to spread propaganda, and then we've got a whole nother origin of a location sending out mass disinformation campaigns to make us believe one thing when a reality is different. How many different ways can we say that, or how many different ways are they going to attack us without actually physically attacking us until they start actually attacking us? You see, like they did with this Marine.
Right.
And it's really bothersome and it's scary because it feels like when you learn about Pax Judaica and the overwhelming effort to make Boston the center of the world, with their shekel being the primary currency. Because if you think about it like this, and I rationalized it all the way down to this, Pax Judaica is basically a new world order where Boston is the primary, is the new America. Okay. That all that oil money from Venezuela is going into the hands of somebody who owns a big oil company and or a part of like an investment. I forget exactly. Don't quote me, or I'm not citing anything right now. I could pull it up and do a video sometime. But essentially, the owner of a company, I think it's an investment company, has his hands with the oil pipeline and is actually taking a lot of that oil money from Venezuela, sending it to Boston and building technology, infrastructure, schools, surveillance, and sending it over there. So all the money that is coming into the United States, they're sending it in cash over to Boston because we are in so much debt. It's irrecoverable. There's no recovering the debt that we are in. We're in $100 trillion plus in debt when you add on the interest. Okay. There's no recovery. So what I think is happening is that they're intentionally sending the money over there in cash and building infrastructure in cash and buying property in cash and demolitioning property like what we talked about in my video yesterday. And then they're going to rebuild everything, tax-free haven and all this. And when the dollar crumbles here, there's only going to be when I said when, okay, not if, when the dollar crumbles here, they will have all of their stuff set up over there. And we're all going to be left fending for ourselves, hoping that we have some scraps of silver and gold somewhere, while they're over there living the high life on Gaza Beach.
You know what else is crazy that most people don't realize? All this money that gets sent over there, they don't spend it right away. They put it in accounts and they keep the interest. Do you know that? Thanks. Look that up. That's going to be an episode that you could do real soon.
I believe it.
I mean, yeah, that's your type of episode. Yeah, I want you to go down that rabbit hole and look at how much money that they've made just off of the interest that they've collected on the free money that we've given them.
If you put $1 trillion,
most people don't realize that.
Collecting 5% interest on $500 million or $500 billion or whatever it is. It's not that much, probably. Maybe it is. But let's just do the math real quick. So say we have, call it $5 billion. 1, 2, 3, 5 billion times 0.05% is 250. You can make $250 million a year.
You could buy a lot of politicians with that money, just saying.
Just in interest at 5%.
It's really depressing, you guys, when you just hear it laid out like that. And I think a lot of people in the chat are echoing that sentiment. I mean, what do you think we can do about it at this point?
Oh, a call to action. So refreshing. We're asking for one.
I love a good call to action.
I was talking about this with
people
my
need-
wife today. The oil. We have so much oil. We are the largest producer of oil in the world. We have Venezuela. Now they're trying to take over Iran and the Middle Eastern oil and all of this. But we are stuck paying more than anybody else in the whole world for oil. What the hell is that? What is that shit? You know how many different oil refineries are all along the Gulf of Mexico, or all over Texas and all over all over the United States, Alaska, all in the middle of the country, Kansas. I mean, you name it. This place is an oil gold mine. Then we just took Venezuela and we doubled our supply, and our gas has gone up since then.
Well,
It's
the
gonna go
Venezuela
even
thing
higher.
is a little more complicated because they have a very particular heavy crude oil, and that takes special refining to get. Same thing, like with Venezuela, they are
have
so
the
rich in
refineries there
resources.
to do that. That's the thing.
And yeah, and you
That's
better
why
believe
we took-
Exxon was poised and ready to go. You know, I mean, all of that stuff was lined up and ready to roll, I think, in advance with the private companies. But I just don't know, how we, first of all, I guess people have got to get involved, stay, awake to everything that's going on and educated. Get your news from multiple sources, like and subscribe. That's one thing you can do right now. But, you've got to get active. Like, you can't just stay in one echo chamber. That's for sure. You have got to figure out how to do, how to do something, how you got to talk to people at work, talk to strangers in the grocery line, talk to, and then start like expanding out from there. I don't know, guys. What do you think?
Well, I want to address one thing real quick. The reason why I don't call it IHOP and I don't call it Philly is because we have to use
one
as
second.
many words as possible in order to keep them from isolating us with specific words. If we just all use the same fucking words, then what's the point of using those words? They're code
Right.
words.
Yep.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that exactly. We live in America where we're supposed to have free speech. And so if we are succumbing to censoring ourselves, then we are saying it's okay to be censored.
And I don't even like having to do it, but I don't. This is what's happening, unfortunately, because I've already had multiple videos demonetized. I don't talk about it, because I don't need to. But I'm just saying, I'm gonna play the game for now. But if we can raise enough awareness and say this is even ridiculous that we have to do it, but it's smarter to use multiple. Now everybody's using Philadelphia. I would be embarrassed if it was just one word and we're all using it. Well, they're just gonna cut that shit out real quick, and then we're gonna have what are we gonna all gonna go before you next? This is how censorship works. They ban one word, then we all use another word, then they stop that. And next thing you know, the whole fucking dictionary's gone. One by one by one by one. Instead of if every person that had a platform used a different word, okay? You use Detroit. We could start with all the cities in the whole world if we wanted to, and then every word from
What
A
if
to
we
Z.
just started calling it Palestine?
I don't know if that's very good either, to be honest.
Although
I'm
actually, I
just-
will say, I did
What?
see.
That's what they
I
called
did-
it in the Balfour Declaration, right? Pull it up. Look that shit up.
I
People don't know
did
that.
see a polling done this week for the first time in 25 years. There was, people believed had a higher opinion, I guess, of Palestine. And, oh man, I took a screenshot of it, but of Palestine than Israel. And so that was interesting. Oh, did you just give me a look because I said the name?
No,
No. I don't.
Say whatever you
I'm
want.
not that. I'm not
Okay,
that
okay.
sneaky about
They already
it. It's
shadow
like,
banned me into oblivion.
Okay.
you can
Okay.
say it. I want to play a couple things. I do want to get through some of these supers real quick. You got another birthday.
Oh,
Making it
thank
rain.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I got an idea. I know
Thank
what we
you
can call from now
so
on.
much.
I know
I
what I'm
really
calling it on my
appreciate
show.
All right, all right.
I'm sorry, I
Keep
didn't
it
mean to
your
cut
show.
everybody off.
Happy
for it.
birthday.
Tell us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Me?
Oh, another happy
you want me to
birthday.
tell you?
Thank you. Thank
Happy
you. Thank
birthday, my
you.
friend.
Happy
You're
birthday. Yes,
absolutely
yeah, go for it.
You're an absolute. You are an absolute. It starts. Hugs, beautiful. $10. Sean Hedman. Wouldn't that be crazy if that was Sean? Sean Hedman. $4.99. He's in the chat. Oh man, I forget sometimes this is like a global show. Happy birthday, Kelly. How can no left or right not go after these obvious fake texts? No timestamps. Just typed insanity to me. Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I do find the timestamp thing very interesting because this was something I was going to kind of interject earlier. If you go back and look, because I'd pulled up, oh man, here, I'll go back to it. But I had pulled up the little transcript. It's going to take me just a second to pull it back up. One moment. Where Tyler had said, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle. It's very unique. And then saying, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. Like, hold on a second. How fast did all of that happen? Because you guys, like, his home was 3+ hours back. Like, did these texts happen over the course of a couple days? Like a day?
I thought it was 33
yeah,
hours.
that's what they're literally putting it all, like Blake said. It's like all happening as like right in that text thread.
So
But then they don't
if
put
that
timestamps.
text thread was relatively close together, this makes absolutely no sense. It could potentially completely, like, nail in the coffin, discredit the texts.
I know. When did Tyler find time to go to Dairy Queen? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. There was somebody in the chat, I can't find it now, but they said we could always just call it my love.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I'm sorry for cutting you guys off. I just, like, sometimes I get these really good ideas. And I'm just
Use sign language. We should.
No. From now on my show, I will refer to it as Benny Hannes.
Benny Hannes. Okay. All right.
You know, I mean, some of these restaurants, like, I'm like, do they appreciate the shout
Because of Ben. I was thinking
the cities.
I don't know
We're
which
hitting
one it
Philly,
is.
Boston.
No, because you know Ben. There's the Shapiro Ben.
Oh, I like it, Ben.
What's his name? Makowski? Well, I don't know. I'm bad at Polish, but I'm just gonna go with Benny Hannes.
Tatum went on a rant about that Marine. Yeah, I saw them attacking the Marine regarding his political views, which I think is ridiculous. Doesn't matter if he's a freak, like HDC said. I don't care if you're a balloon, a pumpkin, or a watermelon. If you're a citizen, you have the right to free speech in this country. And it doesn't matter if you believe in the KKK, like, or if Black lives are the only thing that matters. You still have the freedom of speech. And a Marine of all people should have the right to stand up in a room of Americans and speak their opinion on the outcome of who goes to fight and die for this country or someone else's country.
I think George Carlin said it best. I don't think we really have
Thanks for the
rights.
super chat, Renita.
I think we have privileges, and I think that just got proven when that Marine got dragged out and his arm broken. Because if we really had freedom of speech, that would not have happened. We would not be coming up with nicknames to talk about foreign nations.
No, that's true.
We wouldn't
That's
have
what's
people
bothersome.
like Larry Ellison buying up every single company with the media to try to push the propaganda of a foreign nation.
Correct.
If the Fourth Amendment was real, all these companies wouldn't have the right to, trick us to click in the yes on all the terms on all these apps that we have, so that we never know when we're getting recorded, when they're looking at us, when they're hearing us, where our data is going, this company, that company, this intelligence agency, that intelligence agency. To me, that's a huge violation of the Fourth Amendment. If the Constitution was written today, the way that it was written 250 years ago or whatever, I think things would be worded a little bit differently to keep up with the technology. But everything is a loophole. Everything is a technicality. Everybody's getting bought. And listen, make no mistake, controlled opposition is a real thing. There are certain people that say all the things that you want to hear, and you get that all, fuzzy feeling inside, and you're like, rah, rah, rah. But that's why they call it controlled. Because they'll give you 95% of the truth, and then that little 5%, they're just going to keep pointing you in the other direction. And pay attention. Listen to what I'm saying and pay attention.
And like and subscribe. All right, I'm going to play this because I want you guys to see what this is, because you need to know about it. It's called the Esther Project, and it's being campaigned and operated hand in hand with the largest political conservative nonprofit, way bigger, way older than TPUSA. It's called the Heritage Foundation, and they've got this going on.
By the way, all of this is happening at the same time that they, in this case, this is the IDF, saying that Purim, triumph over an enemy seeking your destruction. Centuries later, we are reliving that same story.
Purim, a story of surviving in the face of an enemy that seeks your destruction. Sound familiar?
Actually, no, I don't know what that is.
And also, let me address this comment. I understand what you're trying to say, okay? I understand. I get it. I don't need to be educated by somebody else. I don't mind. Actually, I need to be educated. I always do. But I understand what you're saying, okay? We're within our property and our country or whatever. If you're a no borders person, I don't know your belief, all right? But I believe I was born here. My parents, my mom was born here. My dad came here the right way, okay? I'm half Iranian, all right? I'm proud to be an American, and I'm America only at this point. I'll tell you straight up, I'm America only at this point. I've gotten to that point, and I've said this before. The reason why I say only is because first, America first gives too much leeway. It gives too much give and take because they will make an excuse for, oh, well, for America to be first, we need to do this for them or this for that. It's give a little bit, take too much. All right. You give somebody an inch, they take a mile. That's what happens when you do America first. So right now, I'm America only at this point. All right. I don't care about any other country. And unfortunately, it seems like everybody else cares about every other country except ours. So now we need America only people to stop giving and start taking, because we've given everything to everybody else except for ourselves. Whether you're Christian or not, I understand the giving and we're going to get back. And I'm Christian. I believe in God and Christ and all of this. But I am not in the mood anymore to give my country away, my dollar away, my property away, my car away, everything away. So that for what? For who? They don't care about. We give so they can surveil, so they can introduce new laws and new things and silence and give us issues. Why? Why are we still giving? This is still the giving season. The last fucking 40 years, 140 years. How many years are you going to fucking give? I'm tired of it. And the citizen thing, I'm an American citizen. That's what my fucking passport says. That's what my social security says. That's who I am. All right. I'm an American. I'm not anything else. Just because I have this culture in the background and this and that, and I like this food and I speak this language, doesn't mean anything. All it means is that I own my place here. All right. And that's what makes me who I am and where I'm at. And I'm tired of everybody else suffering at the behest of everybody else. When they go to work, working 2, 3, I used to work 3 jobs, waiting tables, busing tables, all of this,
managing restaurants, opening restaurants. It was a fucking nightmare. And I was barely scraping the surface to get by. And actually, I probably wouldn't have done so well if I didn't have a wife to help carry us through. It takes more than one at this point. I know Keli, she's a single mother. It's not easy. And she's got something going on in her personal life. I cannot imagine. Baze, you're fortunate. You have somebody else to help. We are fortunate. But a lot of you out there that are watching probably are getting off of work. It's 9 o'clock at night. It's midnight. Half of you probably just got off a shift. Or you're still listening and working a shift in your earbuds. Who wants to do that? It's midnight.
Or what about everybody? What about everybody who has kids in the military that voted for Trump because they didn't want war?
Right? So
everybody who was relieved when Trump won because he thought that it was going to be America first and that we were going to get peace and he was going to drain the swamp and there was going to be accountability. People were going to go to jail. The borders were going to get closed. Instead, what do we have? In the past couple of days, from what I understand, there's been a huge increase in the AI and mass surveillance of Americans. Oh, Day hitting me up with the 50 again. Wow, thank you so much. Name sounds like Dale. I forgive you. Haha. Dragon lady in my circle. Much love and light. And go on with your bad self. Happy birthday, Keli. Baze is based as fuck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, Jules. What's up, Colin? $20 make a holler, but we give $95 billion every year to America's greatest ally.
And thanks. Find out how much interest they're collecting on that.
I mean, yeah, that wouldn't be hard to do.
Oh my gosh! And you guys, here, I'm
imagine if they would.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks,
I'm gonna pull this up
I
while you're telling that story.
I was gonna say, imagine they were just hoarding the money the whole time and just spending the interest, and they just had a stash.
Yeah, that's what they do. They spend the interest. That's how rich people live. Okay, there's two ways.
Find out they're sitting on a couple of trillion in some offshore Einstein accounts.
It's not only the interest, bro. You're also getting dividends on American stocks. So you're getting 3.5% interest on the S&P 500 off of a $50 million account every single month, paid out quarterly or annually. So imagine that, and then you also have your rollouts. You've got all these different interest-bearing accounts, and then you've got your stock account. And then if you're smart, you have a little bit of crypto on the side, futures, derivative trading. Okay, there's so many ways. If I was, when I will get to where I need to be, it will be game over, and I won't have to worry about it because I already am educated on all of this stuff, and I've done it before. I was stupid with my money. Not stupid, I bought property and paid cars, and I had bought 4 cars and toys and all this shit, but that's the thing. When you go from rich to broke to rich to broke, that's what happens. I spend a lot of money, but I learned, and that's the thing is you learn from your mistakes. But at the end of the day, side rant. But anyways, at the end of the day, that's how they live. Is when you have a certain amount of money, you only need like $5 million, and you can live on an interest-bearing account and on dividends forever. That's all you need. So, and then you have some gold. You know what I mean? I prefer to just have mostly gold over crypto at this point, because crypto is tied to the dollar. Anyways, I do want to talk about the Esther project.
I also okay. I put
did you have something?
I did. That was kind of on this topic though. Before we move too far off of Izzy or Benihana or IHOP or whatever we want to call it.
Benihana's all day.
Boston. It's all part of the same conversation.
Yeah, because it's
we got to get Benihana's trending on X this week.
I'm like, I can't call it Olive Garden. I don't know. Anyway, no, I put a link to the actual press release in the private chat because I didn't want to pull up my whole screen share thing and risk messing anything up. That's fun. And then, but basically, Texas just last month, so like 2 weeks ago, has doubled its investment in Izzy bonds to $280 million. Like, why?
I'm going to show it right now. Let me address this. So if you missed it, I sent out multiple emails from that account. Because of circumstances about the money, I decided to close that donation. I might do it later, but there's a reason why you see me without talking to the other person I started with. So if you donated to that, please check your email from Spot Fund. I sent you a couple from that account. I'm refunding it. I thought I got it. Well, some people let me keep some of the money, so that's the truth, but not a lot. But I gave back almost everybody besides the ones that. But there are some people that haven't asked for their money back yet, so I still have that money in my account. I'm waiting for whoever else needs it. So send me an email, but you need to check Spot Fund because it tells you exactly what to do if you did donate. But yeah, if I have time, I'm under contract right now for two jobs. One starts on Monday, one's paid on delivery. So I'm busy, but I would like to do it. And what they're talking about is I was going to build a geofencing detection application that you could actually, detect any type of surveillance on your phone and then scramble it, which I'm capable of doing. I would love to do it. For now, I can't. But if you donated, please check your email. All right. Let me show what she's got up here.
Actually, yeah. You know what? Let me send you now this. Oh my gosh. I might just have to leave Texas. I just sent you another a second link. Let's take a look at this article. You guys, the Texas Jewish Post. Okay, this is really getting interesting. There are two interesting things in this article. They were quite revealing to me.
Texas doubles investment in Boston bonds to $280 million. What is this, bro?
This is real. This literally just happened.
Okay, so Kelly Hancock, acting Texas comptroller, announced Thursday, February 12th, that Texas will double invest in Boston bonds from approximately $140 million to $280 million, marking the largest one-time investment in Boston bonds in Texas history. The investment elevates Texas from the sixth largest to the second largest U.S. state investor in these securities. Texas proudly stands with Boston. You know who's behind this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ted Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
This expanded investment reinforces our long-standing relationship and shared commitment to faith, freedom, and economic opportunity. Texas and Boston have built a partnership that stretches beyond finance, and this step reflects both our solidarity and our belief in what we can accomplish together. Wow. Chair of the
Okay, but you got to keep going because there's something else that's disturbing at the bottom too, or down there too.
Texas has always led with conviction, and the comptroller's decision to double the state's investment in Boston bonds affirms both prudent financial stewardship and the strength of the Texas-Boston partnership. Boston bonds have long served as a sound component of diversified portfolios. Texas has invested in bonds since 94 as part of they've been investing there since 1994?
I had no idea.
Bro. Diversified portfolio strategy. The bonds are fixed rate securities issued by the government of Boston and have maintained a consistent record of principal and interest payments to investors worldwide. Texas' expanded commitments reflects confidence in their bonds track record and in the enduring relationship rooted in shared values, innovation, and opportunity. The Texas Economic Development and Tourism Office in the governor's office is preparing to finalize the establishment of a state of Texas Boston office in Jerusalem. It will be Texas's first international office in the Middle East and fourth overall, designed to deepen the trade innovation. I got a copy of this.
Right? Can you believe this? That's what I was like when I just saw that. I was like, oh my God, we have to bring this up. We just have to bring this up. I can't let it go.
I got to think about why this is happening. Okay. The move, okay. It will be their first. So they have 3 other foreign offices. First in the Middle East. first international office in the Middle East. So they have 3 other international. Okay. Designed to deepen trade, innovation, and commercial ties between 2 economies. The move is seen as a strategic extension of an already robust partnership with bilateral trade approaching $4 billion annually in collaboration spanning defense, energy, water technology, cybersecurity, and advanced manufacturing. Wow. Got to save this link. What is this, bro? This is crazy. Okay.
Is that nuts?
That's nuts.
And as I was just doing some very cursory initial research, it was showing that in the broader context, some U.S. states like North Carolina have divested from those foreign bonds in particular, while Texas is increasing its stake. So,
wow.
Again, quite interesting.
Yeah.
Every $5. Thank you again. But I don't want the money. I'd really like you to please do this. Thanks. I am available for contract. I'm happy to build it for anybody who wants to pay me. I actually told Project Constitution it was going to cost me at least $100,000, and he threw it up for $20K. And I was gonna try to do it, but I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna do it. And also, I'm busy. But I would like to do it, honestly. But it would cost me a lot. And to give you an idea, like the contract I'm literally gonna be signing is like a lot of money. You know, I get paid a lot of money to build these tools. This is not something easy to make. I'd love to do it, but it's not easy to do it right away. But I would do it on the behalf of the greater good if I have the time and I have the resources behind me to do it after these contracts. I think I could, maybe. That's why I'm saying let me get some stuff out of the way. And then maybe I can support it myself and do it for everybody else. And then maybe charge like $10 in the App Store. Liz Real. I like this. Liz Real.
I like that.
Definitely
Yeah.
home mom. $5. Liz Real owns the banking system that the U.S. borrows money from. We then send it to them. They use it to control us. Then we get stuck with the debt. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all debt
Yeah.
slaves.
Okay, I kind
Yeah.
of see that how that cycle works.
And then the debt looks like this. Oh, Blake's back. What's up, big dog? Welcome back. So
Thank
the
you.
debt
Oh.
clock,
He's getting the pageant wave down.
Been watching too much Erika.
so it's not just this debt, you guys. It's not just this debt. It's
Oh, that's-
actually, where is it? Where is the there's this, the interest on debt, net. There's US total debt.
Yeah, who's getting the interest?
Bro, look at all. It's not like they focus on the, oh, we're only 38 trillion. No, it's like $200 trillion of debt that's irrecoverable. There's no coming back. That's why I said
They would
it
fuse.
makes way more sense for them to take the money and move it over to Boston and let them do their, and then let us figure it out. It makes way more sense for them to do that. If you just think objectively, I mean, if you were just a savage DGAF about your own country and the people you represent, you'd probably do it too. If you were like, hey, you know, I got like $400 million from these guys, I got $250 million from this chick, and I got, you know, $5 million falling out my asshole. Let's do it. Fuck everybody. That's what they do. That's how they, bro. Look at the way they act, bro. It's so crazy. And then they want us to, they are forcing us to believe some bullshit, man. God, I get so irritated. It's just so stupid, man. Listen to this.
Don't we just print money? We just print money, right? It's all just monopoly money.
Yeah, they just press the 0 on the keyboard and boom, boom, boom,
Cha-ching!
And then they want us to, then they do this shit to us.
Sure. Yeah, I started a podcast in December 2023 called Bad Hasbara, the world's most moral podcast. And I started it because I noticed that for the first time, in my lifetime, Hezbollah had stopped being good. Essentially, for years and years growing up, there was always a way to kind of explain away any sort of illegal action or brutal action that the Israeli government took. And not that you can, easily explain any of these war crimes, but it was something that for a Western liberal audience, you could essentially convince them that, okay, maybe Israel has a good reason to, bomb a hospital. I mean, they say it was a Hamas stronghold, so possibly they're not lying. After October 7th, I noticed that because of the sheer scale of the actions in Gaza that the IDF was taking, they would lie, and then they would have to tell a half-truth and then another half-truth and then admit the war crime, but say we had to do it, all within a span of 24 hours. So you remember, I think it was the Al-Shifa hospital. It was bombed. They said, we didn't bomb a hospital. Of course we didn't bomb a hospital. We would never bomb a hospital. We're the good guys. And then, a few hours later, it was like, okay, so we did bomb the hospital, but we had to bomb the hospital. And it just very quickly became clear that they were not going to be able to juggle all of the lies that they tell as kind of cleanly as they have been doing in the past.
So then you've got that. Then you've got this.
The fastest way to install identity in a human being is something called moral framing. And it's basically 3 steps. You adopt this little belief, you publicly signal this ideology, and then you align with this tribe. And instantaneously, that person can feel righteous, intellectually superior, and morally superior. They don't have to do anything. No discipline required, no self-examination required, no personal growth is required. All you have to do is adopt this label. So now at this layer, disagreement isn't intellectual, it's moral. And once something becomes moral, compromise is really, really hard because it feels like betrayal. And this is where nuance dies. So binary thinking replaces all forms of any complexity, good versus evil, us versus them. You're with us or you're against us. Once that frame gets installed in a human being, coordination across lines becomes almost impossible.
I mean, the whole show could be summed up in that.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about building the strategic framework around the emotional insecurities of people that don't have any specific belief and they feel they need something to belong to. So then they belong to the side that pays them the most attention and money. Thank you, CDC dog. Great show, guys. Past my bedtime, so good night, y'all. Happy birthday, Kelly.
Thank you, CDC dogs.
What's up, Zero? It's the homie right here. $10. Consider the U.S. sends billions of tax dollars to Boston. They have universal health care, free college, and we fund and fight their wars, all while many here can't afford health care, college, and basic necessities. What the F over? Yeah.
Yeah.
Enough
Mhm.
said.
Enough said.
Yep, that's a mic drop.
Yeah, you just blew the whole mic stand. What is it? Drop the popsicle stand. Blew the popsicle stand.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yes.
Is that what it is?
You don't want to say blow the mic up around you.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm not trying to. So this leads into the final act of the show tonight.
Already?
I mean, we could go. I don't know. It's we're good.
Let's start talking about Brian Hartpole. No, I'm kidding.
The book of Esther.
You want to talk about Hartpole? We can. All roads can lead back to Charlie.
I know they do, but not to me.
All roads.
The press group massacres others. The
This
Purim
is something
story.
that everybody needs to be educated on. The Esther Project, Heritage Foundation, zoology. Okay, that's what we might as well call it, zoology. A new religion for politicians. Okay. Hasbara. All of these things are important to know about. All right. And if you like and subscribe to all of our channels, but mine, because I also, if you're watching on mine, please, if you're watching on,
I am going to continue dive deeper and deeper and deeper. If you go and watch my last live streams, I also make clips of my live streams and explains the core details of everything I talk about with receipts, with documented information. I talked about clean break. I talked about the Reforming the Defense of America dossier. I talked about how they already planned 9/11. Okay. If you want to learn that stuff, make sure you follow this channel.
Story, as told in the biblical megalot Esther, offers a picture of a world turned upside down in which a Jewish orphan becomes a Persian queen. The architect of a plan to kill the Jews dies at the hands of his primary target, and an assimilated diaspora community institutes a new holiday for Jews everywhere. Appropriately, the annual celebration of this upside downness involves donning costumes, which allows us to be somebody else for the day, the suspension of certain laws, parodies of everyone and everything, and much drinking, eating, and merriment. At the same time, as it invites lighthearted fun, the Purim story contains within it a dark side in which the oppressed seem to become the oppressor. Megalot Esther ends with the Jews carrying out a bloody battle in which more than 75,000 people lose their lives and in which fear of death prompts countless others to feign Jewishness. Is that the plan for Iran? Is just mass murder and genocide? And if that is the case, could they really be just that brazen about it? Just tweeting out, hey guys, this is what we're doing and you better get on board or else.
Look, there are massive divisions over what we've done here, and people are going to change their minds over the coming days and weeks, one way or the other. But my own feeling is no one should have to die for a foreign country.
Megyn Kelly says no one should have to die for a foreign country. But unfortunately, here we are. We are heartbroken to learn that Declan Coady, a well-loved and highly dedicated Drake University student studying information systems, cybersecurity, and computer science, was confirmed to be among the 6 U.S. service members killed in Kuwait on Sunday. He has bravely served in the U.S. Army Reserve since 2023 as an information technology specialist and had an incredibly bright future ahead of him in moments like these. So we must all...
That's very sad, dude. I hate seeing this. Let me see if there's... Okay. Esther Project. Right here. I hope this doesn't get copyright. We'll see.
The Trump administration
No, if there's music, don't do it.
Investigations into colleges and universities and withheld billions of dollars in funding, accusing the schools of not doing enough to combat anti-Semitism on campus. About 60 schools have been notified of possible investigations. Last week, Columbia University settled with the administration in a major deal that could be a blueprint for other battles, or rather battles with other schools. Ali Rogan looked into one of the key players behind the administration's approach.
This is all part of a broader push that the White House says is meant to get elite schools to better address anti-Semitism. But how did this effort start? To help answer that question, we're joined by Arno Rosenfeld, an enterprise reporter for The Forward, where he's also the author of the Anti-Semitism Decoded newsletter. Arno, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, how does this administration define anti-Semitism, and how is it that it's become so central to its targeting of universities?
So the administration's understanding of anti-Semitism is really rooted in hostility toward Israel. So be that anti-Zionism or these other sort of protests, it sort of lumps that in with what they consider to be support for terrorism, support for Hamas. But I would say that they go a little bit further than that in kind of limiting their focus to what you might consider left-wing anti-Semitism.
But not really saying as much about anti-Semitism on the right.
Correct. I mean, sometimes they give a little bit more or less rhetorical attention to that, but in terms of substance, it's not their focus. And there are a number of people in the administration with ties to right-wing anti-Semites or who have expressed anti-Semitism themselves of sort of the right-wing variety.
You've reported on one of the blueprints of the administration's efforts on this. It's called Project Esther. What is it and who's behind it?
So Project Esther was created by the Heritage Foundation, which also created Project 2025, another blueprint in advance of Trump taking office, with the sort of hope that it would be a blueprint for a second Trump administration when we didn't know who was going to be president. But it's a plan that lays out a strategy that the White House and other sort of federal agencies can take to combat, again, this kind of left-wing anti-Semitism. They talk about a Hamas support network that is basically a variety of anti-Zionist groups, and some groups that aren't even anti-Zionist, but sort of progressive organizations that are critical of Israel. They lump into this anti-Semitic network, and then they have a variety of tools that they want the government to use to crack down on that network.
And as you've noted, there were not many Jewish groups in
You are not the only one, bro. Oh, American Discourse. What's up? Dude, you're not the only one, man. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning. This is
You know what I just realized? You know, all this censorship going on in the school and these people getting thrown out of universities over things that they say. Like, that is like just such another layer of level of indoctrination. Like, we think about all the kids. We have a whole generation of kids right now that are in school that are getting this censorship forced upon them. And they're going to grow up thinking that it's normal and thinking that it's okay and never understanding. You know, like, it's kind of like kids today that are always just in the house and on the, you know, all the post-COVID kids that are always on their devices and everything. They have no idea what the world, what America was like growing up in the 90s or the 80s or obviously any time before that. They have no idea the level of freedom. The kids who grew up in the 90s, the kids who grew up in the 90s were like the last generation of kids to like understand real freedom in America.
Take me back to the 90s, bro. I'm telling you what, the 90s were so Gucci.
It was pool parties and barbecues, and everybody loved America. Everybody got along. Nobody cared about religion. You know what I mean? Like, racism was really dying down. Like, rap music was getting big. Everybody loved Michael Jackson. Everybody loved Michael Jordan, you know? Well, not everybody liked Michael Jackson. They were setting him up by that point.
I was like, hold on a second. Yeah.
Yeah, they were setting up Michael by that point. But you guys know what I mean. Like, the world was, like, America was a peaceful place where people got along. And, you know, like, we were never ready for what was happening after.
Like Blake, I grew up in the 80s, in the well, more in the 90s. I was born in the late 80s. You know what we did in school? We argued, we debated, we smoked weed, we hooked up in the bathroom with the girls, we skipped school, we talked shit, we threw stuff at the pit, we threw toilet paper at the tea. We had a blast, but we still learned and we got educated on whatever they want us to learn, at least. But we also learned from having discourse, and the teachers would engage in controversial discussions about how to actually defend. Like, there were teachers that would defend our position and teach us how to do that sometimes. You know, I remember having great teachers. You know, they would also say, you could be wrong and this is why, and you could be right and I could be wrong. I mean, I was in 9th grade and I remember a teacher saying about how I had them thinking a little differently from just what my 14-year-old ass was saying, you know? But you could speak. And that's what I'm trying to say, is nobody was going to pull your funding, or nobody was going to threaten to deport you or to pull you out of school or to take away your college or whatever. And in fact, those types of thoughts were getting you into a better school and having teachers accredit you for better programs and saying this person is a big thinker or has more things to say, and like, why don't we try this class or that? Even in public schools, you know, nobody was going to flag you in some federal database for having an opinion about a foreign government military policy or a fake bullshit political religious policy. In my generation, we were taught to think that critical thinking was the point of education.
Yeah.
Question everything, challenge authority. That's what America was built on. That's the First Amendment in practice, not just on paper. Now look at what's happening today. 60 universities under investigation. Columbia just settled with the federal government, and the education secretary called it a monumentous victory or some shit. She didn't even pretend it was about protecting a brand of students. She was out there saying that things that conservatives have been trying to do for years around the DEI and affirmative action. She said the quiet parts out loud. They're using anti-Semitism as a vehicle to restructure higher education in a specific sector of Americans instead of everybody. And they're blaming us for it, for all the issues that they're raising when they do that. The issues are coming out of that specific mentality by sectoring a specific subsect of Americans, or, you know, Bostonians, I guess you might as well say,
when you do that, you create the anti-Semitism. You create the lack of ability to have a natural discourse. You create the silencing, the self-silencing.
Resentment. Yeah. And the misinformation.
Well, one thing that I've been noticing is all this deep state shenanigans, they all seem to be using the New Testament as like a movie script. And if you read the Bible, if you read, skip to the end, start talking about Revelations, they talk about the whole world turning against the, specific people. Although I think it's a little twisted. I think that's where like the confusion is, because I don't think they're talking about the same people. I don't think that the word is matched up correctly. I don't know. You'd have to read the Bible to understand.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm looking at this guy right here. Had to get rid of somebody in the Rumble chat being racist. Yeah, so, and it's not even like racist against other people or like having their own opinion. They're making fun of us, which is crazy. Oh my gosh, so annoying.
You're making fun
All
of us? Yeah, whatever. Let them.
Yeah.
It's kind of brutal. All right. Anyways, it was about Keli, and I'm not gonna let that happen. So,
well, I didn't even see it, so thank you. But
pissed me off.
I'm a tough one. It's fine.
I don't know. It's fine. It was about all of us, but it's Keli's. But anyways, the thing is, think about like what it's like to be 19 years old right now. You're in some science class. The professor brings up a conflict. Like imagine like political science, right? You've read some data set. You've seen United Nations satellite imagery, and you know that 81% of the structures in Gaza have been destroyed. You know that 60,000 young kids and parents, women, have been killed. You know that children under the age of 5 are like 67% sick and dying, and 27% of the population 27% of children under the age of 15 have died, something like that.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's an indoctrination. They're getting them used to not having their freedom of speech, and they're compromising their morality by not being able to have these discussions, not being able to hash it out and understand it fully. It's getting forced upon them that this is what it is. You're either going to support this or not speak against it, or people might show up at your door. You might not, be allowed on social media. And then what happens if we actually let them enroll these digital IDs and these digital currencies, if they actually get rid of the dollar? Then what? It's going to be like China. You're going to have a social credit score. You're not going to be able to buy a steak this week. They're going to tell you that you drove too many miles in your car. You're going to go to pump some gas in there, and you're going to get denied because they're going to start, giving you more limitations and putting you in tighter parameters and have more control over your day-to-day life. And if you don't think it can happen, look at what's going on in China. And the UK was just trying to push the digital IDs not that long ago. Remember, Bill Gates said he said that if you don't have a digital ID by 2028, that you're gonna be outcast from society to some degree. Don't quote. Look that one up. I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Just think about, like, I couldn't imagine. I'm very outspoken. You imagine being a student and you can't even show data and then argue a point without worrying about school, worrying about fucking funding, bro. How stupid is that, man?
Yeah. And I was taught in school that boycotting was a form of protest that was protected under the First Amendment. And I believe there are 38 states that you can't get government funding for your businesses unless you sign a pledge not to boycott Benihana's. Like, what the hell is that about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys like that Benihana shit.
Well, and of course, then we've got the TPUSA now being mandated in so many states, including, of course, in Texas, to be allowed into every high school so they can, influence young, vulnerable minds with their propaganda, and then, discourage them even from going to college. And experiencing like what we were able to experience in college. Like, I mean, there's just so much. It's scary.
That was
It's
one thing
scary.
with Charlie. Like when he said that kids shouldn't go to college, it's like, how about we just reform college? How about we just make college better? How about we make college more affordable? You know,
If you
maybe
guys
maybe if
haven't-
college was actually giving real information and not this indoctrinated bullshit. Maybe if it was like a quality education at an affordable price, that it would be a great place for us to all go. I don't know.
I
That's just my
actually,
opinion.
yeah, I saw, I think I saved it. So maybe in a different stream, we can pull up if you want to expand on this in another stream, a chat or a podcast that he did with a couple of guys, and they were talking about debt and things like that for students and or young people. And they're saying, you know, what if young people learned in, say, high school or early college how to avoid debt and real like basic financial principles. And Charlie was like, oh no, we wouldn't be able to push for that because, you know, the powers that be wouldn't like that very much.
I said not that long ago that when it comes to like law, tax, medicine, that all this stuff should be taught, not even high school, like middle school. Like, listen, you're not going to teach a 9-year-old how to do open heart surgery. I get it. But why can't you teach a 9-year-old how to stitch? You know what I mean? Like give them a basic understanding of like antibiotics and what you're going to use in certain situations. Like they should be teaching kids how to survive real life scenarios, real life problems. It's all an indoctrination. You got Common Core math, which just makes kids confused. You got a whole history curriculum that is complete and utter bullshit. And now what? What's the science? That mutilating kids is okay, and if you tell your guidance counselor and your parents disagree, that they could take you away from your parents? Like, what is really going on in America? And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not trying to give any hot takes.
No,
but I'm
good.
just saying, like, regardless of your ideologies and regardless of your beliefs, the education system is completely screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
There are
Thank you
so
for the
many
super
better
chat,
things that we could be
Susan.
teaching our kids. Sorry.
No, you're good. Happy birthday to you, Kelly. From Susan.
Thank
She's gonna send me an email. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate
Thank you.
I appreciate all the super chats. We all do. I know that we all do. We appreciate that. But you have to use discernment, right? This is why we do this show. Heritage Foundation built Project 2025 to staff the government. They built Project Esther to silence campuses. They locked it in with a single voice policy. I guess it's driven by donor pressure. That's the issue. Heritage Foundation, we're going to learn about it right now. Heritage Foundation is driven through donor pressure, and they talk a lot about this. This is PVD is really going off the rails here, but I watch PVD because I get a lot of information from his show, whether it's in my interest or not. It is either I learn a lot. I learn a lot about the opposition. I learn a lot about how people that are at the higher powers that be think. This is the CEO. His name is Kevin Roberts, I think. Yeah, Kevin Roberts, CEO of Heritage Foundation. Okay. And I started right here because they start about talking about Turning Point. He downplays it, but Turning Point is an aspiring Heritage Foundation. They're already reaching the levels of Heritage right now. Getting donor money annually. I'm going to look up how much they get annually.
Right. So going back to it, but what do you do when they come to you? Because I'm at an event. Charlie's doing the big fundraiser 3 years ago in Mar-a-Lago. And I would say exactly when this is. This is, you know how the annual one he does at the end of the year at Mar-a-Lago?
So at Heritage, this guy he's interviewing, he's the CEO, gets an average of $133 million in revenue annually, with 500,000 plus individual donors, with assets sitting around $431 million. He says it in this show.
Got to be end of 21 or end of 22. It's when DeSantis is doing well. When would that be? When did DeSantis launch his book? 5 months before he launched his book, It could be December of 21. Can you pull? He launched in March or May of 22. 23. Okay, so then that's February 20th, 2023. 2 months prior to that. So December of 2022, we're at Mar-a-Lago. And Charlie's up there, the great late Charlie, which we both love. I've seen what you said about him as well. May he rest in peace. He's up there doing his thing, and he raises some $41 million. And I'm just sitting there watching everybody. And all I'm paying attention to, I'm not in this space. I'm a business guy. So I'm new to the political space the last 5 years. And just because I have opinions, it's not like I'm somebody that's, can run. I'm not born here. So it's not like I don't have any interest for governor whatsoever. I'm interested because it's combat sport and that excites me, right? I'm just sitting, I'm like, okay. One lady gets up and says, we want to know if some of you guys who usually give, you know who you are. I've been watching you every year when you come to the TPUSA event. You're not giving any money here because you're worried whether Charlie's going to be Team Trump or Team DeSantis. You guys should give because you trust Charlie, not whether he's going to support Trump or DeSantis.
And I guarantee you the person saying that is somebody who has the interest of somebody else who's bought Charlie out at that time. I guarantee you.
What year was this again?
He said this was 2 years ago. This interview is a couple of weeks
ago. By then, forget about it.
Exactly what I came here for. And then I sat there and I saw the other person. And because of that, we're deciding to give, I don't know what the number was, $2 million. Probably in her late 70s, early 80s. This lady. Very attractive, very well put together, strong presence. Great. And then I said, Charlie has to deal with making all of these guys happy. Some are Christians. Many are Jews. Some are
Christians. Many are Jews.
Nice catch.
American conservative.
Pro-business. Some are.
Not that matters. But at the same time, it makes me question who's controlling the interest of the country. That's the question here. That's why I raised this.
E3 money, which means they didn't build the money, so they want to give the money away, so they're probably more liberal than conservative. Some are G1 money. G1 money are probably going to be more Trump than DeSantis. And then some are more hardcore conservative, like old school conservative Reagan, and Trump's a disruptor. And I said, what a tough job to have. So that's why when I watch and see what you guys have to do, how do you manage all these personalities that may or may not agree with you? What do you tell them? Do you call them? Do you have the one-on-one conversations? How do you manage these relationships?
Man, I can't tell you how 100% accurate and astute that is. In fact, Charlie and I would occasionally 2 or 3 times a year commiserate on that. Not complaining. We're grateful, truly, for all of those people, and not just because of the material resources that they would give our respective organizations, because every single one of those people is a patriot, right? And we're grateful for them. And so,
you got to remember, this dude is paid to speak for a living. Okay, that's what he's paid to do. He's paid to speak and make people feel good about what he's speaking about. That's it. He's a CEO. He runs this organization. I'm sure he's got plenty of responsibilities. But what did Charlie do? Charlie was the CEO of Turning Point USA. And what did he do? He spoke to people for a living. That's all this motherfucker does. Okay. He goes, he speaks, he makes it sound really good, nice and tight. Okay. But if you listen between the lines, you'll be able to catch what he's saying.
And hold on, one more thing. And don't forget, Charlie also encouraged everybody to keep asking questions.
Keep asking questions. Of course. And the fact that somebody like Frank Turek and all these other people are like, stop asking questions unless you have receipts. Well, I brought a lot of receipts, bro. I'm telling you. And looks like you guys didn't actually print enough receipts to verify where that money went. I think you might need the receipts, Frank.
and I know that he did an exceptional job. The way that I attempt to manage that is to have conversations with people. I have an open door policy at Heritage. I am on the phone a lot with a lot of different people, policymakers, donors, donor prospects, friends out in the movement. But I will tell you that there are two things that are really key, actually three, I would say. The first is, and I try to lead with this, articulate a very clear vision about where we're going, because that means that in almost every gathering of the center right of conservatives, libertarians, people who like free market, people who are social conservatives, almost every gathering, there's going to be 80 to 90% agreement on that aspirational vision.
Okay. I just wanted to get the point about Charlie. They work together very frequently. Okay. Now, he got so much backlash. We could even Google it. Heritage Foundation, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. And just click news. Heritage board member resigns over organization's defense of Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson's interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes exposes rift among Republicans. Tucker Carlson's interview with the far-right anti-Semite Nick Fuentes divides conservatives. Heritage Foundation board member resigns over video defending Tucker Carlson. That's the preface to what I'm about to show you.
They could sit there and say, if I just cut you $1 million check and you got up there and, for example, let's use the instance of what happened, right? Where Tucker had Nick on, right? Tucker had Nick on and they did a podcast together and he got a lot of heat for it. And right afterwards, I think you said we will always stand with Tucker and so you said something very positive, complimentary towards Tucker. And I think even Tucker spoke at Heritage 2.5 years ago at one of your events. So he's complimentary of you guys as well. But when that came out and then some of the people walked, there was a article that came out, maybe even you spoke about it, about going to your staff and apologizing.
How petty are these people to quit their board position at the Heritage Foundation because he's like, hey, bro, I think Tucker's dope. I don't care if he interviewed Nick Fuentes. He's the homie. These people, I'm going to try to stop. I'm really not that. I get like this when I get furious. They are so petty that they left their board position because he backed Tucker, one of the most American people that we are seeing today. How petty is that? Because he interviewed Nick Fuentes. So there's another angle of lack of freedom of speech. And he's going to explain what
apologize for.
I apologized for two things, mixing up personal friendship with institutional friendship. And secondly, especially for Jewish friends, but for anyone, a couple of phrases in there that I regretted. And I can tell you my closest Jewish friend called me the next morning and he said, Kevin, I know you're not an anti-Semite. You've expanded the work of anti-Semitism at Heritage. And he said, you're a Roman Catholic. I know your faith well enough to know you couldn't be. He said, but this is something that you need to address head on. And so it's sort of like the conversation with my retired OBGYN friend and donor, that this Jewish friend, up until this very moment, as we sit here, has been a great guide in setting up conversations for me and for us at Heritage to have. The reason those have gone well, in spite of
he's rich he's so rich and he has so much political power. He places people in position and he can't even speak freely. He said, Tucker's my friend, whatever he said. Doesn't matter if he interviewed Nick Fuentes, they're Americans debating about America. And then he has a donor who happens to be Bostonian and says, you need to address this head on, man. You need to get out there and say, I'm sorry, I should have never backed my friend. That's how insane this. It's not just us. That's one thing you have to know is I kind of feel bad for the guy, not really, because he's the oppressor, actually. But he's also being shoved into this position. And it's his company. And they're making him apologize for being friends with somebody who's an American. Having an American discourse. No pun intended. Where's she at? American discourse.
She's here.
Right? So how insane.
Just the news cycle, but what seems to be an agenda that goes well beyond the video controversy is because people know the record at Heritage. I think it's safe to say, if you think about my colleagues who work on the scourge of anti-Semitism, there's no organization, at least of our size and scope, that isn't a single issue organization that's done more to expand work against anti-Semitism. And so that's really carried the day. And as we sit here,
what about America? What about expanding the work of America and the interest of free markets and the interest of freedom of speech and the interest of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, all the amendments, and the interest of being able to hang out and talk about whatever you want without having to apologize for it? What are we still in the Me Too movement? We're still in Black Lives Matter? Is that where you are, still in COVID?
with this, recent flap.
Sound like Baze.
I was gonna say, yeah, I've been extra quiet tonight. I'm just letting you do your thing. You're getting all the Instagram clips ready.
That's right.
Rip them, bro. Send
Have
them
at
out.
it.
Leader against.
I'm glad I'm rubbing off on you, buddy.
The most important thing is I know their aspirational policy vision for the future, and we want to be part of that. Let's get to work, because remember, we might just have 6 or 8 or 9 more months to get good policy.
But what were the 2 things you apologized for? You said 2 things you said you apologized for.
I thought that the script of the video was in a couple of cases was ineloquent. Then I talked about that then. So
He doesn't even want to apologize, bro. How crazy is that? He doesn't even. He's like, I don't want to talk about it. I already, bro.
Yeah, well, neither did Jonathan Pollard. Yeah, I've just been coming up with the one-liners all night, just the zingers.
I don't have to repeat them, but the point is, I thought from my Jewish friend's point of view that while he could excuse it, that maybe other people who didn't know me.
I get that, but I'm trying to. Your Heritage Foundation, you guys, your main cornerstone is freedom of speech, right?
He's calling him out a little bit.
I watched the video multiple times. And multiple
Dale,
times.
hey, I got to pause it for this. Thank you. 10 Danks memberships.
Yo, she's been blessing the crew tonight.
Sausage Biscuit, Sunny Days, Amanda Kiley, Girl with the Voice, alleged, but allegedly, maybe perhaps. Red Shade, Charisse Click, Marquis, say thank you. Thank you. Very nice. Very nice. We had one more member as well join up. Kyle. Welcome, Kyle. Big loves.
It sounded like a very reasonable video. I'm Assyrian Armenian. I don't have any problems with them, with anyone in the who's Jewish whatsoever. We've had Bibi on, but we've had Nick Fuentes on.
By the way, Fridays we have. Sorry, she's like, are we ever gonna get through this clip? We have members only Fridays, and I have a backlog of a bunch of content. Go check it out. Now you're a member. It's 99 cents if you want to join membership. Come hang out.
Only podcast in the world that within 30 days had Bibi and Nick Fuentes on. No one's ever done that before, not mainstream or podcasting. We'll talk to anybody and have a great conversation with them.
Oh, he's fucked. He's so fucked. He went on the podcast that had Nick Fuentes and Tucker. He's like, oh shit. Look at his face right here, bro. He's like, oh shit. I didn't know that.
Yo, there are just certain people that you just know that are never gonna debate certain people. Like
yeah. But hey, he's right. He did have I remember he had BB.
You know what?
He's had him on.
Hold on. Let's take a break for a second. I know you're trying to get through this, but
it's okay.
I want to ask you guys, and then I want to ask the chat.
I'll put a poll.
No, it's not that kind of thing. It's not a poll.
Okay.
Any 2 influencers, any 2 people that do what we do, just regardless of level, top to bottom, in a debate, who would your dream match be? Doesn't matter the topic, doesn't matter, just you could pick the 2 people and the topic.
I'm not gonna do that.
What?
I'm not gonna do that.
All right, fine. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. All right, ask the chat.
Who would you you want to ask them who they want
Dream
to
match.
see you debate?
Dream match. 2 people to debate and they pick the topic.
Yeah. So when you drop it in the chat,
I like Smokey already.
people.
Dave Smith, Ben Shapiro. That's a good one. Shapiro,
But
Candace.
also add the topic.
I think Ben Shapiro would do hula hoops around me with his mental gymnastics. To be honest, I would just have to.
Dave,
sit
blessing
there.
the crew again.
Hey, Dale. Oh, snap.
Oh my
What's
goodness.
up, Dale? That was on my side. Hey, that was on my side. Big love for you. What's up? Thank you. Furry is passion. We're here for it. Happy birthday again, Kelly. Texas girl power. Hey, thank you. That's so generous.
I'm seeing a lot of Candace. A lot of people want to see Candace in a debate.
Candace versus Shapiro. Yeah, I got to tell you, this stuff means a lot. Like I'm telling you. I've said it, and if you watch some of my live streams, I appreciate supers more than you guys know. It means a lot.
Yes.
Because right now, especially this type of content, it gets suppressed hard. If this was me shitting us, especially us, shitting on Erika, this would have 20,000 views with 1,500 live viewers. I'm telling you. You can go look at all my live streams on there.
And yo, to the people that are more familiar with my content, who would you like to see me debate?
Who would you like? Put Baze versus whoever, Danks versus whoever, Keli versus whoever.
Oh, dang, you want to get on that now? You didn't want to.
What do we got? Me versus Lori Fronsby.
I would love to see that.
I mean, if you believe what Erika says, though,
Baze
she is
versus
in
Erika.
kind of a, weakened state these days. So I don't know how good of a debater she would be.
Candace would destroy.
Baze versus Josh Hammer. Oh, come on! I don't want Dave Smith's leftovers. You can give me tougher competition than that. I said a debate, not a slaughter.
Danks versus Candace. Trying to destroy my platform.
No, this is a friendly dream match. This isn't like, shots fired.
It would end up being like I would be like, I don't know. That'd be very interesting. That would be very interesting.
You know who I want to debate? If I could pick one person, it's not an influencer.
50. What's up, Cohen Film? America only. That's right. Wow, I'm rubbing off on people already. I saw it in the chat a bunch of times. I'm there, dude. I am America only. I'm tired of giving. Here we go.
Jackie said Danks versus Wolves.
Thank you, Cohen. That means a lot.
And listen, the debates don't have to be like vicious. It could be a friendly debate.
Yeah.
Me and Danks have debates all the time. You guys just don't see them.
Yeah, an organized
I think I won the last one because he dropped the nuke on Zach. Oh, come on. I got to make myself laugh.
It wasn't intentional. It didn't matter who it was. If there's... Look.
No. Me and Danks are definitely rubbing off on each other. Danks, you're getting like more fiery and more rah-rah, and I'm getting more analytical. If you guys notice, I've been a little quiet tonight. I haven't been posting as much content, but I have my own little bomb dropping real soon.
Gary versus Baron. Baron versus Baze.
Someone says Baze Fuentes. What would we debate about, though?
It's just zero. Baron Coleman versus Erika Kirk. Bro, Erika wouldn't stand a minute.
She would just be like, stop.
She would
stop.
Stop. Baron would destroy her.
I want to see Baron debate Rob McCoy. Sorry, Keli, you're up.
Ooh. I would love to watch Baron debate anybody. To be honest, he'll just destroy anybody almost.
I'll debate Baron on if Rick Cutler was smiling. I'll debate anybody on that because everybody with the big platform that I ever asked said no, and I don't understand why.
And also, like, to this real quick, there's two things I want to address. America only. The reason why I'm saying this, and you must have come from when I was talking about this earlier. We're giving too much leeway because of the Make America Great Again and America First. It's just too much. Unfortunately, that is too much leeway for them, for whoever is running this shit. And America only puts strict guardrails around the conversation of policy. And I think that needs to happen. I really do. I didn't think about it like that before. I have family in Iran, bro. Sorry. I could care less, to be honest. They had the chance to come. We all had the same grandfather who had the money to send my parents over here. They did the right thing. They got the visa. My dad was in Spain and Turkey for years to get the paperwork, had to study and do the green card, all of this shit. Everybody had the opportunity. They decided not to come. Even the poorest people had plenty. How many Persians, in LA and all over this country, they came. They did it the right way. And lots of contribute to the population here. And if you didn't and you're somewhere else, that's on you, man. I'm here now. If I was somewhere else and I was seeing, if I was in Iran and I was watching this, that would suck. But guess what? Life isn't fair. Okay. And I'm not touting my Americanism to rub it in anybody's face, because that's not the point. The point is that this is what it is, man. And we have to defend. The same way that you guys in Iran didn't defend your shit and now you're fucked is how, if we don't speak up here, that's what's going to happen to us. And I don't want that to happen here. And if even my voice tonight can share a little bit of insight on how people should be thinking about the world around you, that is the point of what I'm trying to do. That's why I educate. That's why I show documents. That's why I don't just talk out of my ass. That's why I draw scripts and build websites and I show people shit all for free. None of my websites ask for money. I've got dozens of websites. Many of you guys don't know about. But the ones that you do, they've gained credibility because I put time and effort and energy and hundreds of hours into AmericansForTransparency.org. Go look at it. It's got everything you would need to get the whole government flipped upside down. Candace retweeted it. Mike Flynn talked about it. But yet I go and I look at the website and there's only like 500 people a week that go on it. Why? Millions know about it. Sorry.
Go off.
Yo,
man.
I'm liking Danks 2.0.
Yes.
Baron versus Erika.
Danks 2.0. He's got some spunk.
Candace, Dave Smith versus Ben and Larry. Ben and Larry. You talking about Larry Loomer?
I would
Ben
love
Shapiro
to
and
debate
Larry Loomer.
Larry Ellison too. Larry Ellison, JD Vance. I know they're not
Peter Thiel.
I know they're not content creators, but I would love to debate them.
There were some really good ones. I mean, there were people who were saying Keli versus Erika. I don't know. They may be coming through on my side. So
I want to see the battle of the Kellys. I want to see Keli Rabon versus Megyn Kelly.
Oh,
I think you would shine there.
yeah. Actually, I think I could shine there. I think I could shine there. I think we've seen a few of her weak spots, and she was getting pretty feisty. Like
You'll crush her
earlier
on Dershowitz.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even on some of the Tyler Robinson stuff, like she was.
Oh yeah,
really
she was
defending
assuming
him.
the sale.
Yeah, like please. Yeah, that
Talk
would
your
be-
shit, Kelly. I'll stop interrupting.
Okay, fine. It'll be a cakewalk on those topics. I'm sure there are plenty that she has over me, but I mean, I have my topic of expertise.
Yo, chat. Put in
Danks' base.
Swap places tonight. Love it.
Watch Baze come out tomorrow with some super analytical freaking graphs and charts.
It's
and
not.
shit.
It's not coming tomorrow, but it is coming soon. There is a reason why I have not been making content.
Oh shit. Oh man, Divine, welcome. I subbed to you yesterday because of your Wolves in Finance video. I had to see your content before, but it finally made me sub. Big ups. You're a Dankster now. 99 cents gets you members only Friday. I leaked that video to members. That video actually came from members only. So if
No,
you
but
wanna
guys,
get
isn't
your
it-
opinion inside of the Danksterville, come hang out.
You know what I really love about this, and we've only been streaming together for a week. Well, Danks, we've been talking, more, but like we are starting to rub off on each other. Like I feel like all three of us as content creators, we're all growing, and like everybody's seeing it. It's like public, it's transparent, it's natural, it's organic, and we're all learning from each other. And I mean, there's a lot of notes that we shared that like we all promised we weren't going to talk about yet, but like that's cooking too. And like people don't even know that this is the beginning of something very, very, very special.
I think so.
That's right. So that
One's
just
right.
means stay tuned. There's a lot of authenticity there, and I hope that you can see it and feel it through the screen, whether you're looking at it through the small screen on your phone, the the medium-sized screen on your laptop or the big screen on your TV, I hope that you see it and feel it like the same way that we do.
And guys, do me a favor, talking to the chat right now. Pay attention to what everybody else says about us, because I already sense a little bit of attempts for divide and conquer. I know for a fact from behind the scenes and different sources and contacts that there are a couple of people that are really not happy about this going on right now. So just, I'm not going to say any more
Don't
than
put that out
but
there.
keep your eyes peeled.
Bro. Who cares?
It's true. It's true.
No, it's
Listen,
not.
I'm not getting into
Not true.
Maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist.
Well, someone said that the same. Remember the person I told you emails me all the time?
I got some
He
emails
me.
too.
Well, someone said when they came into the chat that person was talking shit on us. The same person that I spent time responding to emails, giving positive feedback on their content. I hope that that's not true, because I'm gonna go find out. And I'm gonna go find some shit, bro. You want to fuck with me? You guys really want to talk shit about me? I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Trust me.
Especially now that you're getting comfy on that mic.
That's right. Settling in nicely.
Thanks for the memberships, Anna.
Who let the
Kyle
dogs
says,
out?
"Thanks versus Erika's lawyers." Bro, Erika's lawyers. I'd have to like fight like a gang of them. At least I know jujitsu. Yeah. I mean, I probably know more about their finances than their lawyers, to be honest. Thanks for the super chat.
You probably know more about their finances than Zach, too.
I definitely do. I can guarantee you that. You know, I guarantee you that. I've done a lot more. Well, I mean, I can't guarantee that, but I can tell you.
If anything happens to me, I did not off myself.
I did not on myself talking about the palm gun that nobody's ever heard about yesterday.
Or, oh shit, someone's going to take a screenshot of this and make a video.
Where's the clown fucking soundboard when you need it?
My goodness gracious. Look at this super chat that just rolled in.
Holy smokes, bro. No comment on it? Bro, Adrian.
Blessing the crew.
Thank you, Adrian. Damn. Think they're loving the America only shit, bro.
Yes.
You're on fire.
And the transparency. I feel like this group, I feel like this show that we do, that it's going to start to make people think more, you know? And that's the one problem that I always had with the public school system is they don't teach kids how to think. They tell them what to think. And that's the same problem that I have with the mainstream media. That's the same problem that I have with Benihana's. That's the same problem I have with a lot of different people as well, you know, because they shouldn't be telling you what to think. They should be teaching you or encouraging you how to think and to think more and to ask more questions and to look, you know, go over every scenario, every piece of evidence, start looking for patterns, start looking for webs, pay attention to timelines, pay attention to anomalies. All these things, like I always say, they are all factors in the equation. So when you see somebody, no matter what you think of them, how long you've watched them, listened to them, known them, whatever, if they are trying to tell you what to think and they are discouraging you from asking questions, just identify it for what it is, because it is a huge red flag. I've been saying this for quite a while now. Now that these files have come out, every single person in your life, whether you know them personally or not, is at a fork in the road. Everybody right now, every day, is telling you exactly who they are, and you need to listen. I know for my the people that watch me, my chat, they've heard that a million times, but I figured I'd say it once for everybody else that is not.
I know everything
following
about
me at the
crypto,
moment.
bro. Yeah, no, you're right, bro. You're right, Baron. I don't know everything about crypto, but I know all about SafeMoon. I know about all the scams. You know what I do now? I used to do the same shit in crypto. All right. I used to bust crypto scammers, Crypto Galaxy, Archetype Crypto, Crypto Gains, Crypto BitBoy Crypto, all of them. I used to make videos on all of them.
They suppressed me after I started talking about the Genius Act. I'm not lying.
Hmm.
That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. Thank you so much, Adrian. That means a lot. Somebody put something. I wish I could find it. It was right here. I can't find it. You haven't seen one creator say bad things about Danks. I haven't either, but I'm sure it's coming. I mean, you know, with opinion comes haters.
Yeah. And what if you I know the different people are seeing different chats, but oh gosh, let me scroll back up to it.
Yeah, a couple people, someone got confused. They didn't think this was live.
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely live.
Yeah. And then they're like, if it was live, Baze wouldn't be commenting in his own chat, which I understand the confusion, because before I started doing lives, I would do because I would do premieres and I would hang out in the chat and bullshit with everybody. But I still type shit in the chat, even when I'm by myself and I'm like playing clips. I don't want to like interrupt. I'm just like,
Doesn't it's so funny you say that clown of the month thing. Doesn't he have a video? Clown of the he did one, didn't he?
I think
recently?
of the year or something like that of the year.
Clown of the
Didn't
year?
at the end of the year he did like a
We need
top 5 or 3 or
Clown
something
of the
at the
year.
end of the
Yeah,
year.
here we go.
Yeah.
Top 10's clowns of the year. Ooh, boy. I'm gonna do one clown of the month. Clown of the year would be even actually. I don't know, but I'm not here to consistently bash on the dude. I made my peace, and he can respond if he wants.
Bro,
the reason
a week
why I
ago,
made
you
it
were
is
talking him up. A week ago, I was getting the call. Yo, Baze, you gotta watch this video.
I didn't. I watched the whole thing. I only watched
2
half. I thought it was
days
interesting.
later.
Well, when we watched the whole thing, you saw what happened. The thing is, I had been sitting on this video for 4 months, 3.5, 4 months. I asked Jesse. I asked you. I asked all kinds of people. I said, what do you guys think if I come out with this video? I need to talk about this video. The guy is not who he says he is. Now, I put that to the side. Okay, I can't say that he's not who he says
who
he
told
is.
you not to make the video? Because if you put it to the side, someone told you not to do it.
They didn't say not to make it. They said it's not in your best interest because he's got so much favoritism right now. So I waited, and I waited to see if he changed his position. I made a comment on his page. I said, I want you to explain to me why you did this video. I can't find my comment now. I don't know if he deleted it or if it just got buried. But he didn't respond to my comment. He didn't reach out. We're on an email thread together. And so if he wants to get a hold of me, he can. And he can come on the show. He's welcome to come on the show and talk about his perspective and why he didn't cite sources and why he showed gay flags being stomped out at a rally that's not in Gaza.
And why is he picking off fat kids in a region that's getting decimated?
That's your argument, bro. Fat kids in a region that has Gaza going on. It's just so bad, bro.
And listen, and this isn't just for you guys. This is for everybody. Don't be afraid to speak up to the big dog in the room, okay? Because imagine if nobody was speaking up to Benihana's right now. You know, imagine if there was no pushback.
Why do you put
And they're the
yourself
most
in the
favorite-
middle of a thumbnail that's called Clown of the Year? Can I ask you that?
It's, you know.
That's a valid question.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who's still pushing the palm pistol, so he's obviously not that bright.
What's up, Overweiss? You're right. No, you're right, bro. $10. Thank you for the super chat. Reason the Heritage Foundation played the propaganda about quittings due to argue, yes, is because that's how they trick people into thinking a Fuentes is not their controlled op. And so is Tucker. Open eyes. Interesting perspective.
Bro, I at this point...
That
at
is
this
like
point,
reverse controlled 4D opposition chess, bro. Psychology. That's some craziness. It's probably true. I don't know what's real anymore, man. All I know is I'm America only now. Because I'm tired of giving leeway.
I agree with the America only to a certain point. Because I believe that if everybody found Jesus, then we wouldn't even need borders. But that's a whole other can of worms.
The problem with everybody finding Jesus is everybody won't. So they will use Jesus against the people who believe in Jesus to have good in their hearts for the evilness that they want to do by using that against us. That's what Zism is. That's exactly what it is.
This is a really good question from George McDougall. Can you see that from like 1 minute ago?
Oh, shout out to McDougall. How do we figure out who's controlled op? Oh man, the jokes I can make right now.
All right,
Make
what's
a
the
joke.
question? How do we figure out who is controlled op? That's a good question. You're right. Well, you have to see.
well, how
if
about-
they're
Danks,
sources.
don't stop now. You've been
Okay,
going all day.
That's
Go
right.
ahead.
I
No,
was
go
going to
ahead.
say if you
Like-
wanted to ask. Okay, actually, you go for it. Go for it. You're on a
Look
roll.
who-
No. I'm
Look
waiting.
who's
I'm
trending.
waiting. Go.
Pay
I was
attention to
going to
who's
say
trending.
you could ask. You've had some really good. I was going to give you a chance to do something that was kind of unbiased by asking whatever your AI of choice is, and then expanding upon it to give you a
My
chance
AI
to collect your thoughts.
I think she's
You're like
talking to
Grok
everybody.
or Chat or whatever you use, of choice. But just
Well,
go for it.
I don't want to tell people.
Oh, okay,
Members only. Fridays.
got it. Oh,
That's how he reels them in.
If you want to know about it and how to get around the guardrails that they give you, I'll teach you on Friday. This Friday, I promise. Because my members, the Danksters, have been asking me to teach them about AI. I build AI systems under contracts. That's what I do. That's my main gig. If you want to learn how to work with AI, then we'll talk about AI on Friday. But I'm not open to discussing to 2,500 people the AI I prefer so that they can infiltrate it right away. I'm just not interested.
As far as
Is
the
that how many
control-
people we have watching?
Yeah.
Wait, how
Oh,
many
I
people
can't
watching?
even see on my end. So
2,500,
that's good.
2,400. We have 666 watching on my X, 347 watching on my YouTube, 60 on Kelly's YouTube. Blake's still live. 1,147 on his X, 68 on his YouTube, 76 on Baze YouTube. Baze pulling.
Yeah, Baze polling. Usually I got the founding 40. That's
So-
what we've been calling them.
See,
So-
I did not stream on my X this time, and that's so strange. Okay.
Okay, so when it
Always
comes
makes
to how to identify, first, I think it's an interesting point that you said, Baze, look who's trending. Maybe. I don't think that's so much of it. I think
No,
it's
a
that,
fact. It's a factor.
I think
It's
maybe,
a factor.
but
Look at
but-
histories. Look who's trending. Look at relationships. Look at pay attention to people's positions on the big issues and see what changes over time.
yeah, Ian did a good one on AI. I did see that. I watched the whole thing. I actually made a follow-up, kinda. It was it members only? I don't know. We did one last week, no? I tried, and then Baze came in and screwed the whole thing up. But this Friday, members only, I will go into great detail. We will talk about whatever you guys want to learn. There's many AI tools, okay? There's specific ones done for certain things. I highly encourage you to come by on Friday. It's not about the 99 cents. It's just about, I prefer to talk about it with a smaller group. Because as soon as somebody that's watching this that has no positive interest in me learns about the AI that I use on a regular basis, and they have generative engine optimization capabilities with AI, then maybe they'll try to inject that into my IP address and change the way my AI thinks. And I don't want that. That's
Yeah,
all.
it happened to me with ChatGPT.
I'm just thinking a little deeper, about the way I publicly talk. And if you've watched my stuff, you already know anyways. So, okay. How to identify? I would say the first thing is what we just talked about the Wolves in Finance video. Are they citing their sources? Are they publicly citing primary sources? And if they did, have they stopped? If you realize that when you look at a con man, they always have to tell a little bit, enough of a truth to get you to believe them long term. Okay.
Facts.
So when you look at someone like Wolves in Finance, I'm not saying he's a con man. I'm not saying that he's op. All I'm saying is he dropped sources on TPUSA. He blew up 10x his following from last year, from 6 months ago. Now he doesn't cite anything. He just shows videos and says, we know the truth about everything, and I know everything. That's not how it works, bro. It's just not how it works. Okay? Form 990s, line items, $4 million, whatever. And then it goes to this kid looks fat, or the reverse. This kid looks fat to line 990s, and then back to palm gun and a pocket that looks like a tin can. No, man, that doesn't pass the test. Okay? So you got to look at the timeline, map when their content shifted. Did it happen after the trip possibly to Boston, or was there conversations happening on their timeline about a certain thing and then things changed for them, or meeting with a specific organization, or talking about a certain conversation? Did somebody get to them? It's a vast thing. Funding. Where's the money coming from? How much are they making in their where's the money coming from? How are they living their life, right? Can you find out? I tell you how I live my life. You know, I do this in between contracts. I haven't had one in a while because I was in crypto, and now I have two right now. And one's about to, God willing, everything goes well. Monday and through Wednesday, we're in discussions about the charter. So that's how I do it. And then YouTube. All right. And anybody who knows me close enough or is a member, they know what I do for those contracts. But people that say they do one thing and then you never see them on a live stream, you never see them on another podcast, but they explode. You know what I mean? And then they're not credible. They are credible. It's like, bro, we need some consistency here. Okay. The number one thing for me that I didn't really think much about until last week was the omission pattern that I just saw with Wolves in Finance. The selective evidence, okay? What do they consistently not talk about? If someone is covering every geopolitical topic with receipts, but goes silent on a specific topic that is critical to the conversation at hand, perhaps it's Boston. Is that a pattern? Let me ask the chat. Have you guys ever heard of him talk about Boston in any of his videos when it comes to
even
Charlie
jacking
Kirk's
my
death?
lines now?
Have you? Put a 1 in the chat if you have heard. Don't put a 0 in the chat if you agree with me that you have never heard him talk about Boston. Put a 0 for 0. He has never talked. I want to know. Put a 0 for 0. Do you agree or not?
No, the omissions is big though, and that's what I was doing for a while, like with my credibility reports, especially on the Charlie Kirk case. Just cross-reference everything with AI and just see if there are any holes, if there's anything that people aren't saying that it doesn't make sense for them to not be saying. Because even if someone has 90% of the story, if there is like a huge obvious hole in that story where it's like, wait, what? You know, like the Rick Cutler smiling thing, for instance. Like, I don't understand how every single content creator covering that story has not hammered that home. And like I always say, it's always been follow the money and stay on the scene with the hand signals, the pulling the SD cards. It's like once you get too scattered and you start going in too many directions, I feel like people lose focus of the real arguments, like what really makes or breaks the case. And for me personally, I thought that when you see Rick Cutler hovering over Charlie's body and you see that shit-eating grin on his face, that should have been a very, very big deal. And I don't understand why it wasn't really focused on. There wasn't a lot of emphasis on it. I saw Valhalla VFT, shout out to Nate, he talked about it. Alex Jones talked about it like once, and then you never heard it again. I think he even talked about it on the episode with Valhalla. I got to double check that. But nobody really said anything. And I was going around telling everyone, like, he's smiling, this, that. And then like bringing up stuff about Erika, you know, certain things that I had identified like very, very early on. And, you know, in the beginning, especially, everyone's like acting like it's like, you know, you know, it was the worst thing in the world to even question Erika. But even at the memorial, when she's doing that man, I forgive him. It's like, yo, like I saw through that right away. And I'm like looking around the room and you know, like my mom was there and she's like weeping, like, oh, it's so beautiful. I'm like, yo, she's full of shit. Like nobody's seeing this. Like nobody's thinking about this right now. And then like, as soon as I started saying it, everyone was like attacking me. And then once she did that Fox interview and once she started going at Candace, then all of a sudden people started waking up. You know, like her saying that the Turning Point USA, people in security, were like family and not to question them, not to attack them. I felt like that was like the giant red flag that most people did see. But there were other red flags that weren't called out, especially when, you know, we knew that there were text messages that Charlie was saying he thought his life was in danger. And Erika saying, I have his phone. If there were messages, I'd have seen them. And then all of a sudden, she tells Candace that, oh, yeah, I saw him. They were on the signal. And, like, everyone acted like that's a normal thing. It's like, okay, so we're 2 or 3 months in since Charlie passed away. And, like, we know now that there were text messages that he was telling people that he thought his life was in danger. And his wife is trying to say that she just overlooked them, like she didn't know that they were there. And nobody else is asking questions. No politicians, not the FBI. It's like, why didn't intelligence analyze the phone and know that that was there earlier? You know what I mean? And then when you find out that the messages were to Andrew Colvett, who she deals with on a daily basis at work, and Dan Flood, one of the top people in security, I think he was head of risk, something with risk management. It's like, yo, like this is really screwed up. Like, how is this? Like, wait, no, like, I don't want to talk about this. Like, all of a sudden, the conversation started changing. The case started going in different directions. It's like, whoa, no, like, where the fuck are we going? Like, no, right here. This is it. We got to talk about this. Like, I want to have a longer conversation about this. And it just didn't really happen.
Oberweiss, $10. You should suspect they are controlled op when their past was built in propaganda agencies, or they are too young and rose too fast to influence. JD, Vivek, Charlie Kirk, and company, and even Candace. That's a nice take. I could see that. I mean, Nick Fuentes. I think that a lot young people should have influence, though, because now we're in the age of independent media. So we decide who rises to the top based off of the conversation, and then the algorithm rises them up. No?
It's true, but I do think that Oberweiss has a solid take on it.
I do too. Not disagreeing
Really
at
solid
all.
take. Yeah.
New member. What's up, Coates? Oberweiss, Tucker, and Megyn Kelly. Also, I say Candace because she is trying way too hard to protect Charlie Kirk from being discovered as a punk. Interesting.
I think, and people
Barry
get
Weiss
upset,
in the chat. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That, you know, I like to say, okay, guys, we are going to forget or take a pause on what you think you know or knew about Charlie, Erika, TPUSA, these preconceived notions, and, you know, keep an open mind as we are doing our investigating. It is so important to be objective and be prepared to face maybe some uncomfortable truths as we are looking at evidence. If you were just going in saying, well, that's not the Charlie that I knew, did you really know him? Or did you just know a facade that was sold to you on
You only
TV?
see him. Yeah, that's it. You only see him on YouTube.
Yeah.
Look, the only reason we're talking, not the only reason, of course, nobody wants to see somebody get killed. But also, he was someone who started pivoting towards America first. And he was an American that was killed in front of everybody. That's what they tell us, at least. And that's what it looks like. Okay. So we care, and I care. And the reason why a lot of us have fallen this story is because it could happen to any of us.
Somebody just commented me saying, so you're all saying he's alive. Oh, you can read this first.
It's okay. Dude, Coates, what's up?
Thank you, dude, or Dankster or Dankette. Thank you. $9.99.99, $100. Really making me holler. Love y'all.
Thank you.
Having
Thank
these
you.
open
Thank
debates,
you.
being brave Americans. Thank you.
All right, let me get back
Someone's
to this
gotta
because
do it. Go ahead.
Blackline Brief
Thank you,
said,
Coach.
so you're all saying he's alive. It's no, I'm not saying he's alive. I'm saying we don't know.
No, I'm not.
None of us know. Because I'll tell you right now, the fact that Tyler Robinson is still in jail and that everybody is pretending that all this evidence and all these anomalies don't exist, to me, is a psyop in itself. Like,
What's up,
this
B?
is really feeling like QAnon 2.0 right now.
Good to see you, bro.
Whether he's dead or alive, there is a higher probability that Charlie Kirk is alive than that Tyler Robinson killed him with the 30-06. And that is a mathematical fact based on the evidence.
We run analysis on this stuff, you guys. Like, we go in the background and we run all kinds of analysis. I don't know what happened, but besides what our eyes saw, if you took away that, okay, because obviously eyes can be tricked. If you take that away and you run all, how is it that not one person at all, not Charlie a family, not anybody close to Charlie, not anybody in his organization, not anybody in the government, nobody has shed a tear, and everybody's acting strange. Just that alone, not to mention all of the craziness going on around Erika owning the company, Erika owning GGLF Insurance. I don't know what would you, how can you say that that's not a viable option?
And
I'm
think
not
about it.
saying it's
Everybody's
true.
saying, like, we all know
Not one
Charlie was
tear?
really smart. We all know Charlie was really smart. Like, you look at his takes on geopolitics and Iran and government and money and business and all these things. The guy was really smart. You're going to tell me that he wouldn't be smart enough to identify that he was in the Truman Show, that all these people were just playing him? You think fucking Mikey McCoy was fooling Charlie Kirk? You think Erika Kirk? Yo, Erika Kirk couldn't fool my freaking 12-year-old daughter. You think she's fooling Charlie Kirk? Like, come on. At some point, you have to at least at the minimum, start asking questions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really hard to put so much faith in Charlie being so dang smart that he could, you know, that he could have been the next president, you know, whatever. But yet he could not see that all of these people around him were potentially taking advantage of him and were potentially setting him up to take his life. Like, he was just blind to all of that for years.
He's asking, what did we say on
to
Monday?
the tune
I think
of
it was
millions
Sunday.
and millions of dollars. Like, come on.
This is the thing, bro, is that we show everything. We showed everything. We played Zach from Rules of Finance videos. We played Jesse on Fire's videos. We played financial videos. We've shown all kinds of stuff. Baron, Candace, Baze, Blake. I mean, everybody, because we have to show what people know so we can come to a conclusion. But if you have a better answer.
And listen,
you want me to send you a
platform-
link? I know you got it. I know you can come on here and if you want to argue your case, sounds like you got something to say.
No, hold on.
I'm happy to hear
I
you
just want to
out.
make something clear. This platform, this is not an echo chamber. This is not an
Not
echo
at all.
chamber.
I'm open to anything.
All ideas, all debates are welcome as long as they're not hateful. Nobody here is trying to offend anybody. Nobody's
That's
trying to
true,
put any.
yeah.
Well, actually, maybe we try to offend some people, but we're not trying to offend any of you guys. No, but no. All jokes aside, though, like, we're just trying to run every possible scenario possible because the one that they're putting in front of us doesn't make sense. It never
I'm
did.
open to anything. And when
It
I
never
say it sounds
did.
like you got something to say, I'm open to hearing anything. But nobody's been able to make sense of what is happening. Okay. Nobody's been able to make sense of it. So when you look at all of the situation, and I'm not saying that Jesse on Fire is 100% right, but he has put together more of the evidence in one direction than anybody else. Like 10 videos worth of information to go in one direction. I have not seen anybody else do that. To actually give a response that says, This is why I think that this is exactly what happened and how. Nobody else has done it. Nobody. If you've seen one, then let me know. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter. I don't believe that I don't believe that whatever they're telling us is the truth. And I haven't seen anybody put enough information together that makes more sense than that.
You know what else is crazy?
I don't know if it's true.
I just realized this. Somebody said
I'm
it in the chat. How they took apart Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. They started like taking down a lot of videos. They did it like
Blake has obviously what I'm saying is no, but Blake is still trying to figure out exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Blake hasn't come with a complete conclusion. Jesse is saying, I think he's alive. These are all the reasons why. This is how it happened. This is exactly everything from start to finish. Nobody's done it, not even Blake.
No, and I get on to Blake, you know, when he goes off on Jordan Henshaw and things like that. Like I say, you know what, you guys have not. There is no one else who is literally on the daily practicing and working toward a physical recreation of what may have happened in the way that Jordan Henshaw is. So
Yeah,
you have to give props
Jordan
to that.
too. I forgot.
Okay?
Jesse got a
You
lot of his stuff from
Yeah.
I don't
so you have
I
to
don't
give
care
props
whether
to
he's
that.
right or wrong, but it's the fact that they're at least doing it to get to an answer that satisfies themselves until something else comes along. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I'm being fed from all different directions, and nobody except for those two guys have actually said this is what okay.
Well, I mean,
say Charlie is dead.
I'll tell you what I believe. I mean, I was sitting here letting y'all talk, but I'll just hop in and say I believe that he is alive. That is my leading theory, and my overarching theory, and it has been from the jump, is that like literally from day one has been that Charlie walked into UVU that day and he knew that he was not walking out one way or another, and from there. It was, you know, was he in on it or was he not? Like, did he? And, you know, I can't say what happened once he got into the vehicle. You know, I don't know. But I believe that what I saw there was it definitely was not 30-06. No.
Wait, hold on. Let Keli do her thing.
I mean,
well, I can't.
No, because Keli says she has a theory. She's had a theory.
I mean, so many people have heard me run through this, but like there are many clues, I think, leading up to, during, and after the event that lead me to that conclusion. And, you know, it's a whole lot more than what I can just like rattle off right now and to accurately do it justice or fairly do it justice. But that's what I believe. And until I see, you know, otherwise, I, though, remain open to hearing all things. Like I brought John Bray back onto the scene in late December with the exploding mic theory. And I feel like reignited that option. And that's because I continue to keep an open mind and platform because I want to get to the bottom of this, you know, and I appreciate work that's being done. So anyway, I just
how are we not making sense?
Yeah.
How are we not making sense? Explain it. If we're literally saying nobody has put together anything that comes to a specific conclusion better than Jesse and Jordan Henshaw. It's true. Maybe Algis has done a little bit of the physics stuff to explain like a bullet went here and there, but nothing explains where his body is. Nobody explains why his hands are fake looking like a clay body in a casket. Nobody's explaining why Erika's never shed a tear. Everybody's acting weird around him. Nobody's explained it. Nobody has explained it. That is what we're saying. And until somebody else comes with a better conclusion, that is the best so far, is that he isn't alive. He is not, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
That's the explanation that has been the most reasonable And if you look at you guys are all talking about it as if you've seen the whole series. I guarantee you most of you have not. I've seen all the videos. I've seen the tube hanging from his neck. His shirt. I've seen the pipe in the back going through his shirt. I've seen it all. I've seen all the videos. I've done the research myself. I helped research for those videos. All right. So I'm telling you, what I saw is undeniable that is much closer to the truth than anything else anybody's telling us, especially the Fed narrative, especially anything that Erika's told us, especially anything that Gary's told us, especially that anybody, anywhere, anything has told anybody about Charlie Kirk's survival or death.
Thanks. Don't stop now. Keep dropping names.
Somebody just said like you're leaving John Bray out. I don't know if they're behind a little bit, but like I just brought John Bray's name up.
And John Bray too.
I shout out to John Bray.
I don't know John Bray that well, so I don't know.
I know John Bray so well. Like I have been in, close communication with him since October. I've put in so much time and work in forming that connection over time when nobody else was talking to John. And so, I mean,
the exploding microphone theory is actually pretty good too.
It is. It's solid. Here, I want to also ask this
That's
Adrian. Oh,
you're right.
Yeah, this Adrian Hovey, I think, who.
But it doesn't explain the crime, the lack of crime. I'm sorry, Kelly, but it's still it doesn't explain the lack of interest of anybody caring about Charlie. Right. If you can explain that to me, other than he is alive, then please, I'm all ears.
Well, think about it. What's the slogan in DC?
Even if they were all getting paid $1 billion,
if you want a friend, get a dog. Kelly, you would know that, isn't that the slogan in DC? Absolutely. If you want a friend, get a dog.
Get a dog. Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys need to start realizing something,
dude.
Okay, all these people, they're not in the same world that we are. They're like, we're in the bubble. Like, these people are operating outside the bubble with information that you are not privy to. That's why they say it's a big club and you're not in it.
This one, Sausage Biscuits, good to see you, bro. $10. People are killed every day by a family member or spouse and they never saw it coming. All those people aren't stupid. It happens every day. You don't know what people will do for $1 until it's real money. You're talking about 150 people being involved. Even if every single person got $1 billion, somebody would crack. They would. The information would leak. You can't have this many people in on it, from the security, from everybody that works at Turning Point, to all of the pastors, to the government. It's impossible. Even the reason why I say that, if each person, even if they all got $1 billion each, somebody would crack, either from emotional pressure, psychological pressure, from feeling depressed, or something. Not everyone's a psychopath. Okay, you'd have to have every single person be a psychopath, like crazy person, in order for them to all be in on Charlie's death. You can't rationalize me out of it, of everybody knowing that he died for whatever, for money. Not everyone is vain, bro. All of those people are not that way. I'm telling you, that's not how people are. I'm a numbers person. You can't beat the numbers, and the numbers can't beat you. All right. If you have a certain amount of numbers, you're going to have an absolute outcome. Somebody is going to snitch. Somebody's going to crack. Somebody's going to put themselves in prison forever. If it hasn't happened yet, then maybe it will soon. And then I'll be shown the truth. But until then, he and all of his Oberweiss. What's up, Barry Weiss? $10. Dang, I'm just kidding, Barry. What's up, Oberweiss? Danks,
oh my gosh.
He and all of his circle and wife are children raised on asset farms and are assigned with older assets, forming fake families. They could be offed as needed as Dude and Butler and other. Okay. I mean, if we're going to go there, I guess, then you're right.
Well, we'll remember this moment.
You know what? Like,
clip
is
that.
a common theme. You know what a lot of people say that cracks me up though?
This was supposed to be about teaching people about how the zoologist works and how we're being propagandized.
Isn't this part of it?
I guess. This has become a
Flip
debate
that.
between us and the chat.
Yeah, but that's
And I'm
the
not even
beauty.
debating
That's
anything
what they were
in
going
particular.
for, though. They were trying to get us. They said, "Whew."
I know. We asked them what debate they wanted, what dream match, and it ended up
Uh-huh.
being us versus them.
Yeah.
Zoology 101.
Oh my goodness. Okay, there's this Adrian who sent the $99 earlier, and I want to make sure that she didn't have a message with her super earlier. And so anyway, I just wanted to,
I saw an here.
or at least I didn't see the message. So I just want to make sure if there was a question that we answered it. That's all.
She didn't have a question with it. That's why I said, "Oh, you didn't have a question." I went through the chat. I'm paying attention, Adrian.
Yeah,
I went
we're
through
all
the chat
watching.
and I copied all of the messages that you said, and you basically said this. I'll just read it because it's too long to put in the chat. So you said, okay. Be there or be square. I would love to learn anything about the internet as I'm 50 and don't know much when it comes to all this stuff. I knew for quite some time he was pro-Zio. That's why I was shocked he was even looking into the CK conspiracies. But as you stated, he never brings the foreign country into the story. And then you said, agree with the last comment.
Maybe a different Adrian.
Yeah, there's two Adrians, Adrian Fenton, but I'm going through Adrian H. Oh, is that on your side? Did she
I don't
leave or
know.
go to a different? Adrian Fenton? Which Adrian are you talking
I
about?
saw an Adrian. Let's see, an Adrian. Oh gosh, Adrian F.
Adrian Hovey, the one
said-
that I just had up.
Okay.
Well, I'll get to the super chat in a second. Adrian H. Hold on here. Adrian. Okay, here we go. Adrian. There's two Adrians though. Adrian.
I just want to point something else out real quick too about this. Okay? Because I don't know if you guys remember this. Like,
Sorry,
how many of you
guys.
guys use TikTok?
If you want to type it again, we're watching the chat for you. You could type your messages in multiple and we'll store it. I'm watching for you, Adrian.
So over the summer, when they started trying to force the sale of TikTok to what was supposed to be an American buyer, which we assumed was American interest, but that's another story. They actually had a person named Erika, I think was it Erika Mindell, I believe, former IDF instructor who was in charge of controlling and monitoring TikTok for hate speech. That was over the summer. I don't know how many of you guys were still using TikTok after whatever happened to Charlie happened, but if you went on TikTok in the second and third week of September, all you saw was either the I am Charlie Kirk crowd or the people celebrating that Charlie Kirk wasn't with us anymore. They weren't really too concerned about the hate speech then, which I found to be very, very revealing, especially when this whole cluster of right-wing conservatives just used it to just drive the wedge between the left and the right even further and further. And, I don't have to drop names. You guys all know who I'm talking about. But they just pounded it away. And all this left versus right rhetoric. Oh, they hate us. They want us dead and this and that. And it was all bullshit. And the only reason people cared to begin with was because their algorithm was flooding their phones with it. Think about it. If that person, I think the name was Erika Mindell, whatever the fucking name is, who cares? But if that person was really doing their job and monitoring and censoring the hate speech, nobody would have ever seen all this celebrating about Charlie Kirk, And now just imagine right now if people were celebrating, bad things happening to another group. Those accounts would get banned like that. Just something to think about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where is it? That wasn't the one. I said thank you too soon. Hold on. It was. I'll get back to the super chat in a second. I see you, sausage. 1 second. Here it is. Faking the murder is way more unbelievable with multiple parties than is murder by multiple interested parties. All right, I read it too fast. I mean, I disagree, but I'm open to it. Like, look, I don't know what the truth is. All I'm saying is what I see from people, but then I'm not stuck on one story. Okay, I'm not. All I'm saying is that only one person has brought forward a full start to finish on what makes sense the most. That's it. Other than the fact that what we might think about somebody dying or whatever, and then just people doing whatever they want with that person. Okay? We still don't know from sausage $20. We still don't know all involved who killed JFK, and you're right. I'm a brain person and a psychology person. I study behavioral neuroscience. It's not that hard to hold a person under your thumb and compartmentalize an operation. I agree. And I mostly stay away from this conversation because I already know how it is. Because you start getting on this and then nobody can win. You can't win. Right?
Well,
Who's
just think about one other thing. While we're sitting here going back and forth about whether the guy's even dead, look at everything that we're not talking about right now. We're not talking about the files. We're not talking about the war. We stopped talking about how our country seems to be occupied.
It is also
that's why I say the Charlie Kirk case, the Charlie Kirk investigation, feels like QAnon 2.0. Just like a massive psyop to just get everybody's attention and wait for something to happen.
There is definitely a big psyop going on. Obviously, if you can't see that there's a psyop going on, obviously there is. And anyone who thinks I'm a clout clickbaiting chaser, whatever, just don't watch the content. Go watch it first. You haven't watched it, is what I mean. If you go watch it, you would definitely see that neither one of us are chasing clout. I've spread more truth and more factual information. Go ask Grok. Ask Grok who I am, and you'll find out. How about that? Go ask Grok. Who's Dankster Intel? And how credible is he out of a 0 to 100? And why?
Yeah, but don't start shoveling that shit because Grok is going to say a lot of people that aren't credible or credible. So you're giving to credit yourself. You're also going to be,
I'm just
co-signing the crediting of a lot of discreditable people.
Grok was giving me clout. It's all good. No, but seriously, I don't care about the clout. That's not what I'm here. If I was, I wouldn't be saying all the shit that I'm saying. I'm saying all kinds of crazy shit tonight because I'm just trying to get to the truth.
Yeah, I'm like, that's when you take a screenshot of Grok saying nice things about you, and you're like, all right, Grok was on point today, but Grok also
tomorrow
has
it's gonna be all.
Yeah, Grok also has a tendency to
people are gonna talk shit about me online, and then my thing.
Wait, I got a good one. I got a good one for all the people that are questioning, like that think it's crazy for us to question whether or not Charlie's dead. If Candace Owens came out tomorrow and said, guys, you'll never believe it, I think Charlie's alive, the whole fucking internet would be talking, I knew he's alive! Candace said so!
There you go. Thank you. 100%.
Mark,
yes or no?
80
yes or no? Think about
it.
Come on.
I bow to you.
Come on.
Absolutely.
And what? Nobody wants to fucking say that because they're afraid of being on a thumbnail? I would love that fucking debate, but
it's true.
What are y'all gonna do when that comes out?
Actually true, lame, disagree, not me. Maybe not you. I believe that. Matt, I believe you. But I also heard some other things, bro. I heard some things, bro. Danks is the most reliable source on YouTube. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna cut it off. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for the supers. Thanks, Sausage. Everybody in the chat.
We're gonna end it there.
Yeah, I gotta bounce. It's been 4 hours.
All right.
4 hours.
Yeah, my Pale's coming in the chat, all talking smack on me and all that and then he's flexing on Matt. You guys are like, are you coming and starting shit? It's all good, bro.
I don't know who that is, so
I know who they are. All right, I gotta go. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks, man. Love you all. Peace. Take
all right,
care.
yeah, we're gonna go too.
You gonna say
Kelly,
your thing?
Kelly, you want to close it out?
You want me to leave it open? I don't care. I mean,
well, I mean, you just gonna pull the plug on us?
no, I mean, you guys. I don't know. I don't know how to. I can leave it going.
What are you, a
I can just
moderator?
remove me. The thing is, if I leave, then you guys can't control. You want me
No,
to stay?
no. Just let
I
final
don't mind
words.
staying. I'm just kind of like, we're going in circles here about things that, I feel like is irritating people. I'm getting irritated.
Why are you
People
getting
talking
irritated?
shit.
I thought this was a really good, healthy conversation.
Yeah,
getting
it's one that
irritated.
We're
needs to
doing
be
exactly
had.
what Charlie said. We're asking questions.
Because
right.
there's no getting to the truth this way, because we've talked about this never endingly and nobody wants to come with any real information. They just want to argue. And I'm not about that. This is not actual discourse. This is people talking shit that don't know anything. And then they want to say they believe one thing and another, but they don't know why.
All right. Well,
And then when somebody
gonna
comes
do
with the conclusion, then they want to say, oh, well, that doesn't make any sense, because they don't just believe what they see. Okay. But
Well, I'm
nobody
gonna
wants
do a
to
members
hear
only. I'm
anything
gonna
that
do a
doesn't
members only
favor them.
tomorrow. I'm gonna bring some more
You know what I mean?
information, and all shit talkers are welcome. But you got to pay
Nobody
to play.
wants to do anything
Just
that
like-
favors the reality of the situation. Is nobody knows. And then when somebody comes with some credible information that at least looks like start to finish an answer, then they're like, oh, I can't believe that. And then you say the truth that if Candace came out today and Charlie's alive, oh no.
But that is
It's like-
true. That is true. If
It is
Candace,
true.
If Candace said that
Of
she thought
course
Charlie
it's
was
true.
alive, the whole fucking internet would flip upside down.
That's right. Okay, chat, you tell us, you guys. I'm very curious, chat, if you think, like, if, for example, Candace came out on Monday and said, you guys, CK is alive. Got it? It's, he's alive. What would your reaction be?
Shit, we might have spoiled season 2 premiere.
Sorry, not sorry. Well, we don't know that he was buried. I mean, did any of you
Call her a
attend
liar. All right, you're back in my good graces. That was funny. I like it. All right. I'm staying.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now we reeled you back in.
Oh, I get frustrated because it's like
Danks
fuck,
was ready to
man,
pull
like-
the plug because he didn't want to lose more subs. He's like, shit, I lost 12 over Zach. What am I going to lose over this one?
No, it's not about the subs for me,
I'm
bro.
kidding.
I
I'm
made the
kidding.
video knowing I was going to lose subs on Zach. I don't
I'm
care.
kidding. Listen,
I don't
everybody
care about the
loves
truth.
Danks. The three of us, like, yo. If people don't know what's up yet, they're going to find out soon.
He's frustrated. No, I'm not frustrated. I'm just bored of going in circles, to be honest. I'm bored of going in circles. There's so much more. I am about important conversations that actually lead to people having a difference in the outcome of their lives. And this conversation is not doing that. So I lose interest. And then I start getting argumentative because people just want to argue. And I'm not about that. I'm about truth and information and about getting down to the nuts and bolts of the reality of what affects our life today. And
All
what
right,
Baze is
thanks.
saying is right. The truth is, all of this is distracting us from stuff that actually affects our lives, bro. We have a war in Iran. We have oil in our country that they're charging us more money than the entire world pays. Nobody in Africa pays. I mean, it's crazy, bro. All the countries that we export oil to get it cheaper than us, and we're paying $6 a gallon for it. It's gonna go up from here. You've got a war that they dragged us into that we didn't want. You've got Marines getting mad of all people. You should understand what I'm trying to say. Debrief or brief, Black Line brief. A Marine just got his arm broken for speaking out in a hearing, and they walked him out because he said his own opinion. He's the one person that should be speaking out. And we're talking about who this and that and who's got the best, whatever. Who cares, bro? The files are out.
This
you
is
know,
happening. The war
I
is
do have a bone
We're
to pick
about
with
to
Candace
lose our
Owens.
dollar, $100 trillion in debt.
I
This
do
stuff
have a
isn't
bone to
that
pick with
important
Candace
to me.
Owens. Hold on. Danks, do you have the photo of Erika that Candace
Which
was
one?
withholding from everybody? Are you guys ready for
I
this?
don't have it. Do you? Does she show it? I haven't watched Candace
I have
since
it.
episode 2 of her series.
I have it. I have multiple videos of it.
Thank you, George. I appreciate you, bro.
Thanks. You could pull it up on one of my videos.
Where is it?
It's
Thank
on
you
one.
for
It's
that,
on.
George.
It's on my thumbnail. It's on my thumbnail that has Candace on it. Just go to my page and pull it up. Because I
On
have
YouTube?
not seen Candace Owens
Or-
is withholding information, and you guys need to know.
YouTube or Instagram?
YouTube.
All right. Oh, this is the one.
She
George,
showed everybody.
thank
She
you for
showed
your hard
everybody the
work.
Bam Bam cut.
My love. He said that
My
was the one that
love.
said,
I
"We
know.
just
I was
used my
wondering
love."
if you caught that. My
I didn't
love.
catch it
That's
at first. I'm
clever,
glad I went
George.
back to
That's
it.
clever.
Thanks. Can
I
you pull
like
it up?
it.
Pull up that
Okay.
thumbnail.
I got it right here. The thumbnail I can't pull up. No.
Try to pull up the thumbnail. Just pull up the page, or just scroll to the picture.
Here it is.
Zoom in. Zoom in to the top right. The people need to see this. I don't know why Candace didn't want to show them. You're almost there. You almost got it right there. Go up. You see that, guys?
Right
Erika
here.
Kirk. That's Erika Kirk with a tramp stamp.
The tramp stamp.
I have not seen anybody talk about this.
Mm.
I don't know if it's real or not, but that was from
It
the
is.
music video that she was in
There's some
2013.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Say my
Why
name
would
again,
Candace
please, it
Owens
matters.
leave that out?
I see you. I see you, Adrian. What's up, Adrian?
Actually, thanks. Do me a favor. Play that clip because that clip's really funny. You don't have to play the whole thing. You can
I'll
fast
play it.
forward.
Adrian, I'm waiting for you.
I think everybody will get a kick out of this, and we'll show Candace.
I have
some
seen
love.
Erika with tears several times. Loads of fake crying. But to say she has, but how does this make sense? She has never cried is inaccurate. Fake crying isn't crying, bro. People will rationalize anything, bro. This is why I'm saying this is so useless.
Just play the
More
clip,
Erika
thanks.
lies. We'll get into that next week. But I just now reflect on her telling me during our sit down that she received the questions ahead of time for her interview with Barry Weiss. Like she knew
I'm
that
paying
Barry was
attention to you. Oh, she said, no, don't divert from me. Now, don't give money if you're going to try to control us over here. I don't appreciate that.
Yeah.
What's going on? Say it instead of like, well, speak it. You keep saying, pay attention. I'm speaking truth. Well, please speak the truth.
I think I saw. Okay, I think I saw her comment though a little while ago, or just a
Lifestyles
couple.
equal power.
And it was something about growing your food. Oh, grow skills, soil, food. This was at about 3 minutes ago at 54. Grow skills, soil, food, local resource. Yeah, resources and relationships. We have power. Just take it away.
I
Yeah,
agree. I think that if
100%. 100%.
if we just, there's all we have to do is stop paying taxes. That's it. We don't have to do anything else. Stop paying taxes and stop showing up the fucking voting poll and we'll be fine. But everyone's going to show up like a bunch of freaking sardines. I'm going to my phone. Oh my God, Mrs. Person. Bro.
Thanks is getting
you
real
think
comfy on
that
that mic.
Dude, stop. Stop with it. Stop paying
Thanks,
the bullshit.
thanks.
Stop voting the
Stop
bullshit.
reading the chat. Play the clip. Getting crazy.
Jesus Christ, man.
Thank
you, George. Big love.
Thank you,
All
big
right, I'll
love.
play the
Thank
clip.
you so much.
Good
Welcome,
I'll
English
always be
and
the
French
light.
online. All right, here we go.
always was going to ask a question about me. You know, she said, they didn't rehearse her answers, but she knew what they were going to ask, obviously. And therefore, we can conclude that none of the questions caught her off guard. She definitely thought through recounting her time in New York City, whether or not she was dating. And I want you to pay special attention now, because it's even crazier in the retrospect, to her body language as she's about to tell us that she didn't date anybody for 5 years before she met Charlie. Take a listen to this.
don't operate.
Shout
that
out to Candace
way.
Owens.
But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to
I want you guys to know I made this myself.
drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. So it goes twofold here. So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie, you have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie. Are you going to church?
Oh, my.
Are you going to?
Oh, did you guys realize that Erika Kirk has a tramp stamp? I wonder what Charlie thought.
Bible study. Did you tell your pastor that you are ready for the Lord to bring into your life the man that you've been praying for? You yourself need to be prepared for that man, and only you
Ooh,
know how to
this
do
is interesting. You guys don't see how somehow Candace keeps getting all of this information. How does she do all this research and put it all together for her? She has kids and is homeschooling. Time to investigate. Muy interesante.
Hold on, let's play the rest of the clip and then we'll read these.
Where did you guys go?
do that. Does that mean staying out and going out with the girls? I'm not saying you sit on your couch and all of a sudden he's going to knock on your door and be like, honey, let's rendezvous. Like, that's not how it happens. It's not. Granted, my situation was a little different. I wouldn't do it. You went
I'm
to a
sure
job,
it was.
So this is how good the Lord is. He knew that because I was not dating in New York City, he knew that in
She
order
was
for me
not
to know
dating.
that that was my man, he had to blanket Charlie as a job interview. Because if that went in, no joke, if he came to me and said, hey, let's go on a date to Bill's Burgers, I'd be like, I am so sorry. Thank you, but no, we're not doing this. That was my mindset. I was
Took me a
not
long
in
time,
that
you know. Hope you guys
headspace.
appreciate it.
I just wasn't. But God will work in incredible ways when you surrender the pen for him to write your love story. And when you know that, look, if I remain in the jet stream of God's will, he will provide for me in ways I cannot even imagine. And that is my prayer for you. My prayer for you is to remain open and to remain prayerful and to let people around you know, old school style, I'm ready and I'm looking to get married and having a family. You can always have your career.
Old school style, all right.
Family truly is a
Check out Erika with the Bam Bam cut. She actually referred to it as the Bam Bam cut herself, too.
very limited, short window. You can start your career. If you have people and it's amazing business, have other people run it. You can still manage it. You can still pour into it, but you have your babies. And then once your babies are grown and the nest is empty, go back to your career. There's nothing wrong with
Romania.
that. If you don't have a career, you have your
Doesn't even
babies. The
feel
Lord's going
right
to inspire
now.
something inside of you that you're like, you know what? There's a problem. I have a solution. How many baby companies have been born out of moms? You know, like the little carrier seed.
Yeah. Nobody that I know would judge Erika if she was like, you know what? I was like Candace. I was down at One Oak. I was eating pizza at 3 a.m. in the morning at Artichoke. Okay. And then my life cleaned up after that. And I'm so grateful that I met a wonderful person like Charlie. I did the 20s hard in New York City. There's no expectation for her to pretend she never dated anybody. Like she just was, I was sitting at home observing my roommate and go, so terrible. No, please. No.
I don't know. I
Oh,
thought
that's
that little video montage added to that episode.
Welcome, Captain Slick. Thanks for joining, bro. You're gonna have a blast with us. You're right, dude. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I thought that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
The tramp stamp is crazy, bro. The fact that it just adds another layer. It's like, so then, yeah. So, I mean, I could probably come up with something, because to me, again, not to now against Jesse's theory, for me, it makes more sense when you think about how Erika is, how she's acted, her history and all the lies. The fact that I was able to, with one of the Dankettes, find that she had already ran for a precinct committeeman in Arizona in 2020, 9 months before she married Charlie Kirk under the Franz V name. She was already in the political apparatus. She already ran a nonprofit. Okay.
I think the Franz V name was a cover. That's just my theory.
Well, yeah. She got married twice.
I don't think those are real. I don't think those are real identities. They could be. I don't know.
Thanks, Omatic. Danks, you're not useless at all. I didn't say I was. I don't think I'm useless, but the argument, like all of this circling about who's right, is Jesse right? It's a circle jerk, bro. Nobody's right. Okay, nobody knows the truth. That's what I'm trying to say. That's you. That conversation is useless to me because it doesn't push the goalpost forward on our lives being better.
I'm not here to argue about how Charlie died or if he's alive. I'm not. I don't care.
That's
All
what
I
I
know
said
is he's
too.
never
that-
coming back.
Yeah,
He's never coming
exactly.
back. Whether
He's
alive,
off the board.
whether he's dead, he's never coming back. So to me, he's
Exactly.
dead.
Yep.
Okay. So
And
if you want to,
And if
Yeah.
he is alive, because this is the one thing that everybody says, why would he fake his death? Why would he fake his death? What makes you think it would be his call? If you work for the government at that level, in that kind of capacity, and the people at the top say for whatever reason that you got to go off the board,
You're
like
deactivated.
that's it. Yeah, you're deactivated. They whatever they do, and boom, have a nice life. Maybe you do some analytical work from home. But that's it. You don't have a choice. What, you think one day he woke up and said, "Oh yeah, things are rough. I gotta check out." They'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You ain't going nowhere." But I don't know. I only say that because a lot of people have brought that up and asked that question, saying, "Why would he want to do it? Why would he want to do it?" It's like, what makes you think that that's how it would go? What do you guys think on that?
Adrian, your $100 super. That's a really nice. That's a smooth way of getting a lot of bang for your buck right there. She's like, I paid $100. This is read all my.
I'll
chat.
tell you what,
I like it.
Adrian
It's
is
just smooth. I think fake people shouldn't be the point of the conversation anymore. Lifestyle, bro. Skills are the new fast car. Hey, you already know what's up. Danks needs a Snickers tonight. Oh, I got a whole box of Snickers. I have a box of Snickers, right?
Danks
On
just needs to
top
go
of my
3
fridge.
days without talking to me. He'll be back to normal.
Are Snickers your favorite candy?
This is my favorite. Snickers.
Okay, noted.
That's been my favorite lately too.
Yeah. I have the snack size, but they're not the mini ones like you get on Halloween. They're thin and long. Have you seen them? They're like a rare kind. Yeah, they're not rare, but they're not common. And I got them on Amazon. It was 18 for a pack of 24, and I thought they were the regular size because it didn't say snack size. It just showed a longer. And they were all skinny. They're like the Reese's sticks, but they're Snickers. They
Like a
probably came from
Twizzler, like a Twizzlers version.
Yeah, it's a
of
Twizzlers version of
Snickers.
Snickers. Yes, it's exactly what they put a 1 in the chat if
Is
you've
it
ever
like the
seen
diet
the Twizzlers
diet
version of
Snickers?
I mean, I guess, but I
Snickers.
ate 2 to 3 of them at a time, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh. I hate to admit it, but I did the other day get I had taken Brock, my 7-year-old. He was we were at the hospital or whatever early in the morning, and anyway, he had done some blood work, and it was like at 7:30 in the morning. And anyway, he was so hungry, he had to fast beforehand. And then he's like, "Mom, can I please have something?" And the only thing that was open was the the little gift shop. And so anyway, he went in and he saw the Oreos ice cream sandwiches. Anyway, he's like, "I really want one of these." So anyway, I let him have an Oreos ice cream sandwich for breakfast. And he loved it.
You ever make homemade fried Oreos? That's so good.
No.
So
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to feel like Adrian is Q in the chat right now.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
might be. It
And-
starts with $100. Just know it starts with $100.
The elusive $100 no comment super
Uh-huh.
with the read the rest of them on the way down.
Yep.
I like it. Nice move. If you write you in on a ballot, am I putting you into political against your will? How would you know? I've written friends and okay, I made a video debunking this, bro. I literally made a video. You can't be. I read the law in Arizona. You can't be here. Let's just go. I mean, I guess we can. People don't want to do their research; they'll just talk. So let's show research, because I don't talk. I make content based off of information that's based on law. Okay, so here we go. All right. I know that write-in candidates can be confusing. There's a reason most people don't know about them. And qualified versus unqualified write-ins, 99% of voters, it never matters. But when it does, the current CEO of a billion-dollar political organization has an undisclosed candidacy file buried
deep, 2,300 pages in of a government document, it matters. So 2 days ago, I dropped a video showing that Erika Kirk, the current CEO of
This
Turning Point
video is for
USA,
you.
filed as a qualified write-in candidate for the Republican precinct committeeman
Right here.
position in Maricopa County, Arizona. August 4th, 2020 was the primary. Filed under her maiden name, Franzvi, 9 months before she married Charlie Kirk. And the video got strong engagement, but the comments told me something important. A lot of you do not understand how Arizona election law works. And that is not an insult. That is really the point of making these videos, is to educate.
And I'm sorry if
people,
I'm
because
expressing frustration. I am kind of on 10 right now. And it's the way that the comments come across. And I know it's not arguing, and I don't always read all the way through. Not argumentative. Sorry, I didn't get all the way to the after the emoji. In my mind, it was like a fuck you emoji. That's what's like, I'm
Yeah,
right,
it's like
you're
the
wrong.
third time you read a comment of somebody trying to compliment you, and then you're like, rah.
I haven't had a full cup of coffee today. I got a lot of sleep, you know, and I'm like extra right now.
Yo, Danks is in rare form right now.
I
the
am.
people
Danks
that's
2.0.
missing the
Yes. Basically, without having to go through the whole thing, look, here, I'll show you right now, okay? Because actually, this was kind of funny. I went through the comments of people. And so, if you look at this here, this is a good spot right here. Person writing candidate, not you saw in my previous video. And so this is a nonpartisan writing candidate nomination paper declaration of qualification. This is a qualified declaration. You are hereby notified that I, the undersigned, a qualified elector, am a candidate for the office of. Here's the name for the office sought in the political division or district. I hope so, because I don't so far. Okay. All right. So this is the paperwork that they have to. And how do you say that when you're not even commenting on my channel, bro? How about you comment on my channel and maybe we can start building that rapport.
Fill out in order to be a qualified candidate. So Erika Franzvi went through this paperwork, signed under penalty of perjury her personal information. So this is court record. All right. So if you look here, it says, I declare under penalty of perjury that the information in this nomination paper and declaration of qualification is true and correct. And that at the time of filing, I am a resident of the county, district, or precinct, which I propose to represent, that I have no final outstanding judgments.
To be a qualified vote-in, you have to fill this document out. You have to show ID. You have to sign your name. You have to do this yourself, all right? This is under penalty of perjury. They could be fined and jailed, okay? I certify I'm not a disqualified running as a candidate, write-in, and so on, okay? And then I show right here.
You see how it shows?
Where it shows Erika Franzvi qualified write-in. I could have made the video like 1 minute, but you have to make them 8 minutes to get ads paid. So it's 17 minutes. But basically, I showed people in the comments with a lot of comments saying the same thing, similar rhetoric. It's been a long night. I caught a catnap in the middle. So she did write herself in and qualify herself. That's correct. Yes. I will be nice. I need a Snickers. Should I go? You guys want to see what those Snickers look like? Here, I'll go get it. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you think that I'm rubbing off on Danks a little too much. He's on fire tonight. Oh man, I love it though.
Oh my goodness.
I saw Cass in the chat saying that I'm being the calm, cool, and rational one.
Oh man, you had
worded
those
it. Yeah.
close by.
Calm and
I
rational.
mean, my house is only like 2,500 square feet. It's one story.
No, but I mean, like
Okay.
they were almost within arm's reach. So you know, just in
I only
case.
have.
I'm seeing a lot of ones.
So
Okay, we need to see these.
I
Yep.
need something. I don't know what would be a good like a pocket knife, maybe a knife. It's like this long, but it's not a full snake. This is like a here. Well, I have big hands, right? But I don't know, microphone. You know how big the microphone is, right, bro? It's half the size of...
I was trying to be funny.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know. I'm just coming in with the zingers tonight.
Snickers. I will do an ad for you. Somebody hit me up for a
Right over his
toothpaste
head.
ad. I told him I'll do it for $3,500 for 60 seconds. I'm not lying.
I bet you
So
would.
you want me to do toothpaste? I'll do it for $3,500. You can kiss my ass. All right. That's what
And
they are.
guys, to everybody asking why I'm being so calm and cool tonight, consider it the calm before the storm.
You know a way I can make this Snickers look bigger. I got an old skinny Snickers. Look at this. It's a skinny Snicker.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen one like this, bro? I was so pissed when they showed up. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
I have not. Where did you get those from? Oh my gosh,
Amazon.
it's like a ripoff. I was like, is this Amazon?
It was Amazon. Here you go. I told you it looks like a Twix.
Oh.
See? Anyways.
Wow. Oh
That's
man,
where this
Waffles.
shows us.
Hey, look, Waffles said that Baze is Q. Now we're really on to something.
Fighting said winter's coming.
The chat's going crazy on me.
Mhm. Tim used Snickers.
It's the diet version. It's the version they give you after you drop a bomb on what was in finance. Like you don't get a whole Snickers. Let's go see what his comment section looks like. Not
Oh,
that I
shit,
like.
Baze is cute. Pass it on.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Well, I mean, not I said. I was sharing what someone else said.
Let's see. Here it is. Exposing the lies. You're being lied to about Gaza.
You will be cursed. Every person who steps foot on that, every family that is set to inherit,
Yo, I got creeped out when we played that before.
they will be cursed.
She calls the actions of Israel a Holocaust.
Bro, you're just really
Look,
trying to fuck
very
with our
strong
algorithm right now.
I
You
know
couldn't
this
fast
is a
forward
kid
past
topic.
that part.
Let me give you my opinion.
So much for Benny Hannes.
If you are going to accuse a group of people of horrible crimes against humanity, you better get your facts straight.
And make sure the kids are
I
skinny.
want to downplay the horrible things that have happened in this war. A lot of people have died, including
They
this.
only get the skinny
We see a young
Snickers.
child in Gaza dancing in celebration for the peace deal. Do you notice anything strange about this video? This kid is fat. Now
I'm
hold
gonna
on a
make that
minute.
my ringtone.
We've been told over and over again that the children of Gaza have been starved to death for the last 2 years. How is it that this kid is fat? Now, I don't want to fat shame anyone, and I certainly don't want to make fun of a little kid. But we have to figure out if we are being lied to.
Yeah, that's
And
how we're
that
gonna figure it
kid,
out.
Zach got the call.
And then more and more photos have been coming out. There is this one of a man in Gaza who looks like he's been gaining weight throughout the war. There is this video of a Palestinian man standing next to aid supplies.
Hold on. I can't. We got to turn this off. How the fuck did this guy get all this credibility and get played by all the top streamers when he's got videos where he's fat shaming children for Benihana?
And that are in
Anybody?
Slaughterville.
In Slaughterville, wow.
Yeah, they're in Slaughterville.
I thought it was the
Making
plaza. Oh no, it's a couple years from now, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or is this guy fat? How about this guy?
He's
Not
fat,
only is he
and-
fat, he's holding a smartphone. If this was a genocide, would we be seeing photos of fat people with
Yeah,
smart
there's only about 10,000 kids that got Anakin'd
to us.
for every fat guy.
Why
Star
do the
Wars
photos
reference.
from Gaza look so different from what people are telling us is happening? Let me show you what a Holocaust actually looks like. These are images from what the Jews suffered in World War II. This is what genocide looks like. Now compare this with the image
And
of
I'm
the
not
damn.
laughing at the fact that what happened in Auschwitz. But this is a lack of intelligence or research, or in my opinion, it's more than that. It's intentional.
Dancing kid.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you would do if you want people to believe the opposite of what's happening.
Is it accurate to describe Gaza as a genocide? But wait, there's more. This video was posted
Sounds
on
like an infomercial.
the day of
Yes.
the peace deal. This shows a mall in Gaza. We see iPhones for sale. We see him eating ice cream. We see people.
Hold on. Danks,
Look
do
at
me a
this.
favor. Cut this fucking video.
Destruction.
Find out if that mall is still there.
What's the mall? I don't even know what mall it is, bro. How would I know? Here, let's find out.
How would I know?
How would I know?
I don't know. You find everything out.
Is
Like,
there
Okay.
a mall still active in Gaza?
What is his real name? Do we know?
Zach DiGregorio. You guys want to say? I'm not going to unload all the information. Just look his name up and type in lawsuit.
But I mean, he's a
How about
real
that?
person, though. For
yeah,
real, for
yeah,
real.
he's a real person. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
probably
Because
watching this
and
right
some
now.
people in the I'm just asking though, because I mean, people in the chat earlier were like, do you think he could be AI? And I will tell you, like, I thought maybe after like the first couple of videos that I watched of him, I thought that he was, and that's why I like didn't pay much attention to him at first. But anyway, if you I'll look, but
Yeah. Look, just type it in. Type in whistleblower.
yeah,
Hey,
see,
steal.
I see Cassidy's creations is like he looks AI, but yeah, I'm gonna look.
Yo, whether he's AI or not, is that how we're
This is
making our
it.
points now?
Hypermall. Does this still exist? Let's go to hold on. I'm going to take this off so I can do something real quick. Here.
Guys, just question for the chat. Anyone know what the Dow is right now? Is it
The
still
Dow
50?
is up.
Is it still 50?
Here we go. So we're going to take a look here.
We're gonna look for them all.
We're going to look for them all. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Pure Water A says AI lives matter.
Yo, put a 1 in the chat if you think the
Oh,
mall
it's
is
all
still
the
there.
way over here. Not even in Gaza, bro.
See, I told you. See, this is why we make a good team. You
There
never
you
would
go.
have. You never would have looked into this.
Here it is.
He found it. He found the fucking mall. I knew you could do it. You see, bro? I had faith in you. And you're saying it's not even in Gaza?
Well, Gaza's over here.
Take
I think
notes,
this whole
everybody.
area is considered Gaza, but like so there are certain parts, I guess, but this is from 2023. Like if I hover over this, if you look down here in the bottom left next to data attribution, watch. When I go and I type in the mall right here, and we go and we click on it, hover over it. Here. It says 10/30/2023. So this is before the destruction.
All right, let's see what it looks like. Let's see the after picture.
How do we see if it's still there today? But you can't because Google Earth doesn't update that particular part of the world. Current.
Why? Why wouldn't they do
I don't
that?
know. Well, why do you think? Let's ask the chat. Why do you guys think that Google Earth doesn't have 2025 or 2026 imagery of Gaza?
Convenient.
It's so ridiculous that we can debunk this video one by one. And this was in 2023. It was already
Bro,
destroyed.
just like I said, last
sad.
Sunday, the only thing he exposed was himself.
It's really sad.
Look at this.
Instagram this video of a bustling restaurant. Now be really honest. Does this look like a genocide? Then there's
No,
this
it
video
doesn't.
of a female student celebrating completing her high school exams.
It's like, where are you pulling these videos from? How do we even know these are from there anyway?
Exactly. And I see someone in the chat had mentioned that, and it made me think like, man, he could pull these videos of 2 years in comparison, but he couldn't figure out how old Rick Cutler was.
Yeah, right. Wait. You mean brown shirt guy?
You know? Like, he couldn't get accurate information on Rick Cutler, someone who is here in the United States, yet he could get all of this, 2 years of comparisons of look how much weight this guy gained and look at all.
Look in his back pocket.
Look at how he
That's the
explains
murder
these
weapon.
girls. Listen to the words, the descriptives he uses.
Then
for
there is this video of a female student celebrating completing her high school exams. First of all, congratulations to this kid. But also, we have a celebration going on with fresh cut flowers. The people have fancy clothes, hair, and makeup.
Fancy clothes, hair, and makeup. This looks like something that I would buy at Ross for $1.99. And how do you know if they have internet? And how do you know if they have? I mean, bro, like we can go frame by frame. I mean,
Like
this is
completing
crazy.
her high school exams.
How do you know she's high school exams? How do you know she's not in college or what? How do you know?
First of
But
all,
how do you know she didn't just
congratulations
do
to
it
this
for the
kid.
one day that she gets to celebrate a big accomplishment?
Yeah, there's not saying they don't have school there anyway. Of course, they got to do something. They're not gonna just, I mean, it's not the
Chat.
same
Do me a
as-
favor. Chat. Do me a favor. Tell me how many thousands of dollars you think Zach got for this video.
Put it in the chat. How do you? Oh, how do
wild.
we know that's not even in Boston? Love it.
But also, we have a celebration going on with fresh cut
Wouldn't that be crazy if he put that there? That 85.
flowers. The people have fancy clothes, hair, and makeup.
Yeah, real fancy in that fucking shit.
Have a laptop computer with internet. Does this look like all the things you would see in a genocide? Then there is this video. We see shiny luxury
Look at
cars.
this. Look at the destruction, bro. You've got to be an idiot to put this up and say fancy cars.
Freshly shaven and styled men, clean new clothes, and no one looks like they are starving. In fact, if we freeze the video, we can see the back of this man's shirt. This is a worker at an ice cream shop.
Yo, and this is the guy that got sued, right?
He got a cease and desist.
A cease and desist. Oh, all right.
Allegedly.
I was gonna
All
say,
these men in red shirts are working at this ice cream parlor. How is this a genocide? Someone please explain this to me. I have been listening for 2 years of people screaming on social media that Israel is committing a genocide. How is this a genocide? When the Jews were in concentration camps in World War II, were they sitting around eating ice cream cones?
Look at where they're at. This is destruction here. That place this is in like, who knows when this was and where this is.
I don't think so. I don't think that genocide
Look at this over here.
is the
world,
right term for
fourth
people to
world.
be using to describe what is happening in this video. If you look at actual genocides that happen, they look nothing like this.
That's the picture I used on the thumbnail. Bro, he's trying to use what happened in Germany and Auschwitz to compare to a current day situation. And I'm not saying that he's right or that he's wrong or whatever. I don't care. The truth is, it doesn't have to look the same because that's not how international law works. Okay? It's just not how international law works.
I would like to see him make the video comparing Pearl Harbor to October 7th.
So crazy, bro.
You should put that in the comments on video. I don't know.
In fact, there's one going on right now in Nigeria.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. And again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2000.
Okay, I have to just say this. Okay, whatever he's saying it's not what he thinks it is. So he's wrong on many different levels. If I'm correct, if it's 1948, which I think it is, they had the Convention of Prevention of Punishment and Crime of Genocide. Okay, that is what decided the actual offenses and the acts committed, and it was intent to destroy in either whole or in of part of. I think it doesn't even have to be intent of fully destruction, just intent to partially destroy a national, ethnical, any type of racial or religious group. Okay, the qualities that are required are members of any particular group that are religious, racial, ethnic, or national. Okay, causing serious bodily harm, imposing measures intending to stop births. That's another one. You can fact check me. I mean, I can pull it up. You want me to hear it? Let's pull it up. I'm pulling it up right now because I want to show the receipts because that's how I play.
EMS, we don't know that Zach is fake. Cass said, I'm glad Danks ate that micro Snickers. I don't know why I find that funny.
It was genocide prevention. Here. Prevention. Would it be here? I would say it's probably that's not it. So let me see. It's here. I think this will bring it. Okay. Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of G in the G Strip, South Africa versus Israel. Application of the Convention. This is a court proceeding. Declaration of Intervention of Paraguay, Belgium. This is a court of justice for the international, the Netherlands. History of proceedings. This is international law has cited a case. Okay, it's a case study. South Africa filed an application instituting proceedings against Boston concerning alleged violations by Boston of its obligations under the G-Side Convention in relation to peace-steins in the G-Strip. You guys were right. I did need a Snickers. That's crazy, bro. I mean, this whole thing says it, but seek permission to intervene in a case between other states and thereby participate in the proceedings when it considers that it has an interest of legal nature. I wish that this would work. I'm trying to pull up the site, but it keeps bringing 404. I need, here, let's just look it up. Of genocide. Why didn't we do this before? is the deliberate and systematic destruction. Oh my gosh, bro. The deliberate and systematic destruction in whole or in part of a protected group of people based on their national, ethnic, racial, or religious identity. Unlike other mass atrocities, genocide is legally defined by the specific intent to destroy the group itself. How about this? I got a clip for you. Let's find out if this qualifies. All right. Let's go to my page.
How come when they talk about G-side, they never talk about the Bolsheviks?
I know.
Wasn't it like 60 million majority Christians?
It's crazy.
Why
yeah.
do the photos from Gaza?
Here, let's pull this up. Let's see how you guys feel about the way they talk. Here we go. Not how your brain thinks about it. You got to look at the data. How about
1,000% they should bomb that fucking hospital, and they shouldn't leave
rumors say this is Bibi Netanyahu's son.
anybody alive. They've had already the last 3 weeks to get.
So they think that this came out March 5th. Rumors say it's Netanyahu's son.
1,000% they should bomb that fucking hospital, and they shouldn't leave anybody alive in that whole area. They've had already the last 3 weeks to get out of there to go to Egypt or the neighboring countries. They should decimate the whole Gaza and make it a parking lot. This is
you hear that?
A time of war. King Solomon said this is a time of war. You're not targeting civilians, but it's not your job to calculate collateral damage according to Halacha and the Talmud and Maimonides. This is not even a war of obligation. This is a war of revenge. It's a whole separate category in Halacha. And
it's a war of revenge.
This is not even a war of obligation. This is a war of revenge. It's a whole separate category in Halacha. And they want to come and find out. Well, they'll find out through us that we have no obligation to keep anybody alive that's in the line of fire. And collateral damage is not something we calculate. And if the world wants to play a moral police or ethical police all of a sudden, then maybe they should have done so before this all started.
Oh, is that right? Is that right?
If the world wants to play a moral police or ethical police all of a sudden, then maybe they should have done so before this all started.
Okay. So you can believe me or not, bro. I mean, this is how they talk.
It seems to me that a lot of the rhetoric around Gaza has not been about the facts. It seems to me like a lot of it is based on lies, which begs the question, has this all been a psyop about politics, money, and power? It seems like this is another leftist strategy to separate people into...
You're telling me another leftist strategy. Here, let's go ahead and run through some of the statistics.
Listen, at this point, anytime somebody's trying to sell you on left versus right politics, just know they're probably full of shit. Either that or they're not educated enough on everything. No offense.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, George? Did I read this one? George, he did it again. Oh, he came to your side. First he gave me one. Then he came over to you. He said, happy birthday. And thank you for being alive.
McDougal is the best.
Yeah, he's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, George.
Spreading the love. I love to see that. Welcome, English and French online. Let's check out your account, bro. English and French online. We got to go to the handle. YouTube.com/English. Do you teach English and French online? Oh, dang. They got videos and shit. Shout out to you. Educating. I like it. If you want to learn English and French online, go follow Christina, new member, new Dankster. So that being said, do you guys put a clown emoji in the chat if you think Zach is a clown? Please. Or not. Put a poop emoji If you
Oh
think
my
he's,
God.
if he's,
If you think
if
he's
he's being,
BOS?
if
In
he's
the
being
private-
BOS.
Oh
Danks
my
brought
gosh.
the Snickers is wearing off.
Oh my gosh. In the private chat, I put a link. I couldn't listen to it because I was trying to also listen, to what you were playing. But I just found, because I wanted to see, like, could I find something that showed him
That's
being
all the
active in
emojis.
real life?
encourage people who haven't.
Anyway,
All right,
this
I'm
was
gonna-
something from him from like 2 years ago.
Uh-oh, she's still here. We got to be careful.
Oh goodness.
All right. Zach, I hope you're watching this, bro. Sucker. Whatever. I'm getting too comfortable talking shit now. Sausage and Biscuits said Whitney
Thanks
Webb
bef-
source
thanks
Gus
before when-
Russo
Sorry.
book Super Mob. The ones that came over after the Bolshevik Revolution, the German Jews in Chicago, did not accept them. The Russian Jews teamed up with the mafia. Ooh.
Thanks before when you went to go get your Snickers, I asked the chat to put a 1 if they thought that I was rubbing off on you. There was a lot of 1s.
Oh, this is time stamped?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's like from 2 years ago.
That's
Yeah.
probably the #1 video I would encourage people who haven't gone to
What is
like
it?
this video. That's it. Myself on the video, and I prove in this video that it is a fake. It's an absolute forgery. And so I'm like, that's probably the #1 video I would encourage people who haven't gone to my channel. Go to my channel and look for that Obama birth certificate video.
It's the first thing that pops up.
It's a pretty mind-blowing for people who haven't really followed that story. It's
I
a
watched the
pretty
video.
mind-blowing thing to like really start to
Yeah, I got a really good joke right now, but I'm not going to make it.
if you want people to pick up to realize that he had a birth certificate, that's a forgery.
Yeah. It's what I watched your interview with Sharon and my mouth was like, and what always plagued me is his brother, right? His brother is treated like a doormat by Michelle, and he's from Kenya, right? He's still in Kenya. If I'm
Yeah, I know that video. Yeah, either way.
I hadn't seen him from that much of a throwback before, so I was like, "Ooh, wow."
Let me see. I think there is videos of him on here, but yeah, the point is not to go through his timeline and do all that. I'm not
Yeah.
interested in that. But the
I
thing is,
know.
yeah, I mean, I think I've made my point. Enough said on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am still kind of
Discernment.
interested in
Discernment's the point, right? Isn't
Yeah.
discernment the overall point?
yeah, of course. Let me go to this
I've been
playlist.
practicing a lot of discernment lately.
So, I saw Jim Brewer last night.
I know, I'm so jealous.
He was hilarious.
Love that guy.
Bro, he was so good.
Jim Brewer, Jimmy Dore. Yo, the gyms are all based.
Yeah, Jim Carrey.
Jimmy G, aka Real Baze.
Here, I got my timestamps here. Here we go.
100%. We at Heritage agree 100% on political Zionism, but we have to, as a non-sectarian organization, allow this theological disagreement, which really inside
Yo,
the
who is this guy again?
Place 100%. We at Heritage agree 100% on political Zionism.
Okay, let's look it up. What is political?
Yo, is it me or does that guy look like Mike Huckabee and Howard Ludnick screwed and had a baby? Pull him back up. Look.
Political Zionism is the modern movement for the self-determination of the Jay's people and the establishment of a sovereign state. Well, like, how is an American conservative political movement for America focused 100% on another country. It's the core tenet for Jays constitute a single nation rather than just a religious or ethnic group. I could care less if they have one nation or 100 nations. I don't care if they have no nation. I do not care.
One nation under ball.
I'm an American. You're an American. What are you doing? Okay, so let's look at this. I have some information that I want to show you guys. Let me pull it up. It's in my folders. I'm going to show you guys the history, some history lesson.
Story time.
Yeah, the state of Boston. All right, let me open it up here. I have to, how am I going to do this? Okay. All right. I'm going to just summarize this. I have a document that someone put together for me. It's a deep research that basically says what the history of modern state of Israel is, okay? And basically, it's a secular political state, okay? Its own founders explicitly reject the claim that God promised them the land.
What,
they
Thomas
debated
Herschel?
it during drafting.
What,
and
Theodore
left it
Herschel,
out.
whatever his name is?
The Declaration of Independence cites the Balfour Declaration, the League of Nations, and the UN, not a single Bible verse. Meanwhile, America's founding documents mention God 4 times and ground all human rights in a creator. America's founding is more theologically grounded than Boston's, but American Christians are told by Boston's government-funded agents that they have a biblical obligation to support a state whose own founders had less theological conviction about God than Thomas Jefferson. 1909, Cyrus Schofield, a convicted forger with no theological degree, backed by Zionist financier Samuel Utenmeyer, publishes the Schofield References Bible. We talked about this on the channel with the Oxfield publishes through the press. Dispensationalism. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who said, I'll just pull this up over here so you guys can see it. This is a summary of a document. 2025 to 2026, Pete Hegseth. My earbuds are dying. Hold on. I'm surprised my camera hasn't died yet.
Thanks. Have you ever looked into Harold Rosenthal?
I haven't. Hold on. Yeah, I have, but not enough to cite anything. Hold on one second.
That's a good one.
Okay. Bluetooth. I feel bad for the people that are still here. They must have nothing going on.
No,
Just listening to me
oh
rant.
my gosh, we're 5 hours and running. Wow, we are
Yeah.
troopers.
So who said on camera? Pete Hegseth said on camera in Jerusalem that rebuilding the Temple of Jewish on the Temple Mount is not impossible. Attends a weekly Bible study led by Ralph Drollinger's Capital Ministries. Drollinger teaches that America has a biblical mandate to support Boston and that the return of the Messiah requires Boston to control all biblical lands. His study guides go directly to Hegseth, Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem. After Boston's strike on Iran, Drollinger dedicated 2 consecutive weeks of lessons preaching in favor of American support for Boston military operations distributed directly to the people making those decisions. Let me show you who's making decisions in this country. Let me show you something crazy. Watch this. You guys are going to say, this person is one of the leaders in the White House. Check this out.
Oh my gosh, I know where you're going with this. Oof. We don't hear anything right now.
Baron.
That's not a Baron. That's something else.
Danks.
It's a Dankster. Okay.
The senior.
Let's not pin everything on Baron. I got to give him a little bit of a break.
And this lady right here in the red
because
circle.
I was showing it. Because usually he won't even show it. He'll just be like, "Yeah."
Yeah, I did that the other day. I was just sitting in my chair laughing.
I don't want to pin it all on him.
Paula White Cain, the senior advisor to the White House Faith Office. Let's hear some of her ideas, because why not?
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done.
This is a high, super high up, like right to the right of President Trump. This is
Like
an office.
his top spiritual advisor.
For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven, in the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda ata ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa ata rike eke banda ata rike didi ashata.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, why we are going to war with Iran. Any questions?
I thought he was going to say that's why we don't do math.
This is your brain on
at some kind of holy war now. So today we're going to seek to understand what the heck is really going on here. Because coming from whistleblowers within the United States military, U.S. troops are being told that the Iran war is for, quote, Armageddon and the return of Jesus.
That's not what they think in Benihana. There's no fucking way.
Lethal. They were euphoric. They were in full thrall with how great it was, because
So much for separation of church and state.
with their understanding of the book of Revelation, the end times of Christian eschatology, showing that everybody is now serving as an accelerant or lubricant to bring this version of weaponized Jesus back to start the battle of Armageddon.
Okay, so the U.S. military commanders are telling troops that the war with Iran is, quote, all part of God's divine plan to help bring on Armageddon. What is that really it? Is that why we're spending $1 billion a day on this war? Obviously, this wouldn't be the first time a war has been fought over religion, right? Countries have been doing this for literally thousands of years, from the Islamic conquest back in 622 to the Crusades up to the 30 Years' War, which concluded in 1648, which, an interesting note, the Peace of Westphalia, which ended the 30 Years' War, effectively banned religion as a formal excuse for war. Well, let's bring back Professor Zhang again.
Why the hell is this war happening then? Like, if I can tell you
This guy.
I'm sure that their generals can tell them this as well. I'm sure that they know that this was the case. In fact, for years, America has been planning to invade Iran. And for years, the generals was like, no, that's suicidal. Let's not do this, okay? So why is this happening? And unfortunately, we don't know, because the administration is not telling us. At first, Trump is like, oh, because the nuclear talks didn't go well. But we know for a fact that the Iranians were willing to agree to all terms of the Americans. And then Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, he came out yesterday, and he said something really moronic. He said that, why did we attack Iran? Because we heard the Israelis were going to attack Iran. And the Iranians were going to respond by attacking both the Israelis and us, the Americans. And therefore, we have to preempt the Israelis by attacking first. That's just retarded, okay?
Okay. The reason why we're not being told the truth, why everything seems like it doesn't make any sense, is because there just isn't a good geopolitical reason, from at least the realpolitik standpoint, to do this war. In terms of the land, the resources, the influence in the region, we already have all of that. So that's why none of it Makes sense. I tweeted this out the other day. Iran is not the country with nukes. Iran didn't bomb the USS Liberty. Iran didn't do 9/11. Iran wasn't in the Epstein files. Iran didn't try to blackmail.
Wait, hold on. Didn't Jonathan Pollard steal our secrets for Iran? Oh, no. That was the other place. All right, never mind.
By 95% of US politicians, and Iran doesn't control the media or the banks. So why is Iran a threat? And the answer, of course, is Iran really isn't a threat to America in any sort of realistic sense. And guess who knows this? Israel. And they've been preparing for the day the American people all realize this. I want to call your attention to this group called Christians United for Israel. And they are all about making Israel stronger, okay? On their website, it says, as the largest pro-Israel organization in the United States with over 10 million members, that is massive, Christians United for Israel is the foremost Christian organization educating and empowering millions of Americans to speak and act with one voice in defense of Israel and the Jewish people. All right, people often reference the power of AIPAC, but this organization, Christians United for Israel, is actually much stronger and much larger and even more powerful and influential than AIPAC. Now, Christians United for Israel was originally established way back in 1975. Told you, they've been preparing for this for a very, very long time, this moment of activation, we can call it. And at the end of last year, coincidentally, maybe not, they sponsored 1,000 US pastors to travel to Israel to train as, quote, ambassadors, hosted, of course, by the Netanyahu government. So you might want to just check in to see your pastor's flight logs, just as a precaution.
If you want to come in, you can come in. Should we open this up to the public?
Well, I mean, you already told them.
No, I didn't. I'm asking you guys.
Well, you said if you want to come in, you can come in. So
no, I said
for it.
If you want to. I said, did I?
Yeah, that's what you led with.
We got witnesses.
Yep.
All right, I'll put it in the chat once. You got to have a camera. You can't say anything crazy. All right. What are the rules?
Yeah.
And we're not arguing about Charlie Kirk. Not doing it.
Why not?
We can argue about Charlie, just no explicit activity. That's all. Nothing that's going to get us in big trouble.
Put it in the chat. I'll pin it in my chat. You guys can pin it in yours if you want. You must have a camera, and you must not say anything crazy, please. And better not be naked.
That's right.
Hello, I'm Pastor John Hagee, the founder and national chairman of Christians United for Israel, also known as CUFI. Over 40 years ago, my wife Diana and I felt the Lord's direction to create a night to honor Israel, an event that would bring Christians and Jews together in an atmosphere of honoring the Jewish people for their contributions to Christianity. Today, CUFI is the foremost pro-Israel grassroots movement dedicated to educating, motivating,
it's not a call-in. You got to actually join the link. So can you guys pin it in your chat? I posted it. You got to pin it for them.
Do I have to go to YouTube Studio for that?
No, you got to go to YouTube Studio, open up the, and then people, if they want to hang out, they can come talk.
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta see how to do this.
FaceTime doesn't work. You need to click the link. I mean, you don't have to have a camera. I guess I prefer you having a camera.
I would prefer you to have the camera.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It also
you need a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Empowering millions of Americans to speak and act with one voice in defense of Israel.
All right, so basically it's an evangelical mega church movement, 10 million strong, bigger than AIPAC, all about supporting Israel. So let's talk about what it is they've been preaching to the American people as it relates to...
The link is here, bro. I posted it. I'll put it again. Pay attention to the chat. You can copy it and put it in your browser. You can click it. BRB, putting pants on.
So I was saying that like I had one time where I did have a naked chat crasher or a naked
told me.
stream
Yeah,
crasher.
I remember
Oh
you
my
told me.
gosh.
Yeah.
So
No,
embarrassing.
I'm quick with it. I know how to keep this thing under control. We're good.
Why this?
You got to pin it to your thing.
I got
and that
called.
way
I
you
got
can-
called out the other day. I was streaming with shorts on, and like, cause I sit on my feet sometimes. I was like this. The like Baze is showing skin. I was like, oh shit.
War with Iran is a necessary holy war.
Okay,
to
Vega, I'll be there in just a second.
democracy
I'm about to-
and just putting it out there, this is going to be based on my non-expert explanation of their interpretation of scripture. All right, so the first thing that we need to talk about is this idea of dispensationalism, which in theological circles, you can think of it as a sequence of events that needs to happen for Christ to return. And right now, they believe that we are in the quote unquote final act. All right, to the believers, the founding of the modern state of Israel back in May of 1948 was a trigger that started this final sequence of events that is unfolding before us today. And what they point to is this verse, Matthew 24:34, quote, "This generation shall not pass away until all of these things are fulfilled." And the way they interpret this is this generation refers to people alive to see Israel reborn. And if we're to say a generation is roughly about 70 to 80 years, we are now in the 78th year of Israel's existence.
Yo,
So-
hold on. Pause it real quick.
End of days.
Yo, Watkins. I got in so much, not that I got in so much trouble, but I was at a meeting with the pastors at my church, and I said the same exact thing. I'm like, yo, I'm like, in the whole Bible, like there's got to be one op. There's got to be at least one op. And they were like looking at me like I was out of my mind. And I told them straight up, I'm like, I don't trust Paul. I don't trust Paul. And I caught so much shit. I listen, it's true though. It's true. All right, you keep going. I just want to throw that out there. Watkins will appreciate that.
Is closing, and thus the time to act is now. Which then brings us to Ezekiel chapters 38 and 39, which describes this kind of massive end times invasion of Israel known as the War of Gog and Magog. And the text.
All right, here we go. Audience member number 1.
Yo,
What's up, Vega? What's up, bro?
how you guys doing?
Good.
What's
Hi.
going on?
Welcome.
Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
So, I was late night doom scrolling, and I ran into a few people that were having debates, and it was the usual stuff. It was like Trump sucks, and there's these kids, and it's all like screaming at each other. No one's learning from each other or anything like that. So I found you guys, and I didn't watch. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't watch long enough to see exactly what you guys are going over exactly, but it seems somewhat to do with Israel and maybe what's going on with the world. So I wanted to know if maybe you guys could tell me kind of what the what you guys are into.
Well, you're into hour 5.5, so we've gone over
A lot?
we've gone over a lot of
lot.
things. There have been debates. We've brought up some analytical stuff, some statistics. Like we've gone all over the place.
Well, this
We've
started
gone all
off
over the
because
place.
there's a, do you know the YouTuber Wolves and
We're
Finance?
going back to him.
He made a video basically talking about that Gaza wasn't what we're being told and that it's not a G-side. And he put up these videos of like kids dancing or whatever and saying like, this is not a G-side, and basically cited nothing. And he's popular in our niche because we focus a lot. We have investigated Turning Point USA, and he got popular, very popular, went from 50K subs to almost 500K because Candace Owens platformed him. He made some decent content exposing financials and stuff. And then I sat on this piece of him in Gaza waiting to see if he would reverse positions. This is from October. He made this.
And he was
And
saying there was no genocide.
Yeah.
Okay.
G-side.
Sorry,
Yeah.
apologize.
You're good.
Vocabulary is different on YouTube. Sorry.
So that's where it started. I debunked all of that with data because that's how I operate with information. And then we jumped around and basically it led into Project Esther, and then paid propaganda artists through, we call the state over there Boston. We call it Boston here. If you've heard Philadelphia, you know,
Of course,
we call it Israel Boston. Okay, so basically it's led into that. So we've just basically
So are
gone
people
around
going
that.
down the rabbit hole that are they suggesting that some of the G side is being staged or dramatized?
I would say propagandized or lied to us. Like they're trying to say, like what it seems like is he's saying this is not the same as Auschwitz, so it's not a G side. And I'm saying that that's not what that is. If you're trying to eradicate a group for any particular reason, that's what it is.
If there's violence, now if you want to talk, speak, hold little groups that can talk and speak, that's one thing. But as soon as you start getting violent and people start being deleted, then it becomes a G side. It doesn't matter if it's 15 people or 10 million. I agree with that. Do you guys all have that stance on that as far as what's going on over there?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, yeah. I think that's where we're at. Sorry, that's where I'm at. Baze. Collectively, yeah. I think Baze, what are your thoughts?
What's going on over there?
Do you think it's a G side or what?
I mean, look, people like to spin things and interpret things and push the goalpost. But I think that even before it got to the point that it was debatable, it had been way too far.
Thank you. Yeah.
And right now, I don't think you need to label it anything. I think like giving it the controversial labels, all it does is give people a reason and these platforms a reason to attack you. You know what I mean? Like I didn't need it to get to the point where it was debatable to be against it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's what matters.
Debate a wall. Yeah. It's like, we're not going to argue if the sky is blue. So we don't need, you're right. You're absolutely right, Baze. That's a very good point. So it's common sense here. That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say like I have just woken up so much in the last really in the last year, in the last 9 months, as to the entire situation as of what was going on. I kind of considered myself, I guess sadly, like a stupid Texan when it came to international affairs. And maybe it was just because I had so many things going on in my own life, you know, that there's only like so much that you can really deep dive into. Right. And I don't like to just accept positions blindly. And anyway, once I allowed myself to really start looking into things, then it was like,
look at this, bro. How can you not say? I mean, every building is flattened almost. Look at this, dude. This is 2025. Shout out to the chat.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah.
Look for the mall. Look for the mall.
No. This is the same. It's just a different part of the map that they're showing, because this is agriculture land, but it happens to be there's buildings here too, and they're just decimated, bro. Look. It's crazy.
And that's when I say that, like, we don't really have a clue. It makes me really, really sad. Like we just don't even understand what's going on over there.
How do you guys feel about well, I have two questions and they kind of tie together. I was supporting Trump. I kind of wanted to support Trump. I voted for the first time in a while because it was something different. I believed in, I liked kind of what he was saying. I started a small business and I kind of just was on that wave. But now that the thing with Venezuela, it was like, okay, we go over there. We took the bad guy, supposed bad guy, you know, Maduro, in 30 minutes. That's not a troops on ground, drawn out war. Fine. But now we're attacking another country and this is a war. People are dying. Innocent civilians are dying. U.S. troops have now died, and Trump promised no new wars, and now we have a war.
Trump promised a lot of things.
Yeah,
and that's why I keep telling everybody that our politics are WWE. That election never mattered. this was going to happen regardless, and people need to stop falling for false idols.
You know,
because the system props people up to push the propaganda, push the narratives, even controlled opposition. People need to realize we're all being psychologically profiled. Okay, even down to the pictures that little kids are getting taken on picture day for school. What was the name of that company, Danks? LifeTouch?
Life
That was
Touch.
that was connected to JE. We are getting psychologically profiled from day one. And that's why I was explaining that this whole Charlie Kirk case, it was tailor-made for people like us to distract us and give us a never-ending wild goose chase while all this other stuff is happening.
Well, what got me, this is the only reason and like I said, they're intertwined for me. And it's very conflicting because when I learned about lobbying and that lobbying was legal, I couldn't believe it. And it made so much sense. I said, I don't want to vote anymore. I said, I'm not voting, right? So I stopped voting and just said, the world's going to be what it's going to be. I'm going to try to raise my kids to be good people, you know? And then
it's not stop voting though. It's not stop
Oh,
voting.
I see that now.
It's start voting in the primaries. The primaries and the small like the elections that you have on the local level, like in your county, in your town, in your state, they matter. It starts at the bottom, but you have to pay attention and you have to see who's running, who's planning to run, and you have to vote in the primaries. Because if you just wait until the main election, by then the system has already filtered out, or for the most part, filtered out the majority of the real candidates that are going to work for Americans. And they already have two people that pass the test that are going to operate within the same parameters.
Let me ask you a question then. Hold on. Okay, so say you got someone who's someone is awesome. Somebody we know, someone local. They run local mayor. They go up. They go into the city, and then the rivers, the county, and then the governor, and then they go all the way up. And then while they're governor, APAC shows up. Hey, it's just 50 grand.
That's true.
And then
what
it
do
turns into
you want? What do you want? You want to vote in a bunch of people that you actually have a chance with, like real human
I don't want to
beings?
vote in anybody.
Or do you want a bunch of plants and MK Ultra Nepo babies?
No. I want to get rid of the fact that people can take money on behalf of an interest.
Oh yeah,
That's
you got
what I
to you got to get rid of the lobby. That shouldn't even be legal. But I'm talking about right now, operating within the parameters, operating within the parameters that we have to work with.
But if we operating in the parameters we have to work with means that the little guy never gets a chance because those big time, the pharmaceutical companies, the oil companies, NRA, they're not gonna show up for the local guy that has all these promises that he's going to keep.
But you see, this is why divide and conquer works so well, because right now with social media, if people united and they weren't fighting over these false idols and over these over this bullshit and over stuff like Charlie Kirk, people could unite. You got to remember, we have the numbers by a very, very large margin. The problem isn't the money that's getting paid. The problem is the fact that it's getting used to manipulate people. You understand?
But how could we stop the lobbying from so with money, right? I can market, right? That's what we did for Obama.
But you can market with social media. People just have to get involved. Yeah, it's a lot harder. It's going to take a lot more work and dedication, but it's still possible.
But they're also controlling social media until Elon bought X, and now you could say Elon's in it.
X is still being X and Grok is still being controlled. Trust me. Again, it goes back to controlled opposition. They're just keeping it all in one spot.
Smaller people, our local heroes. How do we get them in the light? How would we do?
You got to talk about it. You got to get involved.
You have to get rid of,
and you have to air out the people that are bad.
We're trying to with the files. If we could get anybody implicated in the files, at least a handful of people, things would start to unravel, but they won't do it. So until anything there's no accountability. There's no accountability on any of the elite behalf. So when you have that, and when you have Prince Charles and the Rothschilds running the world,
there's nothing we can do, man. That's the unfortunate circumstance that we are in. The whole world is operating under one intent, and that is to get all of the money as isolated as possible, make us think that we're doing something positive by contributing to society, and then we just give them the money so they can do whatever the fuck they want with it. And then from there, we feel like we get to have our little car, our car fee for $750 a month, our gas fee with tax fee. We're paying 60% tax on everything. If you add, it's not just income tax, it's state tax, it's federal tax, it's buying shit tax, it's property tax, it's car tax, it's all that shit.
You gotta jump off. You gotta jump off the mouse,
you gotta get rid
bro.
of
You gotta
tax,
unplug from the matrix.
all that shit.
Think about what majority of people spend their money on.
Oh,
Let me hear what he had to say. What did he say?
Well, and that's what Trump was running on. And this is where I said I started seeing things the way that Baze does, is that Trump was saying we're getting rid of property tax. No taxes on tips. Although I'm in Vegas, we never paid taxes on tips to begin with. You know what I mean? But he had the right ideas for our people, right? He had all these things that he was going to do with taxes. And he actually started writing things into effect. And then now it's like, nope, Venezuela, Iran.
Now Cuba is in conversation.
And now we're not even talking about what happened to the economy first. Like what happened to where did it just disappeared?
Oh, the Dow is doing, the Dow is up.
No, but I'm saying
no, I'm kidding. I don't know if
Gas prices were down.
It's a joke.
It's just horrible that he ran on so much. I'm a businessman. And now the White House is posting videos of blowing things up.
Right.
Like
this is my take on Trump. He knows this is his last chance to make empirical status financially. All right. And also passing political agendas that make him the light of the globe in other people's minds, which gives him financial opportunity unlike anybody else. He's a businessman. You said it. So his interest is in his business and his legacy empirically, meaning he can build an empire for eternity through this presidency. It's not about us. He showed that very clearly. So he's taking money from Miriam Adelson, $250 million in one shot. He's taking money from all of these lobbying organizations. He's taking a plane from Qatar. Miriam Adelson. She's from Boston. Her and her husband have donated, one of the top donors from that lobby to AIPAC.
Are they bad people?
They're billionaires. They are
okay.
They have the interest of Zion, the political Zionism and dispensationalism.
Okay, so
Boston.
They're part of the Zionist elite.
Yes.
They're Zionist elite. Okay, and I was going to ask you guys about that too. When I was raised, obviously being raised Caucasian, I'm really Italian, but it doesn't matter. Caucasian in America, right? I was raised Christian, so it was always that. Like people from Israel were cool. Like we were cool with Israel. Christians are cool. Jewish people are cool. Jesus was Jewish. That's all we knew, right? Then I see videos of Christian refugees trying to enter Israel, and they're being spit on by the Israelis. And I'm like, whoa. And I dive into it. And anyway, I learned probably less than you guys know, but enough to understand that Mossad is better than the CIA. And that they probably have a lot over us, right? A lot of power over us. And when I saw Trump going over there and us getting into war with Iran, it just made me think, wow, like there is no hope. Like, is that what it is? Is Trump doing this because of Israel? Do you guys think that's what it is? Is it Israel?
They said your voice is shot to hell, right?
It is. I'm a video game guy. I've been screaming all day.
he's in everybody's voice chat. Yeah, no, you're right, bro. I mean, what we've been sold is a book of lies, bro. And in reality, when you look back, look at who he brought into office: Kash Patel, Bongina, Pam Bondi.
What was wrong with Patel? His past? Was there anything he did before he got in office that was wrong? Like, because
obviously they must have found something.
They got to have something that they were holding over him. I mean,
because this was
or he just wants power so badly he'll do whatever they say.
I just see people in Iran. I see them celebrating in the streets. while missiles fall.
Some are. Some are.
Now there was a school hit, right?
Yeah.
And I think that could have been us, or it could have been Israel, and maybe it wasn't on purpose, you know. But
from my understanding, I think didn't Professor what's his name, Professor Jang, didn't he say that it may have been a defense missile that went haywire?
Real
from
quick
Iran?
sidestep, just on Adelson, she ended up. I'm glad American Discourse brought this up. She ended up, I believe, wasn't she the one that ended up bailing out Trump in the 90s and Vegas?
No.
with the hotel?
I think she's talking about when his assets
that was
got
the
frozen
banks.
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But
So
but that
he's
but
in
that
debt.
but that
He's
court but that
indebted.
court case was a charade anyway. That was all
He's
theater.
indebted to all these people, anyways. You know what I mean?
But what bothers me about that is I saw the lying from CNN when they said that he was somehow tied to Putin the first time he ran, and they were spying on his campaign, and it came out that they proved that Obama was tapping his phones, doing stuff illegally. So
It was
many
all
people,
the
Fox
Russia stuff was all
Republicans
made up.
supporting Trump. Do you guys remember when Fox was telling us that Trump was no good?
Yeah.
When Trump ran the first time?
Dude, just
Everybody
unplug.
was.
Just stop watching the news.
Both
It's all a
I don't
mind
watch
screw. It's
very
all a mind screw. It's not supposed to make sense. It's supposed to stress you out.
No, it's not just to me. I'm just saying when you know that it's a mind fuck like that, and you know that both media companies are being ran by the same people, and they're both saying fuck this guy. Why isn't it just the classic red versus blue? Why is it red on red crime now? Why are the Bushes not voting for Trump? Why are the Bushes voting Democrat this time? For the first time. What was it about Trump that made so many Republicans in this media monster and in the elite group go against him? What were they scared?
I mean, I could see through the facade, and to me the facade wasn't even very good. You know, I could just.
Well, why they
see
try to
that
put him in prison and everything is what I'm saying. I mean, like all the times they were trying to put him in prison.
They weren't trying to put him in prison. The world is a stage. It's all bullshit. That's what it is. It's all bullshit. Let me ask you this. You really think they were trying to actually put him in prison 3 years ago? Did you see how many times his name comes up in the files? Mind you, I 1000% believe that was all cooked up. Like that was just conjured up just for more headlines, more drama. But think about it. All the allegations against Trump in those files, they could have cherry-picked anything with a freaking blindfold and their eyes closed. Which one? And it would have been an allegation so much bigger than a clerical error.
They could have done this 4 years ago.
But think about it.
8 years ago, the first time.
I know, but think about it. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you got.
How is anybody still buying that last case?
I believe that shot came as soon as I learned that the kid that took that shot was in a BlackRock video commercial that was erased and scrubbed from the internet.
People forget about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got to remember this.
Whoa. Why are they trying to delete him? Because he's not listening. He's going against some type of elitist group.
Well, yeah.
Iran's
When
got hits on him.
so Trump is a genuine. Originally, he was a genuine. Okay, so I'm glad you brought up Butler. Originally, he was a genuine threat to the establishment. He ran on pulling out foreign wars. He questioned NATO. He challenged the intelligence community.
Yeah, he talked about pulling us out of NATO,
draining
right?
the swap, right? The permanent national security state, what Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex. He wanted to destroy all of it. Then they care about continuity and keeping the same stuff in line. So originally that, but then he got the shot. I don't know. Some people say it's all staged.
You guys are all falling for it. You're not going far back enough. When Trump came up in the 80s, okay, his mentor was a man named Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn ran a similar Diddy JE type operation. Okay, in 1990, when Trump went bankrupt.
Put Baze up on the full screen. Like Baze is
you shrink me when I'm giving you the goods.
He's giving us.
Oh shit. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Danks wants to make sure he's still got his FaceTime. No, it's all good. Listen, it doesn't matter. But again, in the 80s when Trump was coming up, he came up with a guy named Roy Cohn. Okay, you could look him up if you don't know about that. Roy Cohn was someone who was allegedly behind a similar compromat operation like Diddy and J.E. In 1990, Trump went bankrupt. I think he had like $2 billion in debt, something crazy. It was Rothschild's Inc. that got him bailed out. Those deals, majority of them were Citibank, and they were facilitated by a man named Wilbur Ross, who ended up being a part of his cabinet in 2016. So this idea that Trump was one of us at any point in this timeline and that they got to him, like, you're still falling for it. You're not going far back enough. This was all part of the plan. You guys are underestimating
No, I know
all
he's
of
been
this.
an elite. We
All
know
of
he's
this.
been elite people. You can't have that much money and not be around elite people. We know he's been around elite people. But when you see when was the last time a president almost got erased? His head would have been gone. I don't want to get too graphic. We're on YouTube.
Yeah. Everybody, especially if Danks is going to start pulling people up, be very careful with the words.
Grandma Karen, you're frozen, so your camera's not working. But if you can try it again, I'll
But
bring
my
you on.
point is, some people that think that, oh, well, Trump wasn't supposed to win the 2016 election. Listen, when Trump ran in 2016, he was all over every single news station. Every single person with a platform couldn't get Trump out of their mouth. If they didn't want Trump to win, or if they didn't want it to at least be a close race, if they didn't want him to win the primary, they wouldn't have talked about him the way they did. They wouldn't have given him that much attention.
Smart. I think we're giving them too much credit there. I think they're
Oh,
not
it's
that
American
smart.
discourse. Finally.
Hey.
Some sense is going to be brought into us, I think.
American discourse. What is your take on what I just said about Trump?
I think you're close. So what happened was, yes, about he was in the Rothschild's bank industry. He was bailed out by them. And then I think he ran on under a different faction of the Rothschilds who's fighting with another faction because they fight within the family. You see this in the Epstein
A lot of
file.
these elitists fight against each other. That's very true.
So what I think happened was he was trying to shake the system in a way that another part of that family would have been pissed. And then that other family came against him with the lawsuits. So you have to remember, these people, they're like, the reason we're not under their thumb right now is because they fight in this rich family. That's it. That's the only reason we're not under global control.
Yeah, and we like, us, the peasants,
Yes.
like I say, we live inside of the bubble. People don't realize that the majority of what we believe to be our reality is just like a spell that we're all under. And that outside of that bubble is a whole other world that we don't know about.
And it's even worse than that, unfortunately. I've been looking into the root of Zionism, and it's very far back. They say it's about 3,000 years, which is older than our country. It's older than many countries at this point. And some of the words we even use, they laugh at us. Like the word liberty, they literally said, oh, we put that in your constitution so we could mess with it in time. So this is a really bad issue, and we know the Rothschilds are 100% behind this issue. It's not just, oh, hey, they're in it now. They've been in it for hundreds of years, and then the plan has been for thousands of years. So we're so far down this rabbit hole that Adrian was right, where if you support local, if you buy things local, if you do things local, you can try and mess their banking system up because that's the only way to get out from under the thumb.
Absolutely. What's up, Grandma?
I'm doing good there, Danks. Thanks.
Good to see you. Nice to meet you finally.
Well, yeah, great to meet you too. Yeah, I've been catching every live stream I can.
I hear you. I see you out there. What's your opinion on all this?
Oh, I just think it's crazy. I have a lot of faith and read the Bible, and yeah, this Israel thing is just crazy. We all belong who have faith to a spiritual Israel, and there is no physical Israel ever mentioned. And so I'm proud to be part of spiritual Israel, and we're the ones that God is looking at. And it says in the Bible, when you do evil, he turns his face away from you. And I do not see more evil than what's being done over there. So God has his face turned away from that country big time. and they're all doomed. And in the long run, what we have to look for is what happens after we die. We just have to, work for life in paradise and look toward that. And what's going on here on earth is all the work of Satan, because Satan was thrown out of heaven down to the earth, and Satan is in charge of what's going on down here. And when the evil gets too bad, that's when Armageddon is going to, come. Not when Israel goes to, war with the world. Jehovah God is going to get tired of all this crap. He is, definitely. But we just don't know when. What's the limit to evil? I don't know. All this
fans in the
child
chat,
hurting
Grandma.
crap is like worse than evil to me. I just had my grandson after 4 o'clock in the morning, and I saw a message from him. Grandma, I can't sleep. Can I come down? Sure, come on down. And he just walked in the door and showed me how to get on my camera like this. So I'm glad he came. I'm glad he came.
That's awesome.
God bless. Yeah, you're right.
And then my kitty has to come join me because I'm talking now.
All good. Welcome. What I understand in the Bible, and I'm not a scholar or anything, but
neither am I.
We are a Christian, like believing in Jesus Christ and God is our Lord and Savior, and all of this it makes us Israel, right? It's not a specific property or an outline geographically. It is a spiritual place, like you're saying, right?
Yep.
So they're using and twisting what we believe in their favor to make us believe what they want, so they can get what they want. But it's only what you said, spiritual. We are Israelites, all of us that believe in Christ. That's it.
Exactly.
But actually, it goes back to Abraham and to Moses, really. He is the first Israelite that I believe, if I understand it correctly, with the burning bush, when he learned about that. Go get the Hebrews from Egypt, bring them to Canaan. But it's not promised indefinitely your land, but you are Israelites. All right. So the land of Israel, Jacob, like all of these people are Israelites, but he was gifted the land, but never said anything about indefinitely. Okay. So they got the land, but if you don't upkeep your property or whatever, then it's not indefinitely yours. If we want to get into the land part, that's how I understand it. But as Israel, that's just a spiritual thing. Yeah, and I know this could be controversial, that conversation, religion, and all that. I by no means know enough to speak on much of that, but I don't
think any of us will know enough of it, so that's why we have to keep reading our Bibles.
Well, Danks, also, it wouldn't be relevant if they weren't saying this was a Christian war on behalf of Zionists, which we know, and then we're going to have to go and fight Muslims. Like, no one wants it that way. No one wants a religious war, but unfortunately, that's what they're saying this is. So if you have to speak in their terms, you have to speak in their terms. Christians wouldn't normally want the start of an Armageddon, right? To us, that would be like, oh, that's going to be hell on earth, literally. Because for Christians, they say for end times, we would be ostracized. So why would our side of the faith ever want that? That's where Zionism does not make sense as well. So that's another thing. If you're not a Christian, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't necessarily want the end times. It's supposed to be a very hard time.
That's why I said the White House putting out those videos and putting music behind it like it was a video game bothered me as from a Christian faith, from a Christian aspect. Certain actions are not cool, even if it has to be done. We shouldn't be celebrating it. I couldn't understand that part. We're in a Muslim war now, and we're posting highlights of destruction on White House social media. Like, it doesn't make sense.
I agree.
None of it makes sense.
They don't want you to make sense. I've decided that when I read this book about the basis of Zionism, basically, it tells you that they don't want you to deal in logic. They don't deal in logic. They say they never deal with logic. We can deal in reality, but they don't. They deal in a different realm, and they make their own rules. And that's what I learned about this. And so when you try and put logic back on them, it doesn't matter. They laugh at it. So I'm not even surprised that's how this is going, because if you look into the old origins of Zionism, they talk about us like we're sheep, and it's unfortunate.
I want to mention this. I know Vega, you wouldn't want to say real quick. Sausage Biscuit says, don't be so naive to think that they did not use the most divisive man in the history as a pawn in the game. Americans did not hate their neighbor the way they did before Trump as president. I don't think that Americans as an entirety actually hate their neighbor. I think it's
Americans
pushed upon
don't hate
us.
their neighbors. They're just afraid of them now because of all the crap going on in the media. Let's face it. No, it's for real. That's what it is. That's what it is. Nobody hates anybody. Everyone's just freaking panicking. Don't even want to let their kids freaking go to the park on their bikes.
All come live in the backwoods of northern Michigan with us. We love our neighbors here.
Seriously, though, I think
yeah.
that's part of the psyop, that they scare the crap out of parents so that they don't want their kids outside living in the real world and building relationships with each other. They keep them in front of their fucking devices so that they could analyze everything 24/7 and run it through AI and stalk them and profile them.
Maybe that was a psyop behind COVID. Get our kids on their devices.
Whoa, Grandma!
outside.
We got to teach you the code words. You got to get the stream shut down.
Sorry about that.
All right. Yeah, if it hasn't been shut
Granny's
down already.
X-rated over here.
So what's the grand scheme? So let's say this happens. Let's say Iran decides we're running out of this, we're running out of that, we fully surrender. Right? Let's say that happens. What is the end game there? Are we looking for a regime change from what we're being told?
That's another part of it. It's that's what we're being told.
Is that we
But
want a
if
new
you look
regime
at the
change, right?
history, yeah, but they're not gonna do a regime change. That's what Boston wants. But you got to realize that Boston doesn't even want that. They just want to dismantle organization so that they can be in control. So at the end of the day, that's my opinion. But at the end of the day, all the different regime changes that we've done, have we ever had any full control of any regime after we went in and decimated every? No.
No, we
So
use
what
them and
makes
then we
anybody
end up
different?
erasing them as well.
Ironically, America. Manifest
that was-
destiny, and that's exactly
was-
what's going on in Benihana right now. They're having their own modern day manifest destiny.
Manifest destiny.
They probably also would like Iran under their banking system because
They
they're
want
not-
everybody under the banking system.
So we don't have
Exactly. That's how they get
Once they
control.
check all the boxes, they're rolling out the digital IDs.
Exactly.
The dollar's
Your-
gonna
Your
done.
digital currency, that's what they want you under, and that's what the Rothschild
Mark
family wants
of
you to
the
do.
beast. Mark of the beast.
Because that's what Iran and a few other countries were talking about doing BRICS, right? That was backed by gold for a little bit. Weren't they talking
Yeah.
about another that was going to be backed by
Well,
gold?
BRICS, I thought it was gonna be they were gonna use they were gonna create a new petrodollar. So they moved us off the gold standard. Then we went to the petrodollar, and recently, like a few years ago, we got taken off the petrodollar. I don't know what's going on with that. I haven't researched it lately, but
No, I thought they were gonna take us off the petrodollar.
No,
but
they
it
did
didn't
that
actually
already.
happen. Oh, they
Didn't
did
they?
officially.
I think they did.
I don't think so. I think
I thought
would have
that was
been
still coming
very
with the
bad.
petrodollar.
That was going to be a threat.
I don't know if I'm right or wrong. Let's
Yeah,
look it
no,
up.
the dollar would destabilize without the petro.
Oh
Right.
Well, they're still transacting with the dollar and petro, but that's let me see.
That's
Petrodollar was
literally what
okay.
keeps the dollar.
Here. So
That
it
and these
expired
wars.
in June of it was established June 8th of 1974 following the 73 oil crisis. It expired June 9th, 2024, and Saudi Arabia did not renew it. Saudi Arabia agreed to sell its oil exclusively in US dollars in exchange for military aid, equipment, and protection. Saudi agreed to invest its oil revenues in US assets, primarily treasury securities, which helped finance US deficits. However, there's actually a factual dispute about whether a formal petrodollar agreement even existed as a signed treaty.
Wow.
What is documented?
So at any
1974.
moment,
Yeah,
they were
Nixon did it because the U.S. government was printing way too much money, and then France was trying to cash out in gold, and we didn't have the gold, or we wouldn't have had any gold left. And after that, Nixon had to do something, so he cut the deal to get the petrodollar and took us off the gold standard.
What we know for certain, Saudi Arabia has been willing to sell oil in other currencies, so they joined BRICS. China is now their biggest oil consumer, a large proponent of BRICS. In practice, Saudi Arabia still sells oil in dollars as of the most recent data, but the obligation is completely gone.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the BRICS thing was a real threat to our dollar in general.
It still is.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
is
there's
so
actually
is Gaddafi.
so
That's why they
there's
took him
actually-
out.
That's
So
why
is
Gaddafi's
Venezuela.
gone. But how much longer will Venezuela? Not anymore, right? And pretty soon, same thing with Iran. Not anymore. And then
Well,
you look at Russia,
Iran is still in play.
But do you think they're going to be in a month?
Yeah.
You don't think you don't think they're going to be completely leveled?
No, I don't. I think that if this is going to stop with Iran, then either the U.S. See, it all depends on China. It all depends
It
on
does.
China. If China uses Iran as a proxy war to weaken America, then this could go on for a very long time.
This could be the start of the third one. That's
Well,
what I
we're in the third one. That's
I
listen.
mean,
They didn't call it
agree with
World
you.
War
I'm
One and
hoping
World
we're
War
not.
Two until decades later. Like they didn't say, "Oh, it's
Yeah,
World War
I think we'll
Two."
start one day. I get what you're saying. I'm hoping there's no boots on the ground, and within the next 2 to 3 months, this Iran thing can be over.
We could have
And-
boots on the ground in 10 days.
Bro, let me tell you something. They're gonna pull a Gaza
announce
before
that?
they put boots on the ground. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They
Bro,
can't
now
put boots on the
you
ground.
first Granny, now you guys.
I'm
saying
telling
crazy
you,
things.
listen, you can't go boots on the ground in
Trump loses
Iran.
a lot if he does
The place I showed on the last stream,
You're
the
gonna kick
whole
people.
land is
too
insulated by
rough terrain.
mountains. You need tanks, you need trucks, you need to be able to go in and out. You can't, bro. There's no way.
That's why the war in the Middle East is so crazy because of the terrain. They were talking about
Yeah.
that with Iraq. Yeah.
So, members of BRICS right now: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia. Iran is already in BRICS as of 2024. UAE, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. As of 2026, Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Thailand, Uganda, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. And then 23 countries have already applied additionally, as well as Bahrain, Malaysia, Turkey, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Azerbaijan, Honduras, Kuwait. I mean, Argentina declined under Milei. Algeria withdrew. Venezuela was blocked. Pakistan was opposed by India. The bigger picture, half the world's population is now in BRICS.
Yeah. But China has a very large economy, which is not doing very good right now. What are the largest economies in the world outside of? We have America, we have China. What are the other large? Like who else is being affected?
It doesn't get much comparison.
Well, you have
the
Dubai.
comparisons get a little smaller.
Yeah, they start shrinking.
You have Japan is actually a very large currency trading population, as well as a financial infrastructure. You have South Africa. You have Germany. You have India. Let me look. We have France, UK, Brazil, Italy, Russia.
So there were some decent sized economies on that BRICS list. I mean, obviously,
4
China.
of the top 10 economies are BRICS founding members. When you add the new BRICS members, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, UAE, BRICS collectively represents roughly 53 plus trillion in combined GDP. Do you know the global GDP? It's called M2 global supply. This is what I used to teach so the M2 global supply is the top banks of the world. We could actually pull it up here. We go to the M2 global supply. M2 global money supply. And then I'll share this right here. Streets. Is this it? Well, I gotta find. There was one. It was called Beatrix. Oh, here it is. I found it. This one I used to look at in crypto a long time ago. Okay, window. All right. So this is the M2 money supply. I'm going to take the chat away for a second. Okay. So this is against Bitcoin, right? So this is what I used to look at when I was looking at there's actually so when it comes to the M2 money supply, you can predict the price of Bitcoin based off of the M2 supply, when they cut rates, and when they inject money into the liquidity. So they literally print money and they put it into the global money supply. And the global supply is the top 21 central banks of the world. All right. So they're saying that $50 trillion plus is part of this blue line. Okay. So let's take away the black line, which is now it's just M2. Okay. So right now, we were at $120 trillion in global money supply. Right now, we're at 118. When the global money supply dips, that means that there's a less money overall. Okay. Now, when you look at, if we added Bitcoin, when you start to see the money supply dip, you would have to look at rates, right? So you would have to look at, you got me on there when I was younger, Trading View. Oh man, Trading View. Okay, so then we look at that. Okay. Do I have this over here? U.S. interest. Okay, and then you look at the U.S. interest. All right. So if you look at the U.S. interest, when interest gets cut, okay. So interest rates get cut. What is this date? Oh, this is like date. Okay. So when interest rates get cut, so they got cut in August of 2025 and they came all the way down until the new year. And then in the new year, we landed at 3.75. So when interest rates drop, and then when the markets pump money into this liquidity, so once this goes back up, interest rates stay down, then you'll see that's when you buy Bitcoin. So as soon as you hear of an injection of liquidity, if they get an additional cut on rates, which I don't see happening, but if they do, that's when you buy currency, because then currency goes up with the injection of the M2 global supply and the cut of rates. All right. So that's how the global economy works. It's all run around the M2 global supply of the top central banks. But when you take out half of them from BRICS, then essentially we're running on 50% of usually what we would.
And for how many years has that been now?
The M2 global supply has been around a long time.
No, not the two. How long has BRICS been this strong? I know they've been
2019, I think.
2019, so it hasn't been really that long.
Not really. M2. I mean, BRICS. Let me see. I have a timeline here. Okay, so M2 started in 2009. I'm sorry, not 19. 2009.
Gotcha.
And there was 4 countries. It was Brazil, Russia, China, and India, I think. Yeah, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. And then South Africa joined. I remember that. And then Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, UAE.
Yeah, Iran being a big part of that too.
Yeah. So
Baze, you don't think that that Iran is going to give up, or that they're going to be?
No, there's no shot they give up. Listen, they
Well, this
are
turns
a
into a
Muslim
drawn-out war.
nation. They just had their supreme leader get taken out,
Two of
and then yeah, they think that they're fighting, that everything is on the line for them.
Right.
Hey, your boy is
Why
like,
would they ever give up?
your
Why
boy
would
is
they
like
ever give
right
up?
here at 21,000. Can we get like 5 subs for the homie real quick? I just need 5 subs, 21.
Run that up real quick.
Real quick. Come on, you
Yep.
guys.
Yo,
Let's
did
go,
anybody
let's
has
go.
anybody been paying attention to the news? American discourse. You see, have you
I-
been able to, the story in Bahrain right now? So Bahrain is a country between Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and they're saying that there was a drone strike that hit a plant that controls 90% of their water.
I saw that.
That is going to be a very big problem.
This is what I was seeing. Iran was doing stuff. I don't know if it was Iran's drone or not that you're talking about, Baze, but I was seeing that Turkey also had an issue with that. Not as serious, but did you see that in Turkey as well?
I've heard different things about Turkey, but the Turkey thing, I heard conflicting reports, but that's another story.
Here, let's play this. I got Bahrain strike. This is from 2 days ago.
Whoa.
Jesus.
Holy volume, Batman.
I will now move on, viewers. According to reports, an Iranian missile struck a residential tower in Bahrain in what appears to be a pinpoint strike. The intended target remains unknown, and authorities say there are no casualties so far. Meanwhile, Iran's leadership signals a new phase of the war, saying more advanced missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 could be launched across the Gulf and the region. The warning suggests intensified strikes targeting Israel and US forces as the confrontation continues to escalate. Let's go across to Ambassador KP Fabia, former diplomat and retired Major General Anuj Mathur, defense expert, joining us in this conversation. A very good morning to you both, and thanks very much for joining us. General Mathur, I'd like to come to you first. No casualties reporting, but how long do you see before Israel's aerial interception systems are saturated?
Kiti, the point is that every firepower finite. The point continues to remain that probably the US and the Israelis have gone wrong in assessing the kind of retaliation the Iranians will do. One. Two, they thought that once the top leadership of their political outfits and the top military leadership of IRGC is removed, things will fall into place and the forces will probably break down or surrender or whatever. That has not happened. Every system, whatever advanced, whatever technologically excellent that system be, has limitations. And what we are seeing now is the limitations which are there in the Israeli air defense systems. If you fire 100 missiles, 70 will be intercepted at a very heavy cost, mind you. That is that important issue needs to be kept in mind always. But 30 will find their way. 30 will find their way. The strategy lies in making sure that those 30 do not find their way to sensitive military logistics and communication and command and control structures. One. Two, if you recall, some days ago, the Israelis, they had opened yesterday and today, or I believe, opened their airspace. Why? Because they need immediate resupply and replenishment of their air defense systems and missiles. So that is another issue. Israel is...
I'm seeing something more fluid here.
So they're reporting it was from Iran, though.
Well, I heard mixed stories on that.
I didn't think it was. I think it was our troops. And I think why it was important was because it opened up the conflict to become a much bigger thing, because now it's really going to affect civilian life, whereas before they were striking more military bases. So that, I guess, it opened up the conflict a bit to become even more serious, not like a quick pull-out type situation, if I remember.
Let me check this Iran monitor guy. Iran military monitor. What's happening? Oh no. What is this? More bodies. Did you quietly send them to the cemetery on another plane? Holy smokes. While carrying out successive strikes on U.S. bases across the region and destabilizing them, Iran has also targeted the residences and gathering places of American officers who have left those bases. Oh, man, bro.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you guys think they're backing down?
No. Oh, no. They could fight.
You guys know what they have, right? They have those drones, and that's the issue, is that they have the drones. So when they have a predictive history. So this is what they have, since probably a lot of the audience hasn't seen what I'm about to show. It's this one right here. So they have these drones right here.
What is asymmetry? Asymmetry means that the two sides are choosing to fight different wars using different techniques because one is much stronger than the other, okay? America is a great empire. It has unlimited resources. It has the USD. It controls the world, right? Iran is a country that has been under economic sanctions for the past 45 years. It's poor. Its technology is very limited, okay? But as we learn in this class, actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy. They're more open, and they're more cohesive. All right, so let me give an example. This is what we call the Shahad drones. Shahad drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000 at most, okay? At most. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iran, and it can hide anywhere. All right? So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap. They're easy to make. They make about 500 a day.
Wow.
And estimates are about there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay, and one of these drones, again, can knock out a desalination plant. It can knock out an oil field. It can knock out a hotel. It can do a lot of damage. Okay, and it's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere. Okay, and that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do the Americans defend against this? They use something called a FAD, right? Right, guys. This is what they use.
And these are expensive.
FAD stands for Thermal High Altitude Air Defense. And they also have like Patriot systems. There's a lot, okay? The thing that you need to know about the system is it's really expensive. This missile, guys, costs $1 million. $1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it, okay? And often these missiles miss, so you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that they're going to spend. That's kind of silly. Second thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big and really slow. And therefore, you can't really move it around. Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, what? But this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this? Why did they prepare? Okay, and again, it has to do with military doctrine. Because military doctrine determines how you fight a war, it determines on your bureaucracy, and it determines how you spend your resources, okay? Mm. And unfortunately, the Americans are used to fighting something called the Cold War. Yeah. Right? And the Cold War, you can actually fight the war. You can actually use, kill each other because then people use nuclear weapons. The Cold War was about flexing.
Who has the bigger weapons? Yep.
Flexing. Okay? You see how big and powerful I am? Me! Okay? That's all it was. These weapon systems are designed to scare the crap out of you. They are designed to impress you. And as a result, they cost a lot of money, and they really don't do anything. All right? So that's the entire American military. It costs a lot, and it doesn't really do anything. And it's not resilient. It's not innovative. It's not open. All right? Also, the other thing I have to say this, okay, is if you look at the American military, it's corrupt. So this is really about corruption. So the Americans don't really care about winning a war. What they care about is spending as much money as possible because then they get a cut. It doesn't make sense, right? And that's why the Americans are in a situation as they are. All right, let's continue. All right, so something that people don't really talk about, but you need to understand, it's the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iran. All right, so this is a map of the world. And if you are like blue, Brazil, Canada, you have nothing to worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right, so 100%. This means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. Okay? So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%. Okay? If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces. Okay? So you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad, right? You're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East, okay? Egypt, 6,420%.
Whoa.
883%. All right? Iran, almost 4,000%. Dubai, 17,000%. All right? So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants, and then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran has water issues. 72% is pretty bad, okay? So even though the Iranians could destroy the GCC much faster than the Americans could destroy Iran, Iran is still in trouble, okay? So let me give you an example of this. This is like, sorry. So this is another map.
I had to mute your mic, Vega, if you don't mind. I don't want to mute it for you. If you don't mind muting it.
Oh, that's
and then
where the static's
unmuting
coming
it.
from?
Yeah, the static's coming from his
There's
speaker.
static coming from me?
Yeah, it's playing out of your phone.
Oh, yeah. Here, you can mute it if you need to. I don't
Yeah.
mute it. Just mute it.
Just wave and I'll see you.
Yeah.
That shows you the issue of water scarcity, okay? And it's just basically the Middle East, okay? The biggest issue in the future is water, okay? And that's where the geopolitical tensions will rise in the future over water. India is also affected as well, okay? All right. So let's look at the map, guys. This is called Lake Urmia in northern Iran. It's the 6th largest saltwater lake in the world, or it used to be. Okay, this is what it was in 1984. This is the shallow, this is the deep, okay? You guys see that? It's really big, right? 20 years later, guys, this is what it looks like. There's no more water here. You can walk from here over to there, okay? There's some water over here, but it's shallow now. That's how serious the water issue is in Iran. And that's the weak point that the Americans and the Israelis will attack. All right? They want to make sure that Iran has no access to fresh water, which will cause devastation in their nation. Okay, that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is this. This is a map of the different ethnic minorities in
Yeah, this is an interesting comment, actually, Adrian, because I heard that. Actually, not I heard. I know that that water actually stores data, and it is a memory harness, actually, as well. And water is actually is not just a molecule. Water is a type of living organism in a very unique way. Water has memory, right? So it's very interesting how water plays into a lot of this. I didn't mean to, but I just really wanted to mention on that because I think water is really cool.
Iran.
And I think that a lot of our global memory goes into the oceans, and that's why we have oceans full of water. That's just a theory, obviously.
As you can see, it's a very diverse place. In the center are the Persians, but you also have 10 other groups as well. And in the borderlands, it's basically a different country, right? Like, these are basically different countries. And so these places have more common areas with their neighbors than they do with Iran. Okay, so the second weakness of Iran. The first is the water. The second is the ethnic makeup of the country. So the strategy of the Americans and the Israelis moving forward is to destroy Iran as a coherent nation state, divided into ethnic enclaves, and have them fight over water. That is the grand plan of the Israelis and the Americans. Okay. All right. This is the vision where Persia is limited, and then all these other places are sponsored by the Americans and the Israelis. They're given money, they're given weapons, they're given political support, and then this war will wage.
Bro. Oh shit.
Over water forever. Okay? And this is how you destroy Iran and make sure Iran is no longer a viable threat to you. That is the plan of the Americans. Okay? As you can see, it's a pretty evil plan. And that's why they have not announced it. Right? Because if you announce it, you're like, why are you doing this? What did the Persians, what did the Iranians ever do to you to warrant you coming and destroying their civilization? And the answer is nothing. Right? So the Americans, Israelis will never admit they're doing this. But if you look at the map of water supply, of ethnic tensions, this is the optimal game theory strategy for them to use against Iran. It doesn't make sense. This is a long-term plan that they have in place. And it's all moving towards this plan. But now the question then is, how can the Iranians respond to this? And the answer is this. This is a map of the Muslim world. Okay? So the light green are the Sunni people. Okay? That's 90% of the entire Muslim population, about 2 billion people. Okay? Then you have in dark green the Shia. So as you can see, the main place of the Shia is Iran. Okay, Iran is one of the few Shia nations in the world. But you can also see from this map that Shia are spread throughout the world. Okay, and so the first thing that the Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American empire. All right, so what they want to do is create an uprising. And it's already happening, guys. The Shia in Pakistan stormed the American embassy in Pakistan, and the Americans killed a lot of people, okay? The Shia have attacked the American embassy in Iraq. The American embassy are being attacked in a lot of places, right? So the first strategy is to create an international global jihad of the Shia against the American empire. And it's already happening. It will continue for a long time, because the Americans have killed the Khamenei, okay? And that requires vengeance. The other thing, though,
he gets into jihad and all that, and I think it's very interesting.
Is that it can unify the Muslim world, okay? If you look at this map, most of the Muslim world is actually run by dictatorships that are not popular at all, okay? And they're allowed to exist because of the American empire, right? You go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, these places, they're
this is Professor Zhang from Predictive History. I could put the video in the link in the chat. I just posted it for you.
All run by clients of the American empire, right? So if you rally the people who hate their governments and you overthrow them, then that makes Iran the leader of the Islamic world. Not just the Shia world, but the Islamic world. And this creates something called Pax Islamica. That is the end goal, guys. Okay? If you do that, then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore.
And the whole point is to change it. This is the Zionist proposition, is to change it from Pax Islamica to Pax Judaica, and have the what they're saying is Judaism as the core centric Middle Eastern religion and the operation of the religion lifestyle, to move from Muslimic or Islam to Judaism.
Right? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan, is to fracture Iran into ethnic enclaves, and they'll fight over water for the rest of their lives, and they'll all die. The Iranian game plan is to create a religious war, a crusade that unifies the Shia people, that overthrows the American empire and establishes something called the Pax Islamica. All right? All right. So, again, the key is the GCC. All right? So the game plan is this. You have to destroy the GCC. Why? Because the GCC is the linchpin of the American empire. So what the GCC does is this. It sells oil, and then for US dollars. Where does it put US dollars? It puts US dollars into the American stock market. All right, so this is investments of the UAE, okay, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait.
What did you say? Please dumb this down, guys. This is as dumb as it could possibly get for this conversation. It is like
Okay. Yes, but and I don't know if the chat, because I was chatting through Studio when I brought it up, and so hopefully it's going through to everybody as well. But I was saying that I have some friends who are interested in coming on to discuss this, who are from the region and would be interested in talking about this like on camera, and they're my friends in real life. And so, I was asking earlier, just kind of like putting the feelers out to see if it would be a topic of interest to folks. And they said yes. So,
oh yeah, for sure. This is a very great topic.
Into the US financial markets. As you can see, from 2012 up to today, it's been exploding. All right? Because the US financial markets is one of the safest places where you can put your money. The intention is this. The intention is, hey, if I cut off oil and these countries no longer have access to US dollars, they're forced to spend whatever resources they have on protecting themselves, okay? And then guess what happens? The stock market collapses. The stock market collapses. The stock market is the real growth engine of the US economy. The entire US economy collapses with it, all right? There are about maybe 7 companies in America that accounts for about a quarter of stock market growth, okay? These 7 companies, of course, are AI companies, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, Apple, okay? These are the companies, and then these companies are heavily invested in by the GCC nations. So if these nations are no longer able to invest in the stock market, these companies will collapse in value. And with that would lead to economic depression in America. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so that is the situation today. Today was just an overview, guys, okay?
He talks about like all the way back here. He goes into, we started all the way 27 minutes in. I mean,
he also had a very interesting video that I saw not that long ago where he says, if you want to know what country is going to take over the world in 50 years, 100 years, then you want to look at, it was something about educated women having babies. that the countries that have the most educated women having children has a higher probability of being the country that's going to rule the world or be, move up the totem pole. And take a wild guess what country he predicted.
Boston.
Benihana's.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's best to use as many words as possible so that they get all confused and they'll just never. I'm saying pause. You say it's the same shit.
Everyone's got this slang.
Detroit.
Yeah, so I'm ready to hang it up, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this has been pretty epic. We're
this was a long one.
6.5 hours.
6.5 hours.
I was about to go get my glasses if we were going to keep going.
Yeah, church starts in a few hours.
Yeah.
Shout out to the 3,734 live viewers across platforms. Did we hit let me see, did we hit 20? Oh, Mark Stone. Oh man, right, we're about to fucking hang it up. All right, Mark. I gotta give Mark a minute.
Mark Stone in
Mark
the house.
Me.
Oh,
What's
man.
up, big dog?
I don't want to drag this out. Hi, gang. I
You're
just
good.
rigged up a camera on my laptop real quick, and,
We'll make the time for you. Don't worry.
I'm
buddy.
glad. Yeah, I'm glad to see you, bro. I'm happy to see you. What's up, big dog?
not much. I got my first taste back in the 80s, of how we're being deceived. I was a cop back then, and got a visit from the feds about an hour after I ended my shift. When I discovered a big political issue, on a case.
Wasn't in Arkansas, was it?
It was closed, and it was.
How'd I know? How'd I know?
And it was distantly related, I'd say.
Say no more.
But since then, I've been just putting the pieces together, connecting the dots on so many things that most people overlook. One of the biggest ones was when G.H.W. Bush, back in '88 and 1990, on a couple of his speeches, talked about the NWO. And if people go back and look at that, the way he did that.
People don't realize that speech was on September 11th, too.
You're right. And, but that's one word that's also connected with what we're seeing now. Greater Israel Project, Pax Judaica, and everything connected. People look at different presidencies as separate administrations, which is the wrong way to look at it, because a lot of this is passed from president to president to president. They each have their role to do in it. And if you look, when Clinton was in, he despised the Bushes and the Obamas. When Obama was in, he despised the Bushes and the Clintons, and so on and so forth in that triangle. After they're out of office, they're all buddy-buddy. It was all a big facade,
WWE. I say it all the time.
Exactly.
Look at what's happening now. Trump was saying the files. We're going to drain the swamp. It's going to be accountability. Everyone's going to get hauled off to jail. And then all of a sudden, Bill Clinton has to testify. He's like, oh, I'd be surprised if they find something on him, or whatever he said.
In 2017, I was dead set against voting because I knew it was just a big facade, I allowed Trump to fool me. And
a lot of us.
Millions did and still do. So as soon as he marched out Kissinger, as soon as he started naming his appointments, I knew it was all just bullshit, you know. And so by mid-17, I woke up, you know, and I didn't, needless to say, I didn't vote for him, you know, after that point, you know. But
are you familiar with this, Mark? The PNAC, Rebuilding America's Defenses, and Operation Clean Break?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
How did you want to speak on that at all? Or
well, let me tell you, I spent a third of my life in law enforcement. I spent about another third in the construction industry. My father was a builder, you know, but small time, residential, small commercial, nothing like Trump, you know. But Trump didn't hang around with builders and architects and that. He hung around with the political power establishment, you know. So that tells you a lot right there.
True. I mean, that's generational. And I also heard he was like he's one of the only businessmen in America to have 4 generations of no military contribution and have the success that they've had. He did go to the military school and he has that background, but never actually served in the army or military.
Right. But I don't know. I'm like most of you there. I'm operating on about 3 hours sleep from not this night, you know, the night before. So you know, my thought processes are, you know, like shooting stars going every direction. You know, so
I hear you.
For that, I just wanted to show up so you could see I'm not just some, you know, bot or
I'm glad you did. I was starting to think you were a spook.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see you show up. I've seen you around lately, bro, and it's a pleasure to have you.
We appreciate you.
I'm thinking about on Saturdays, we've been talking about wanting to do this regularly, and it's nice to do this. It gives me an idea to do a show and then open up to the public for, you know, public commentary and discourse. I think it's important. This has been great.
Yeah.
I had fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, discourse. We've been playing some tag lately.
We have. We've been trying to do something, and it's just been Twitter.
We'll make it happen soon.
Okay, sounds fun.
Yeah. All right, I think we're gonna wrap it up though. So, thanks everyone.
Bye, y'all.
Peace out.
You want to say
Have a
your
great night, everybody.
exit, Baze? You got something for us to say?
Always be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody, and say a prayer.
God bless. Love
Right
you all.
on, Baze.
Love you guys.
Subscribe.
Thank you.
Subscribe to
Love
all
you
of
guys
us.
too. Thank you.
Have a
See you
good
guys
night.
later.
Soon.
Good night. Good night.
Peace. Thanks, peace, people. All right, bye.